What I wanted to spend some time on was all the queers.
Nerdrotic.com.
And the crowd cannot wait. Oh, hail Friday Night Tights. I apologize cause I'm probably late. Oh, hail Friday Night Tights. Radical lights and highly organized. It's Friday Night Tights, Friday Night Tights. Time has come, they are finally.
Seven minutes later, I saw that chat. It's actually 8 now. It's actually 8. What's up, everybody? Welcome to Friday Night Tights because it's Friday, but it's not night. Might be somewhere, but it's.
But it is tight.
But it is. Yeah, that's right. We are
tight
like a tiger.
Wait a minute.
Oh. So, to address that little opening we had there, I cut that footage myself when I was watching Ryan and Vera's "Fuck My Life" 1-year anniversary stream. Ryan was a little tipsy, and it was hilarious. I highly recommend you go back and watch that show. That was some good stuff.
Yeah,
that long pause right before the queers.
I'd have to go back and look at that whole section to see how I approached, because I did a clip that was basically that section, but I was completely stone cold sober and I had a video about it. But I just kept all of it up because I wanted to talk about it on stream. I'd have to see what the difference was between me covering it stone cold sober and me covering it pretty fucking drunk. My instinct tells me it's probably all right.
It's fine. You just have to kind of know you to know and a little. You're a little bit drunk. There's some people. Listen, sometimes I can't tell. Sometimes I can't tell when drinkers drunk. You know, like he just is.
Just always.
I guess I need to assume
the
that.
Scottish way.
I'm going to go back to assuming that everybody's on drugs. Except for me.
Safe assumption.
Yeah, I think so.
Fucking wish.
That's right.
Yeah, you could tell he's not super drunk because when he's super drunk, Ryan's really nice to everybody.
That's true.
It was like scary actually. They're like, "Oh yeah, Ryan's pretty drunk," and he's like, "What's up, Mike? How you doing, buddy?" I was like, "Whoa."
Just grab me on the shoulder.
You okay?
Yeah.
Hold on. Let's calm the fuck down, Mike. One, how many times have I even seen you when I'm drunk? And I guarantee I was like, "Hey, man, what's going on?" I was probably, this is probably what happened. I was probably just like, "Hey, what's up, Mike?" Instead of being like,
No, you are very nice. And I was like, "Dude, this is weird." I've had enough conversations with you, either side.
I've had enough. Yeah.
There aren't any. Yeah, you don't throw around a lot of racial slurs when you're drunk. It's weird, man. That's what's weird about it. Like, you got to get this guy sobered up.
That's right.
I self-censor pretty well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. When needed, for sure. What's up,
Although
Angry
I did drop one. That's the first thing I said when I walked in here. In this.
Oh yeah, that we might have had a gamer word dropped immediately.
Yeah.
Too bad we weren't live. What's up, Angry Badger?
Hi, Gary.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Very magnanimous of Beardo to drop out so I could have the spot.
Yeah. Yeah, we had Beardo all lined up.
I actually think I'm just one of the only people still watching Lanterns. So
you and me both.
It's fine.
We are. It's going to be a rough watch.
We are.
Yeah.
I'm just expecting the worst, and I'm enjoying the pain. I just keep thinking, like, what's the worst thing they could do, and then see if they do it. And so far, they're doing it.
Episode 3 is the really racial one. It's John's backstory, and THR loved it. It was their favorite episode.
Of course.
This Sunday,
I just saw a clip from it, and yeah, we're in for a fun time.
Oh boy.
Well, I love how they're avoiding anything with budget by just casting regular people as characters. Here, I have a first look at the Sinestro Corps. Everybody, if you haven't seen this, this is a exclusive first look.
Could you imagine like what
at,
it could be?
at HBO Lantern Sinestro Corps?
Is it about sunburn?
How come I can't present it? There it is. There you go.
Oh,
There it is.
I mean, that's not too far off.
you just don't, you don't
it's
get
not.
it, man.
Really not.
Grounded. They're doing a grounded take.
They are, because supposedly Atrocitus is like Timu, Mike Ehrmantraut. If that's him at all, I don't know and don't. Really
Everyone
care.
gets a human
I
disguise.
hope not.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's just boring.
yeah. Let's
Nothing
just
happened.
get it out of the way because there is a DC thing that came out this week that's
Pretty cool.
amazing.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing. Everything DC should be, everything Batman should be. I highly recommend you watch it. We'll get to it, but first let's get the bad over with quick because I mean honestly I don't know how we're going to be able to talk about this every week unless they have a scene where they ask how's your white man. How's your white man,
Well,
Mike?
So far,
I don't know. He lives very deep in the woods, and I don't like going to visit him. So I'm talking about Josiah. I don't.
Oh
like-
yeah.
no shoes.
he lives on a dirt road. Like this is not a joke, people. It's terrifying. Like
He's like the
You hear
Uni
banjos
YouTuber.
when you drive out there?
The Unituber.
Yeah, he is the Unituber. Yeah.
Yes.
And what's wild is he has like cable internet, like fiber optic internet. They like dug a trench to his house. He's like one of the only people that has it. His entire area, and I don't know how this happened.
You
but-
pay for it.
Well, he's a
Yeah.
white man, so
Yeah.
But he's a white man. Yeah, well, there's nothing but white men where he lives.
Well, he
And that-
whipped out his white privilege card.
Yeah.
You know,
Hey,
It's like
don't
getting a
talk
loan
about
from
extra
it's like getting a
points.
loan from a bank, you know? You just
you build up the white points over time.
I wouldn't
too.
know
You
that.
can
Yeah, I
cash
tried
in.
to start a shrimp business, and they turned me
Oh,
down.
Falcon's white man died, so he couldn't
Yeah,
get
don't
that
do that.
bank loan.
You
Yeah.
see that.
Where's
I
the
mean,
white man? He's like, well, he got snapped away, and they're like, well,
Well,
This Lanterns episode was very, wanted us to make sure that we knew about white privilege and all that stuff in this episode. Yep.
Colonizing.
Colonizer. All that.
motherfucker.
Yep.
Yeah, some random redneck from Texas talking about colonizing. Like, what the fuck are we doing, dude? Like,
they're caught flat-footed. That's not what we're gonna do. We get
we
colonized.
already know how the people that were here before
I-
lost everything.
I
So we got to
suppose
make
to-
sure,
Caught flat-footed as opposed to what though? Another 500 years of technological innovation. How
Yeah.
much time did they really want to prepare for the
And-
English
and-
coming?
Honestly, what are they worried about with colonization? They're worried about better roads and infrastructure. I mean,
running
fire
running
water,
water,
that's what it is.
two-story
Running water.
buildings, the wheel. You know, hey.
It's the
Better
fire
medicine, more prevalent food production. The list goes on and on.
yeah, it's a drab series, and it's very much like Watchmen. I see a lot of similarities to Watchmen.
Oh yeah,
and
I see that too.
particularly after after episode 2, and I think it's just going to get worse as it goes on. And there's a clip out there right now because basically Jon Stewart's going to be the chosen one.
He's gonna get the magic egg.
Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It sucks because when he actually gets the fucking costume on and you get the little scene of him flying up there, and the idea of a series with a proper older Hal Jordan who actually likes wearing the suit and still like respects the oath and all of this shit, how we should see Hal Jordan. The idea of that with the actor, it's like, man, I almost wish you wouldn't even done this little bit because you just showed us that it could have actually looked okay. Do you know what I mean? I do also think they changed the color of the green from what we saw in the
On the
trailer
preview? Yeah,
to
yeah.
this series.
there's
1000%.
definitely color grading change there. Like, yeah, it's not as brown.
It was like olive green in the trailers, and then there was massive backlash, and now it's a more normal color of green.
I mean, aside
It
from
looks
all
like
the
a
sweat stains,
football.
all the sweat stains on the collar, and
Yeah.
it being all scuffed, right? But yeah, the entire episode is let's get Jon Stewart out of town so we can and have the ring be the ring loses its charge. So Hal Jordan sends him away so he can confront everybody by himself with no powers.
But he was able to conjure up a bird and keep it focused even when he was knocked out multiple
Well,
times. He could do some impossible thing.
We're gonna find out what that bird is, Garrett, because that
Yeah, we are.
that bird is the Guardians.
Well,
Because
they're
inside, they're
for the
inside Jon Stewart.
Yeah.
Somehow.
Like
The
pulling
real
levers.
lanterns were inside the black guy the entire time.
Wow.
Even in that story, though, they managed to humiliate Hal because whenever he was handling the suit, it was all like with, this is really important, I'm going to take it down very gently. And he even said, I'm not going to disrespect it, as opposed to essentially what you've been doing all this time. So on it was really weird, though. This guy's got a house out of nowhere with no money. He's broke, but he can afford the upkeep on essentially a mansion. I don't know whether they're
taxes
going
alone.
into
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. They explain it like I saved some rich guy
Some
and he
rich
gave
guy
me this
gave me
house.
this. Yeah.
But yeah, the taxes on the land, on the house, like
Maybe the rich guy's paying for all that too.
Maybe.
Maybe he's
Yeah,
paying
sure.
for the,
Maybe.
you know, the yard looked nice.
That's the
So-
mystery
Yeah.
box.
Oh yeah, that gardening and mowing, that was all get
Costs a lot to feed the fucking pet. There's a lot
Yeah.
of meat.
Yeah.
Jon Stewart didn't like handling that much meat.
Dude. In fact,
Or
I was
did
like,
he?
I hope they didn't say it, and they did. He's like, I don't like normally walking around with this. You're like, oh god.
I love how in the
like
second
hamburger
episode
too.
they repeat like as if it was a last time on. All the dialogue, the exposition is just repeat the thing that happened last episode. Repeat the thing that happened last episode. It's just like,
Oh no! In this, they
It's
repeat
so
what
lazy.
happened this episode.
Oh, yeah,
like,
oh,
he
yeah,
goes
that
and
too.
meets Hal at the end,
God.
and then he tells him what you've just watched for the last the episode you've just done. It was such a weird because normally they're like, oh yeah, okay, so Netflix second screen, you have to repeat it halfway through. This was like, no, we know you've got bored and not watched this entire episode, so we're just going to lore dump it to you for the next 3 minutes to get
This
Hal
is the
back up
kind
to
of-
speed.
This is the kind of show that everybody part of the access media apparatus that's glazing it now. 6 months after it's gone, you're going to see people on Twitter being like, "Hey, Lanterns wasn't actually that good," and then everybody's just going to say, "Oh my gosh, yeah, it wasn't actually that good." Because there's no way that this sustains after this ends. We're going to go into episode 3. Are things going to be resolved with Sinestro? I doubt it. Like the whole Sinestro setup, that's probably going to be a bridge into episode 4 because this is going to be a big. This is a flashback inside of a flashback with episode 3, so we could find out about the bird.
Well, it's that's kind of the way they've structured it, and intentionally so, right? Where you're not going to be able to like everything that's happening. Who knows what the context is going to be by the time we get to episode 8, because we're now across 4 decades of time or 3 decades of time with multiple storylines that all in theory should get resolved in the final episode that could change all the contextual meaning behind all the stuff we're seeing. So like that kind of mystery box stuff is going to keep some people engaged. I think that there's probably a decent amount of people who just normally watch whatever's on HBO on Sunday nights, you know, whatever they have going on. I think there's a lot of that audience that is just tuning in and seeing if they're going to continue watching this show or not. Obviously, over half of the audience that watched House of the Dragon finale did not tune in the next week to watch this show.
No, they did not. It was less than half. And I could buy the normie watching this if the mystery was good and the acting was all right, but the mystery's not very good. It's just a bunch of variables splattered on a wall that you're just basically following while adding to it. You know, like with True Detective, that is a good mystery that engages you within the first 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Right. And right now, you're in the second episode, you're all in 2016. So you're entirely in 2016. And, you know, so Hal dies and then you see him alive. And he's like, I'm going to train you how to fly now. And everything is based on how much does Hal know? How much does the audience know? See, we're the ones the most in the dark. And Hal's the one who's second most in the dark. But everybody in that town knows what's going on. Everybody in that town knows what's going on. And Jon Stewart is holding back what he knows that this, you know, the chosen one thing from Hal. And that's how you structure the mystery box. The mystery box gives you big elements, doesn't answer the questions, and it's a shortcut. And once you figure out it's a storytelling shortcut, because there are mysteries and then there's mystery box. For example, you just brought up repeating stuff over and over again for secondary viewing. Ryan, you've read a lot of Harry Potter. I've read a lot of Harry Potter. Harry goes out, figures out mystery, runs back and tells Ron and Hermione, does J.K. Rowling have him just blather it all in the book? No, it's just a quick sentence, and then Harry fills them in. Move on, and that's all you need to do. So they're padding it for time because the actual mystery usually ends up being the box is empty. We talk about it all the time. The box is empty. I believe Hal will be dead at the end. I believe he will be very dead at the end, but it's just the manner of his death. He'll probably go out pretty heroic. Who knows? It'll be to protect the manhunters who were persecuted and can be an immigration allegory. Who knows?
It's gonna be fucking Jake Skywalker from Last Jedi. Like that's what this is. They're showing you a beaten down, washed up, broken Hal Jordan who's like not the same guy. Like all that stuff. He's lost his way. He doesn't care about this or that anymore, whatever. Right. And then in some act of heroism, it's not going to be force projecting himself to confront his nephew, blah, 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 but something he does at the very end because Jon Stewart awakened in him what he was supposed to be doing the whole time. He'll be inspired by Rey. He'll be inspired by Jon Stewart, right?
Yep.
To actually fucking dig deep down and remember who he is before he sacrifices himself.
I fucking hate
just
this so
like
much.
that movie, that didn't make us forget what you showed Luke Skywalker as. That doesn't make us forget the fact that you showed this dude who shouldn't have been portrayed that way. And I think that's
they've also
probably what we're
admitted
going to
all
see
they
at the end of
have.
this with Hal.
They've admitted all they have is mystery. As Chris Mundy, one of the Hollywood Reporter, and we were talking about, we don't have a primary antagonist. There's no big bad. So it's really just the mysteries that will keep. So it's basically saying it's a mystery box.
On top of the mysteries,
Very comic book of them to not have a bad guy in it.
I think they pick the worst versions of the. That's their dirty little trick. They go, it's
very
comic
good-
accurate.
What
but they
great
pick the worst
writers
ones.
to not have a fucking antagonist in their story. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's why it's
Well, the
lanterns and
antagonist
not
is
Green
usually the
Lanterns.
system.
Yeah.
The antagonist is now the system or circumstances
Or society.
So far, it seems to be
injustice
the white
and-
man.
Oh,
So far,
yeah,
it seems to be
well,
the
that's-
only one they keep talking about.
yes,
Well, also, like the antagonist is almost like hell. So I think it won't just be him doing something heroic. I think it will be him coming to terms with the fact that John should replace him. That all
that's
of this
his
is for you
heroism.
to get out
Yes.
of the way.
That's his heroism in their eyes, Disparu. I mean, it won't be in ours, but
Yeah,
It's-
but rather than like a heroic
Stepping
sacrifice to
aside.
protect something, it will be this is like all part of life. John's been telling me the entire series he should replace me. I don't want to go, but now it's my time, and then he just sacrificed himself that way.
This
So
thing
it won't
is
be the
written-
heroic to protect other people. It will be just to step aside.
Yep. And like, I would be shocked if that doesn't happen in a Damon Lindelof, Tom King joint. Like that would just shock because that's pretty much what they write all the fucking time.
Yeah.
So
Well, it's clearly a template. Like it is a template. I am absolutely sure. Anytime Damon Lindelof sits down to write any TV show, he has a template that he has written down. Says introduce 5, X number of mysteries in the first episode. Drop in a racial comment from some character. It could be ambiguous, but it's enough to get people mad. So they'll talk about the fucking show. And then in the second episode, answer none of the questions. Introduce more questions. And then 5 episodes down the line, maybe answer one question, drop half the other questions that were brought up. And then then the ends is
I don't think he's gone so far. Like, why not feel that way, Garrett? Because it worked for him with Lost for years, man. That thing, a lot of people watched Lost, and hey, the smoke man, what was the smoke monster again?
Smoke monster.
It was a
Thing.
man in black who fucking fell in, was thrown into
I
the.
don't think that was ever
What about
explained.
the polar bear? What is
No,
the polar
it
bear
wasn't
thing?
explained.
Oh,
and
no,
neither was
no,
the
they,
polar
admit,
bear.
they admitted that the
Guardian?
polar bear was, they had to drag out the episodes, and so they got into a point where they just like throw anything on the screen that's weird, and the polar bear was the strangest thing they could think to be on a tropic island, and it was never part of the story ever again.
Yes. So this is this guy's MO.
wild.
He has a little handbook and he goes, this is how I'm going to fit whatever genre I'm hired on to do into this. And it's enough to get enough people going, ooh, it's a mystery. We're going to find out by the end of that
But-
show. Like,
Yeah.
and it never happened.
There are two things that this show is failing at dramatically on that front, because to get a good mystery, right, you need 2 things. One, you need the mystery to make sense. It needs to be satisfying when the explanation comes, not forced, not something stupid that anyone could have figured out. And a lot of this stuff is like really incredibly basic, bare bones, because they actually answered one of the mysteries in this last episode as to who murdered, why were those aliens there? That's answered. Wasn't that deep?
And it was a
But the
passing
next-
line of
It was a
dialogue too,
passing
yeah,
Shad.
yeah, And I was they just decided to give it. Like the characters didn't do anything to earn it. Like Jon Stewart just got kidnapped, and they told him no actual effort on the primary characters to figure that out. And the next most important thing you need for a mystery is characters to care about. Otherwise, you don't give a crap about what the answer is.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the characters suck in this. They make Jon Stewart just an asshole. And Hal Jordan, they're constantly like dumping on him. Every other character knows more than him, it seems like, and he's constantly made out to be an idiot. And especially like when he's trying to get John to learn how to fly on a depleted ring, that when he flies, it runs out and he almost kills. So was he trying to kill Jon Stewart in that scene? Like it's just there's
that moment
layers of stupid.
Well, first of all, you have to also not be mentally retarded, and David Lindelof definitely has brain damage. But like that moment is one of the few little things where you go, that could have been an entertaining moment between the two of them. Like he's like, I'm a pilot. This comes natural to me, and you go, oh, he has strengths that John won't have. That's cool. And their answer to that was a fucking bird. That they're gonna do an
Well, you're gonna.
episode
Well, there's a reason
explaining.
for that.
There's a reason.
Yeah, but they're gonna explain the entire fucking bird reason to everyone in the next fucking episode, which they could have left. They could have been like,
Mike, sorry to interrupt. That clip, just the exposition in that clip, just the one they showed.
I almost
was
punched my
laughing
monitor,
so
dude. I
hard.
couldn't fucking believe
It's
it.
crazy. It's like, hey, you want to know why we treat you differently, son? You want to know why I shoot apples off your head, son? It's because when you was a baby, son, the Guardians came down here and they told us, you gonna be a Green Lantern. We have to prepare you. The birds are gonna watch over you and
Well,
report back to them. That's why you
that's a
like
big
birds
problem.
so much.
That's
son.
why you like birds, son. I
Bird.
legitimately had to check multiple times that was actually James Gunn. I thought it was a parody. I was like, this has got to be AI. There's no fucking
You're
way.
gonna say something, Badger?
Yeah, this is the worst property to pick and do grounded, gritty, and realistic, at least as they're doing it. Like, take the source material serious, sure, but you got to show the powers. You got to show how cosmic. They should be in their costumes. It should be Sinestro and Hal. It should be all these different things, and they just seem embarrassed. Now, I know the real reason is, as I understand it, it was always going to be a Lantern show. That before even Gunn took over, this was supposed to be Mark Guggenheim and Greg Berlanti. Yeah. And they told them, no, go low on your budget. Grounded, gritty, true detective. But this just doesn't every single time they could have shown us something, like shown Hal reveal himself to the world and stop the meteor, or in the second one, shown what John was being shown. They just tell us.
Do you
And
see
it
how
seems
it
the third one,
feels?
Same thing. Yeah,
you
Because
see
it
how
drags
it
out the
feels?
mystery, though.
you could have done
That's
a question show if you wanted a detective, grounded, gritty, not
Yeah.
cosmic space cops.
The telling and not showing allows them to drag the mystery box even longer, because
And save money.
now we get to we go week to week of wondering, well, what was in like the Mind Gun imprint that the not Atrocitus Timu Atrocitus was using on Jon Stewart, right? Because so now we get to talk like, what was it? And what's really funny there is you have, here's this group of aliens that all look human and they're hunting the Manhunter. The Manhunter committed a Holocaust. By the way, if you don't catch the Manhunter, we're gonna do a Holocaust.
Yeah.
What?
Makes
So
sense.
bad. We're gonna genocide Nebraska if you don't catch the Manhunter, Jon Stewart. How does this make sense?
It's written by such stupid
Shad
makes
brought up
us-
a good point about like the characters, and I think one of the reasons that Lost worked so well, yes, it did have like a mystery that was keeping everybody going season to season to season as it like slowly unfolded and got crazier and more insane and all that stuff. But the reason that people stayed invested in that is because of Jack and Kate and Sawyer and all these other different casts and crew of characters that people actually did care about and their interactions with each other and little betrayals here and there and stuff. And when you have 23, 24 episodes in a season, 45 minutes to delve into those things and do little mystery things here or there, like old style television like that, it could work. In this, when you have a main character in Kyle Chandler's Hal Jordan, who actually is the most charismatic of the entire cast. And it's not even close. Even though I hate
Not even
what they're
close.
doing with his character. Aaron Pierre, who I think is giving a fine performance on what he's being asked to do, but is kind of just a nothing burger of a character at this point. And then just a bunch of people that you really dislike. It's a lot different feeling than watching something like Lost.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
it-
if you're
it
trying
feels
to make it
empty.
like True Detective, Matthew McConaughey was a troubled character, but you instantly liked him. Like there's
Yeah.
something that was endearing about him.
Well, and you
Right.
also really quickly in that show establish who these two characters are as people. And a lot of writers now think character work is you don't tell anybody about who the character is and reveal it over time. That's not how character work is. You need to establish something about this person that you can attach to, and then you watch them grow as a character down the line. But yeah, Jon
Or you
Stewart
need
has
to
like
be
no
really
personality.
effing good at
That's
it.
the thing that really sucks because
They're
Kyle
not.
Chandler could be such a great Hal Jordan.
Yeah, I love the
like
Kyle
he
Chandler.
would,
Yeah.
the act. It's like we have good actors just saying dumb shit. Like the script is so
The
stupid.
dialogue is ass.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah, it's awful.
One specific scene, I know it's been talked about, but not here. So is when Hal Jordan sends off Jon Stewart, apparently the entire town, which I mean is it's this is why they're aliens, because they were all in the town meeting, even all the cops in the police station.
And the hospital's empty.
Oh,
and-
the hospital.
yeah.
They couldn't make it more obvious. At
So,
this
so
point.
yeah,
It's
so
just-
Hal Jordan's able to go and steal 4 dead bodies to go in the middle of the day to the football field to the metal detectors, which were apparently just left on. And there's they show a little keypad, which is how you turn them on and off. And he brings in, he's got 4 dead bodies. We saw some schlongs, you know.
Gotta put the dicks in there.
Mhm.
Yep, we got the dicks out. And he wanted to figure out, first to make sure if the metal detector was on. So he pulls out his car jack, which was enough. That was absolutely enough. Then he takes off his fucking front grill of his Toyota. And I'm like, why? What are you doing? You already have a piece of metal and you're taking off a piece of plastic. That will probably not
people are defending
set
it.
up.
Is that they're
How?
basically saying that he was testing like different materials. It's like, that's bullshit. It's a fucking metal
That's
detector.
in your head that you're
It was a
making up
plastic
for the show.
detector?
Why would you need to detect plastic? And I know
Yeah,
because I
I know,
sold
that-
these things for years.
Exactly. It's
Okay?
stupid.
Yeah, and also
Modern bumpers.
you
are
know,
not
there's like a lot of other plastics that you
metal.
can use besides a fucking grill on a car.
And
like-
metal detectors aren't going to pick up on every bit of metal. Like they miss a bunch of
No.
shit. Trust me.
Yeah.
So then he brings the bodies through, and he brings all 4 through, and it sets off the detector. And then he drives around with the 4 bodies in the car. This is the only time I laughed in the series was when he got pulled over and he's got 4 dead bodies in the car.
yeah.
It becomes really clear that Sheriff Girlboss, who her last name is Kane Badger, so
Kane.
she might be
spelled differently,
a
though.
relation of Batwoman, and
you
she
say
came
it's
from
spelled different.
She's
Gotham.
from
Yeah.
Gotham.
Yeah, it's
What
spelled
my-
differently though.
to add to that scene was really funny because the whole entire scene, the whole reason he was bringing these bodies here is to find the alien detector. So there's a little alien detector device, and it goes beep 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 beep. There's an alien, basically. And he takes it. He gets pulled over by the cop, and she pulls him over, and she basically then just says what it is. Like goes, "You just found an alien detector." You know,
Yep.
like
And I know what's going on. He's
The
like, you've been
confidence
holding
in the
out on me.
audience.
Like, no shit.
the confidence in the audience is at an all-time low because like
No,
they're
and
just
this
like,
is from
you didn't pay
HBO,
pay
Garrett.
attention at
Like
all.
that HBO usually doesn't do secondary viewing. Like HBO is actually above this. Except
She
when they
also dropped-
hired David Lindelof.
She dropped more in that scene as well, though, because she said that's why I wasn't after the other guy, because he didn't set off the alien detector. So whether it's for different species or anything else, but that's again another drop line, which is just a mystery.
The whole
It's like,
town
oh,
may
well,
not
we
be
told-
aliens, but they're
So-
clearly in on the like
or
cover and
or they
protection.
only scan for certain types
Manhunters,
of aliens.
Yeah.
robots.
Yeah, they're fucking one crossover, and this is the problem when they say it's comic accurate. They never choose like when we say comic accurate, like comic accurate. Batman doesn't kill, but there's early comics where he kills and has a gun. But we
Yes.
all know that we mean the most commonly established lore over the longest period. So there's like 20 years of Lanterns lore from Jeff Johns and like everything post Final Crisis that they're taking a lot of. But then when they get to the Manhunters, which should just be a robot race that were working for the Guardians before they went insane, killed everyone in a certain sector. Now they just take one little crossover from 1987 where they made human versions to infiltrate, and they call them shapeshift. But that's also not shapeshifting. That's just fucking having robot bodies that look human.
Because
Yeah,
I think what
and
they do is
okay,
they write whatever the fuck they want to write.
No,
Then
Yes.
they go find reasons to try and
you can't-
justify it. So when they get asked, they can
a
say,
lot
well,
of
it's comic
changes,
accurate.
Not the John Stewart thing happened in, I think I was in prison, so 93, about being the chosen one. But a lot of other stuff is like post 2018, which is just the worst era of comics. And they especially DC, they retroactively change shit all the fucking time, like all the time. So it's
some rebirth shit.
Yeah. And
I
Lanterns
did too.
didn't reboot. That kept going through the whole new, because it was good. So they didn't change it. And a lot of like, I'm fairly sure they're going to do also what that did, and that John just won't even need a ring. Would it shock you to think that the battery was in him the whole time?
He's going to
And
be
it just
fucking
manifested?
Yeah.
Because he's done it, but there's been reasons for it, right? Like he absorbed a cosmic force or some shit. There was a reason why he was able to do that. They're just going to say it was there the whole time.
I'm ready for Simon Baz Green Lantern, Gary.
Yes.
Let's go.
Fucking yikes, dude.
Okay, so after dead bodies get found, and it's pretty clear that everybody knows what's going on except for Hal. And then John Stewart gets taken, and then the exposition gun is put in his head, and we don't get to see anything. So there is a manhunter basically in Rushville, Nebraska, and they have 48 hours to find it before this mysterious organization that a lot of people think is Red Lanterns it will blow up Nebraska. I mean, there's like, it depends on where you blow up Nebraska. You might not do any damage to any, like you might not hurt anybody. There's a lot of open space out there.
Yeah.
But the thing is, now everybody thinks the manhunter is grandma. Is the grandma?
I mean, it would make
Zoe,
sense. She
yeah.
was literally
Lizard.
hunting a
Green
man
all
in the bar
nasty.
when we first met her. So
Yeah.
Yep.
but I think there's a chance there's a fuck ton of manhunters.
Yeah, I think
Like
the whole
that's
town
kind of
is.
what I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Red
But if it
Lanterns
does turn
would
out to
suit
be
it.
like just one, and it is grandma, what are the fucking coincidence of him walking in and then fucking the one manhunter there? That's
But it makes sense where they said there's no main villain, because this is going to be another like, well, the manhunters aren't all bad, and the Atrocitus, the Red Lanterns, like, okay, they did wipe out all of Sector 666 and kill all of Atrocitus' family and all the things. So like, there will be no main battle. It'll be a certain point of view.
Well, the Guardians, who
It was a very calm Atrocitus. If that guy was Atrocitus in
That's
disguise,
terrible.
pretty calm
Horrible.
Atrocitus.
Yeah.
he's started meditating and went to therapy. Okay, he's done a lot of work, Ryan. Jeez, So-
I haven't yet.
don't bother. don't bother.
never changed.
Do the workshop.
Yeah,
We're also going to
So-
talk about that dialogue between Grandma and John.
That's what we're getting. So
Oh, yeah.
real quick though, I think the whole town is manhunters. That's what I think.
I
And I
almost
think
of
she
them, I
might
think.
be the matriarch of the manhunters, knowing Damon Lindelof, her being the boss of the manhunters. Now, I still think there might be another organization hiding them, and maybe the fucking NDAs. And I guess there's NDAs in space. So, and who knows if that's the Guardians or something else? Don't
Do you
know.
think like maybe he's
Well-
working for Lex, and Lex is the one that's giving him all this money?
Somebody mentioned it could be Lex.
I think
Yeah.
there'll be no connection whatsoever. And if you never watch Lanterns, it won't matter, except for the fact that Man of Tomorrow, John Stewart, will probably show up with his
Keep
own
in-
power. Unless
keep
we're
in
Jack
mind-
Gardner's going to die.
Well, keep in
Didn't
mind,
Ja-
if you don't
didn't James-
watch Peacemaker, you will miss that Lex got out of prison
Salvation
in
and
Peacemaker.
did cocaine with Sidney Happerson, and yeah, you're
Well, no, but
really
didn't
gonna
James
miss it.
Gunn say that this ties in strongly to Peacemaker at the end of
He said that
Peacemaker?
everything is connected.
He also-
according
He also
to
said
him,
The
but
Flash is one of the best movies ever made. So
He also
I
knows like
genuinely
18
think he
projects
believes
that
that. I
aren't
think that was
ever going to happen. But
Well,
like,
he-
if you don't watch Peacemaker, you won't know that Lex got out of jail. You'll just be like, oh, he's here. Okay.
Well, most people will probably forget, to be honest
Yeah.
with you.
But-
They'll just
Well,
go,
he's probably
whatever.
banking on that. Yeah.
But I mean, this is where John Stewart's getting introduced, and he is in Man of Tomorrow.
Yes.
So like, regardless of how much the rest of the show you need, your introduction to this character is going to be in this show. Which, considering Superman and how I feel like they definitely tried to gear it towards maybe a slightly younger audience in a lot of ways. Man, all these fucking tie-ins, kids cannot watch them. Kids cannot watch Peacemaker.
How many
Kids
F words
cannot
were in
watch
episode
Lanterns.
1, Garrett?
There
opened
were
with one.
33.
33.
Which I don't care
33.
about. I mean,
I know.
And there's
but
dongs in this one, and
It's
there's
mainly the
there's
wieners,
6 F words
the
right in the
floppy
beginning.
wieners everywhere in every fucking show that has James Gunn's hands on it. He's like, hey,
yeah.
we
Mike's like, if you're gonna put dicks in there, at least make them hard.
Make them hard, yeah. What are we doing?
I'm
Or
sick of these
show 'em
floppy
doing
dicks.
something.
A little bit of
It's
balance.
just like I just don't. It's just like
Why we got
sitting around
floppy
like,
dicks during an orgy?
Yeah, I didn't notice that. I don't. Even
You didn't
wanna
notice
talk
the
about that.
giant wieners they kept putting in the camera?
It was
in the
They're, like,
orgy.
zooming in on
I
them.
didn't like look too deeply into whether they were hard or not. So
You just don't need any
How
of this
deeply
for
do
a
you
I mean,
need
language
to
they,
look
show.
they actually can't do that, or else it's porn. That's why they're not. You know, but whatever.
rigor mortis.
that's ridiculous, by the way. So yeah, then there's the conversation with Jon Stewart and Grandma, and
These two are cooking.
at this
man.
point, I'm doing my watch party. I'm like, it's just kind of boring. And then half the chat had seen it before I did, so they're like, just wait, just here it comes.
I'm pretty sure that with
It's
this scene,
planted.
it means that the show fails the race Bechdel test of two diversity talking to each other, not about a white man. I think every single time it's happened in the show, it's been about a white guy.
Oh, the Bechdel test. So yeah, she asked basically he asked why, hey, I wouldn't have screwed you if I knew you were married, but why are you with them? And she says, well, white men can afford to be eccentric.
Yeah.
They have the privilege of being eccentric because we don't have something like Michael Jackson. We didn't have something like Michael Jackson, R.I.P. and
Or
Prince, or anybody else. And then she asks him, like, who's your white man? Now we can't show the clip because we'll get hit. I'd rather keep our chat up, to be honest with you.
She doubles down on the white thing because then she goes, and rich white men can basically do whatever they want. All this privilege plus, and so they're doubling down on the whole.
Well, also,
you can imagine the rich white man, Damon Lindelof, going, oh man, this was just, I'm so
the
good.
other
I'm
part
such a
of
good
this,
writer."
because this is where the writers' heads are at, because this is what they're obsessed with. John goes like, I'm sorry about sleeping with you. I didn't know you're married. Like, y'all like got an arrangement or something? She's like, yeah, it's cool. We can just do whatever I want. I'm like, why did you have to explain that? Who gives a fuck? But they're like, and then it leads into, well, my husband can just fuck whoever he wants because he's a white man. And you're like, I don't think that's not how that works. He's like, and then because he's a rich white man, he can definitely do whatever he wants. I'm like, also,
Which is
not really how that works, but okay. And then goes, I'm only with him because it gives me access. So I just go around and like fuck whoever I want and keep the access that I get for my husband being rich. Somebody sat down in a writer's room with multiple people and wrote this shit out, and they went, that's good. You should put that in this television show. And then James motherfucking Gunn sat down and they pitched this shit to him, and he went, yeah, I love it when people rail my wife. Put it in the show.
Representation.
What the fuck are we doing? And you got people trying to defend this fucking show.
Well, and there are people that like, well, that's a girl boss. They're like, you go, girl. You're so empowered and everything like that. Which is a cheating, manipulative, opportunistic hag that is just an awful person. But they're writing these characters. They like these type of people, and everyone else.
That's what they understand.
Exactly. I was looking at them and like, these are terrible, awful people that are loathsome and spiteful, and you just hate them. But the disconnect in reality is astounding to me.
Well, I think
Mike, you respond to somebody on Twitter basically glazing Watchmen, basically calling people low IQ. It's like, come on, dude.
Oh, you mean the guy that works for
hang on a
DC
second. Ryan, you were going to say
Studios?
something?
I was just going to say,
We'll bring that
to
back
be
up.
fair, I think one of the most, like, the thing I've heard said about that character the most is that people think she's a manhunter. Do you know what I mean? So I actually think most people are not looking at that as, wow, slay queen. I think most people are looking at this character as, yeah, she's probably the villain.
Well, and what she was when you get rid of all that dumb shit they said, the actual context of the conversation is, what's up with your fucking husband and all the militia members and his focus on aliens? And her saying, well, you could be eccentric and play cowboys, and she just dismisses it as him being eccentric, which is kind of covering for their actual existence.
Okay, so go ahead.
Going to be a JD Vance, Usha Vance allegory.
Oh yeah, I mean it's pretty
that's
obvious.
where my money is. He's going to be a JD Vance.
What does that mean though? What is it going to be when he's JD Vance? Like,
okay, so JD Vance has a benefactor with Peter Thiel in his background. So that's the setup with this guy. And then the fact that it's an ICE allegory, it's the immigration allegory that's clearly associated with this character. They're framing him to be a bad guy, white guy's evil, and he's married to an Indian woman who doesn't respect him.
Let's
And that's
protect
what they're
Earth from
thinking.
anybody that's not born here. You know that.
Exactly.
The issue with that, though, is that everything we've seen of the aliens prove that they are evil and just willing to blow up entire towns. So he is entirely justified to try and protect Earth from them.
Yeah, yeah.
This
Why?
is the whole,
But
like,
That's the problem with Hollywood
That's-
now is they write shit where you're like, I agree
That's
with the
some of
villain.
issue we had with House of the Dragon is like there's one thing being presented on screen, and then we know what the writers think, and especially when they tell us, particularly with season 1, that's almost contradictory to what you see on screen sometimes, and you're like, you really think that? And they do.
Yeah.
So
I was just going to say this exposes their ideology so much when the writers are ideologues like this, whereas like you have to sympathize with the criminal, right? And because of that, that's their view. They translate it into the story and they make the criminals do legitimately evil things. But from their mind, you have to empathize and sympathize with them. When anyone with a rational brain is like, no, they're criminals. And these ones genocidal, murdering psychopaths potentially, and we're like, no. You should be concerned about these aliens coming in, but they don't see it that way because they don't see it about that way in the real world, and that's fully brain rotted into the story, 100% from the real world. And
You saw it. You saw it with John when he was kidnapped. They said there's no reason to blow up Nebraska. Not we don't want to. They were more than willing to, and John trusts them more than he does Hal. Because even like, are you sure you can trust him? More than I can trust you that kidnapped me, hit me with a car, and then started essentially torturing me with some kind of mind prison.
and we saw what the Manhunters did, but we have no idea what they did.
Yeah.
We just heard about it.
If you're going to do that,
saw
don't
how
repeat.
it feels.
Can you see it
That's what's
about
important.
20 times
I know.
in 3 minutes?
I know. So towards the end, Jon Stewart comes back and tells Hal everything and asks him about Manhunters. And he's all, that's above your pay grade, Junior. But he also brings back his costume. So he brings back the lantern.
I
and
really
brings
wish
back
he
his
called him
costume.
boy the entire time.
Yeah.
Like, that
Well,
would
that's
make
the
the
thing.
show
That's
so
what he
much more
means.
Hey,
enjoyable.
grade,
That's what he
boy.
means.
Uh,
And then at the end, Hal puts on his costume, and like it doesn't look good. The costume doesn't look good, and the DCU costumes like look terrible. They're
Yeah, they
all
look like-
designed terribly.
yeah.
Signed at the last minute, literally.
Yeah. So he flies off to Oa, and we get to see Sinestro, who's the bad guy from
Banshee.
Banshee, which is great. Great.
Looked
fucking
pretty
show.
empty there.
Awesome show.
Yeah, it looked.
Yeah. It looked like a convention center in like St. Louis or something. Like they did
When nobody was
not
working.
do a whole lot.
But yeah, like, and maybe that's.
I was expecting like a janitor in the back.
And I don't know whether to take that as where is everyone else, or to take that as he's specifically going here when no one's going to be there, like to get this one-on-one time, or if it was just budget constraints. Who knows? But something I thought about while I was watching that seems
Well,
rather
also,
empty here.
We get the oath or this one, and Hal like could not be fucking bothered, which is the writers could not be fucking bothered. So he gets his lantern, he's just like bright as day, black as night.
Gotta
He just,
say
like
the
rushes through it,
words.
and fucking mumbles the shit, and like, and if that lantern had a personality, it'd be like, get the fuck out of here, bro! Like, I'm not charging this shit for you.
It would be
But
great
yeah,
in
like-
that scene.
Bryce
in that
saying
scene,
Black
right?
Knight,
So,
so skip aside, but yeah, like he just went as fast as he could through it just to charge his shit.
to show that Hal Jordan is not a piece of shit. The whole first episode, we see that he's kind of like run down. He's old. And he's kind of giving up on all that stuff or whatever. But in this moment, he does care. He does have the oath in his heart, and he says it like with fucking meaning. That would be awesome.
I
but no, they
explained
kind of
this-
just like,
I-
yeah.
I had mentioned this yesterday. Like, we kind of saw a moment like that in Night of the Seven Kingdoms, where Baratheon is like, he's like a party boy and everything like that.
Yeah.
When it comes time to get to work and he knights that dude, they treat that like a serious fucking moment, dude. And it's awesome. And I was like, this dude's a fucking knight. Like, this is what they do, and so you have a moment there to like give Hal his flowers and go like, he still believes in this shit. He's just jaded about everything and he's tired. And you even have a chance to like remind John, like, fuck, this is Hal Jordan. No, none of that. He doesn't even, he can't even be fucking bothered with
No,
it.
he's a washed up loser.
But But it means nothing, though. We're already seeing from episode 1 to 2 the mystery boxing of Green Lantern things. It means nothing. In episode 1, it's established he doesn't have his lantern. He doesn't have the power battery, and it's set up as if it's going to be an important thing. Well, why doesn't he? Why isn't he backing up to 10 years back up his consciousness? And why are these things happening? Well, in episode 2, it turns out he's deliberately not carrying the power battery for a plot device reason so that we could send John to go get it in episode 2. It means absolutely nothing to the plot.
On top of that, it's
Like,
it's
to the story.
retarded. He still relies on the ring and uses the ring, and so he would be taking that battery with him wherever he goes, so he can charge it. The fact that he left it behind is such a stupid thing for the character world that is not justified. But you're right, Wizard. The only reason they did it is because they needed a plot point, and that's such low tier, retarded writing that should not be forgiven. Like, it's inexcusable how amateur and bullcrap that is. Right?
Well, if you're not fucking retarded, which these writers are, as we've established many times before, instead of writing about like whether or not this lady can get railed by other people and her husband's okay with it, you put a section in there where he goes, "Yeah, I don't bring the lantern because I usually know how much juice this thing has. I don't need to worry about it, and I used it all up stopping a bomb from killing everyone." You could have just said, "Hey, this guy knows his shit, and he doesn't bring it. He didn't want to be bothered, but he kind of knows how much. This is a veteran at work doing his thing." And he got put in a bad spot, and he goes, "I need the lantern now, and I normally don't need it."
Let's keep in mind, while he didn't have his ring, he got shot, and he seems fine. He seems fine now.
Well, they explain that, remember? They go clean through. I'm like, that's not how bullet wounds work. It going clean through that's not how that works. It just means it's not going to get infected. Maybe. But they're like, no, he's fine. Don't stop fucking worrying about it, dude. Like,
you would be able to lift your arm. The bruising and damage just from
he straight up does what The Rock does in like the Fast and Furious franchise. He just goes like, "Daddy's got to go to work," and just takes the shit off. Like what?
So
That's exactly.
So there's a quick conversation at not even a conversation, a couple of questions with Sinestro that we'll find out next week, and the most information we got was from a clip that's coming up that's going to point out that Jon Stewart was chosen by the Guardians, and he is there to replace Jon Stewart or Hal Jordan. And the mystery is why. What do we have here, Garrett?
Just a shill, an absolute confirmed shill. He works for DC.
He works for
He's a
DC,
host on one of their shows.
Yep.
He thinks it's so good, guys.
Watchmen levels of greatness.
It's so good.
Well,
we
can agree it's a lot like Watchmen. I agree with them there.
Lube Man cameo. Like, you know what? I'd have more respect for him if Lube Man showed up in this show. Like, at least, you're kind of keeping it consistent. But yeah, dude, Watchmen levels of greatness, bro.
Well, this is also the same guy that spoke about the monosyllabic. The monosyllabic. Whatever.
Isn't this supposed to be? Hold on. Isn't this supposed to be your fucking thing? Your mastery of the English language?
Your syllable.
You talk shit about me because you have extra U's in your fucking words.
Yeah, this is the retard who was glazing Watchmen, basically calling everyone retards who didn't like it, saying they didn't get it and they're low IQ. Fuck this guy. He's a retard.
He's paid. Literally.
He's paid.
By
he's
HBO.
paid. He's an idiot. He's a cuck. Like,
He was very upset Supergirl failed too.
Oh no!
I bet he
How
was.
awful.
Whose fault was that?
And this is one of those YouTube, the YouTube creators that like got in. They were shilling hard. They were spinning. They were busting their ass being a fan for 5 years, and then DC came down and bestowed them with a paycheck officially. And gave him a show. So
yeah, he shits on fans.
I trust
like
your
a lot.
opinion.
He shits on fans a lot.
Start polishing those Emmys.
Monosyllabic.
Yeah.
It's just depressing. This is yet another beloved property that the lore and the characters shine on their own. And much like Halo on Paramount that we all collectively blocked out, there's a bunch of people that don't know anything about it except they've heard Halo, and then they watch it and they go, "Oh, this is what you guys were all." Like, no, this is not lanterns. And yet again, we've reset the cultural clock on if I'm ever going to get an accurate adaptation of these probably never.
Probably not.
Yeah. Probably never.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and also that same fucking guy was like going out about fans going, what did he say? I have the tweet. He goes, I've never met a single person whose opinion I respected who didn't appreciate the Watchmen show.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Nobody liked that fucking show. Like, what? So you
show
so
was
basically,
ass.
so basically, you only talk to Damon Lindelof, who's like constantly
critics
jerking
did.
himself off and pretending he liked his own show. Like, dude.
Yeah, all he's doing there is admitting it's basically political. He liked the show because of the politics in it. All the critics liked it because of the politics. So if you don't like the show, it means you've essentially saying you're not part of the tribe. You're not being one of them, and so why would he respect your opinion?
Watchmen, which is a terrible show.
Yes.
Utterly terrible show. Received a total of 26 Primetime Emmy nominations and won 11.
What?
Yes.
Holy
And it was all because it was released right around that Summer of Love,
Yeah.
right around that time. And it was completely political. And Damon Lindelof knows this. This is why he leaned into it. This white man, I could extrapolate on that for Rumble, but we won't. This white man went out and opportunized the fucking situation and fluffed it up a little bit in the show, knowing that he would win a bunch of awards and get a bunch of accolades. He put the Tulsa Massacre in there, and then again, it was complete fiction what he put in, particularly because they were all mind controlled, which I would say takes away from the Tulsa Massacre. But he was so proud of himself for introducing so many people to the Tulsa Massacre. Yeah, he was just like, "Oh, I'm just."
And
No.
race
Every time, I don't know how he writes because he's got one hand patting himself on the back the whole time.
Yeah.
There was an
Other one doing
article
something
that,
else.
he was talking about one is Damon Lindelof. So whether he was just saying it to grift or he really does, I think he really does have white guilt. But he was saying he was driving down Hollywood Boulevard and he was looking at all the billboards, and all the billboards were only white people. And so that led, and then cut to him writing Watchmen, and cut to him now, John, who's already a beloved character, but will now literally be made the fucking chosen one, chosen as a baby. So it's on purpose. Complete
There's
subversion.
There's lots of interviews from Damon Lindelof, and that loads of them start like, "Well, as one white man talking to another white man, I understand the importance of Watchmen." But he also talks about how Ta-Nehisi Coates' book, "The Case for Reparations," was his red pill awakening moment, and that was when it sort of basically changed his entire worldview. This is just a guy that got one shot by a book and lost his mind.
Ta-Nehisi Coates,
indoctrinated
the guy that
Superman coming out
was going to be writing Superman.
Yeah. Well, and on top of that, the only shame or guilt that these people in the left feel is basically like white guilt, being who they were born, and it's pretty fucked up.
Yeah.
They
Well,
loathe
also keep in mind they live in like, massive like wealth and opulence and go to these parties. Literally one of these fucking parties, and they have like more money and like more cash, like the prizes and these fucking swag bags and shit that anybody would ever have. They don't donate that shit to the poor. They keep all that shit. and
Damon
they sell it-
Lindelof's net worth is $35 million.
$35 million. Imagine you're driving down the road with $35 million. You go, I hate that these billboards are all white people. You go home and write a fucking show and get a contract for it. Yeah. Look what I did for all these black folk. I feel so good about myself. Yeah. Go fuck
Look at all the
yourself.
good I
Such
do.
cases.
Look
Yeah.
at all
Such
the good I
cases.
do.
Mm-hmm. These are
Yeah,
the same
so
fucking
don't burn my
people.
house down.
Yeah.
I'm on your
Yeah.
side.
Hold on.
I'm on
Yeah,
your
they
side.
can't.
Go to the
They
other
live in
poor's
gated
neighborhood.
communities, Gary.
Yes.
Nobody's getting in there. They
With
have
private
armed
security.
guards at the gate.
Exactly.
They will shoot those people if they try to get inside, and they'll be happy about it. They're like, "Thank you for protecting us." Like these people are fucking wild. These are the same people that sat in their houses in 2020 when everybody was locked in their home singing, "Imagine there's no heaven."
Oh God.
It's
And they were
easy.
hosting the
These-
governors and the
this is
mayors
the
of
same-
cities.
Take
They're
responsibility.
fucking praising
I take
Madonna for
responsibility.
taking milk baths. Like fucking Ellen DeGeneres goes, "I just swam 18 laps in my pool and played tennis twice, and I don't know what to fucking do with myself."
Yep.
These are those same fucking people trying to lecture people about I gotta help elevate people and elevate the minorities in the world. Get the
Let
fuck
them
out of
be
here.
I take responsibility.
White
I
savior
take
complex.
responsibility.
I take responsibility.
So
Yeah.
that's over. We got episode 3, and it's boring. It's mostly just boring.
Yeah.
It is one of the most boring shows. It is tough to get through.
It's boring on 2 times speed.
Boring and occasionally
I
insulting.
keep hoping. I keep hoping they'll just drop all the episodes at some point.
So-
just so I can get through them.
Yeah, even at 1.5 speed, it's.
I want
it's
to
crazy.
jump
It's
to
rough.
James Gunn real quick. Maybe I should try that. I'm watching it on like 1 speed, on regular speed.
No, you gotta up that.
So there's the Paramount Warner Brothers merger, and it's getting locked up by Rob Bonta. And are things on hold? Are things not on hold? We had Andy Muschietti come out and supposedly say that that his Batman movie is on hold. James Gunn comes out and says it's not on hold, and I think that's semantics. I think they're just we're still developing it. We just can't make it or sign anybody, but we're not officially putting it on hold. So we're still developing it. So he denies that. And James Gunn, famous truth teller, that's fine.
It's an extreme development.
But Paramount signed somebody recently that I think gives us a sign of, I don't think anything's getting fixed. I think James Gunn might actually be safe at this point.
Well, have you seen Schneider has come out now, rumor mill kind of thing? And look, I may not have believed it 3 days ago, but after Rafe Judkins, anything is possible. If you are willing to hire that guy, who his only claim to fame are he was in Survivor and made Wheel of Time, and you have just given him a first look deal.
Yeah, so the guy who was the showrunner of Wheel of Time, which was a money pit for Amazon Prime, and he was fired unceremoniously and praised that, hey, I want to make all your favorite characters gay, has just inked a big old deal.
And he was brought on by Jennifer Salke specifically because he said he would give a feminist version of Wheel of Time.
Yep.
So
These people fail upwards. It's unbelievable. What Rafe Judkins did to the Wheel of Time should never be forgotten. He raped that franchise, right? And intentionally injected all this progressive woke ideological bullcrap.
And talked about it freely,
yeah,
openly.
exactly.
And that's how he got the job.
Proud of it.
And Paramount hired him for a first look deal.
Yep.
Jesus.
And for people like sharing their annoyance with the changes and things, and some, went like there was only 1 or 2 really like mean stuff and even death threats, right? But for the most part, it was people voicing their annoyance with the changes of the Wheel of Time. His response was, they're easy to deal with. You just make their favorite characters gay. That's a quote from this guy on Twitter. I could bring it up, right? This is the guy who, out of spite for, actual fan annoyance for the changes he makes, decides we're going to make it worse and turn all your favorite characters gay just because it pisses you off. That's the amount of disdain and respect he has for these franchises. And this is the asshole that then just gets failed up because it's all a bubble. And the people that are running these studios, they love the activism, right? And they want to reward it.
Well, I respect that he at least admits that turning a character gay is like something that's lesser than, which means it pisses people off.
That's supposed to annoy people. Yeah. So I just signing him, and I don't know if it's first look. He might not produce anything. But the fact that they signed, I think this does not bode well for what the future of Paramount and what they're going to do with some of the properties they're going to control, which are going to be, the second most to Disney. And it might, when the merger goes through, IP wise, they might be equal to Disney as far as the IPs they own outright and the ones they control.
It also proves that all this stuff, all these worries that Hollywood has about David Ellison is going to come out with some right-wing Trump, supporting nonsense right from the start. If you are willing to employ Rafe, you're not even remotely are you going to start going that way.
You know what's one of the other problems that they're going to be facing is they've now committed to putting out an outlandish amount of content.
30 movies a year.
30 movies a year is a lot, period. Plus, you have all of the streaming content now that this company has to put out from both. I don't know what they're going to do with the streaming services, obviously.
But they're going to mix them, right? Paramount Plus and HBO Max.
If they're going to combine them, then what's the price point going to be? And is there going to be enough content coming out to justify people continuing to subscribe? All those questions that you have to ask, right? So it's not just that. It's also going to be the streaming shit. It's also going to be all the normal traditional television channels that they control, which are still airing shows. I know we don't talk about any of those shows almost ever, right? Like the normal shit that's coming out on broadcast television. But all of that still has to continue going. You're putting yourself in a situation where you need to put out so much content in order to keep these things churning and keep these wheels turning, and to satisfy, if you're going to try to satisfy these people in Hollywood who are worried about their jobs going away and all that stuff, you find yourself faced with, who can we get that it can at least run a show, even if it's kind of dog shit and has experience with this? Well, I guess this guy has experience. Let's hire him. Let's hire him. Let's hire him, which is also kind of how we got in the whole streaming nonsense in the first place.
Yeah.
30 sounds like a lot unless it's 15 from each studio, which they've said it is. And Warner Brothers already puts out like 12 to whatever, 14 a movie. Like, it feels possible. It's just you have to be real careful of what you. But the bigger thing is what
aren't going to be
who you're going to get.
Yeah, it looks
They're going to call it 2 studios for a while, but it's 1 studio.
It looks like that's what.
one.
Yeah, it looks like that's what Netflix is already doing. Apparently, they used to do like 50 movies a year, and then they realized, ooh, that's a little bit too much. So if they're trying to do the same volume of Netflix, but they're not the same size or success as Netflix, that could end up being a very, very bad decision.
And I don't know what their debt status is. Is it just being paid off by Daddy Ellison at this point? Because you're combining debt of these 2 companies, which is going to equal $30 billion, maybe more,
way more,
and then make all those movies, make all those TV shows, keep broadcast running, have CNN. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to be any different than what Ryan just said. We're going to be spamming shit out, and this is where we get idiots running Rings of Power or Wheel of Time.
Which is crazy. It's like, could we just, if we're going to spam shit out, let's try something different. Let's get take half of those projects and give it to a different type of
spam out a bunch of fucking reality TV. Like
again, right? It's like
something out.
So when we look at them and they're like, hey, you know what would really help DC and really any of these properties, right? What would really help is if you just take a little pause, right? Let's just take a little pause with this stuff, really do a hard type of reset or whatever. But I mean, you look at a company like Paramount that already was not profitable when Skydance bought Paramount, right? Already not a profitable company. Warner Brothers significantly in debt. They had David Zaslav did basically a magician's work to make it look like they had cut a bunch of costs, to make it look like they had made, $200 million in a quarter and finally weren't bleeding money, but still significant amount of debt despite the stuff that they've cut. When you now take on investment from all these different places, what you can't do, what you can't afford to do, literally in the short term, is to put a pause on these projects and not make them. You have to churn shit out to try to make this money back, to try to pay off all this fucking debt and the people that have made this investment in your company. Unfortunately, long term, that's probably going to end up doing you more harm than good, especially to a lot of these IPs that will be devalued over time. So it's it's not a situation that I think is very enviable for them, period. Because they don't have the luxury of letting something sit for 10 years that they just spent so much fucking money to acquire. They have to use those IPs that they've done, and they have to get it out quickly because they've got a lot of money they owe a lot of people.
And that's why Zaslav threw stupid money at Peter Jackson, saying, don't you want to come back in the fold? Let's adapt a couple of chapters from Fellowship of the Ring and make them movies.
Why we're getting Flintstones and Jetsons movies. We
Good
got
God.
it. We need to. I know. Ryan Gosling, Bam Bam was not on my bingo card.
God.
Is that
Dude,
real?
that is a movie. That is a movie for
it's real.
60-year-olds.
Oh my god.
You would think though, if they're such in this situation, they would go back to what they know is like works, and doing something like a subversive new take on whatever world or whatever property it is not like you can't bet on that. What you should bet on is, let's take a property like Batman and then just do exactly what the comic book that was successful did, because we know people like that specifically from this franchise. Let's just do that. Why are they not doing that? It just seems like they're still like, let's make it True
because
Detective.
they don't
let's do it.
like comic books, and
They
they
don't
don't
like-
like these characters, and they don't know what to do with them because they won't hire the people that know what to do with them, because they don't like those people either, because they don't like being told what they have to do.
And the corporate structure will not allow them to do it, right? So if you want to, because you're talking about Knightfall, we can talk about Knightfall real quick. If you just go out and make a Knightfall trilogy, which you could, and just adapt the comic as best as possible, you couldn't have a shared universe with that. right? And it's stupid. It's fucking stupid. But I'm telling you that this is how they think of it from their point of view. Then they hire a big name, and they want this big name to be what partially attracts people to this other big name. That big name comes in and goes, I want to do my own thing. You know, that's why Marvel got away from big names, because they wanted to control the directors, which there was something bad with that too. There has to be a balance. For one, there's just too much content out there and not enough talent. That's one of them. But this should be DC's answer. Like they should just do a Knightfall. You should just adapt. Especially DC's perfectly made for this. Yeah. Because of their continuity, they have graphic novel and short stories and you know, or runs like Batman. You can adapt till the end of time that are good. And they're all storyboarded. They're right there in the comic books.
They're written and storyboarded right there for you to do.
There's a bloody formula, you would think.
But Hollywood is stuck in an era of superheroes where they don't believe in heroism. And part of heroism is that you have to believe that no matter how dark things get, things can get better if good people do the right thing. But you had Nolan, who said, because of equality, we've got to apologize for greatness. Well, that's heroes immediately out. Lindelof said that we can't have an optimistic version of the future because the audience will reject it because they look around at their real world and everything's horrible. And they think that's why they don't do it, because they think the audience would reject this. They don't realize that it's just them, but they're in a world where everyone around them walks into California and goes, this is shit. It's like, yeah, you're in California. Of course it's awful. But they think that's the world.
But Badger, what you just said then, right there, that's important, what you just said. Like when people are losing hope, that's when you need these types of stories to help lift people up and give them something to aspire to and become better. Because the only way you make society better, you can't force other people. You need to make yourself better.
These people that's not what they want, though. They want to
They want to blame everyone else for their whatever circumstances that they don't like in their life. They don't want to take accountability and try and find what they can do to improve it. They want to blame everyone else and demand compensation, reparations, whatever it is, right? And to be the victim, but to do that means they have to remain a victim. They don't want
I mean, there was a point in time with entertainment where they went out and uplifted people. What they want to do now is basically demoralize and bring people down.
Well, in the 70s, it was a demoralizing time. And a guy named George Lucas wanted to give, kids a hero and made this thing called Star Wars. And then Superman came out just a year later. And then Indiana Jones came out in the early 80s, and that set
Star
the stage.
Trek before that, right? Like that's a unified future, very unified.
Diverse, and they can't even make Star Trek unified. No, God, no. Oh, God, no. No, because they don't believe it, because it's their worldview, but their worldview is so disconnected from everybody else. Just the elite urban worldview won't allow them to do it, but they should. Because Batman Knightfall Part 1 is one of my favorite things of the year. Like this,
it's really good,
dude. Fucking really good.
Anson Mount was a good Batman.
Yeah, Anson Mount was fantastic. Holy shit!
The animation's great. The cast is great. Michael Mando is awesome as Bane.
Yeah,
he's great in everything. Like I'm glad to see he's doing more projects. Like he's so good. Even Batman, the guy that what's his name?
Anson Mount.
Anson Mount.
Yeah.
He's really good as Batman too. Like the whole cast is good.
Tim Drake was great.
Fantastic. Tim was the standout in this.
They really showcased his like detective skills. And
we have so few, like in the DCAU, there's like a lot of great shit, I think, or has been over the past 20 years or whatever. But there's not a ton of Tim Drake stuff.
No,
Tim Drake is it's tough to say he's underrated, like because I think. Obviously, Dick Grayson is the best Robin, and Nightwing's fucking awesome, and all this shit. But Tim Drake is a great character.
He gets
overshadowed. He's my favorite Robin. He's my favorite Robin, and recently has just been shoved to the side.
Well, they actually made him fucking gay.
They made him
even
gay.
worse.
Yes, but
I'd rather be ignored than gay.
Iceman.
Like,
I
told Scott I'd rather be dead than gay.
If they give Tim Drake justice in this one, I was wanting to watch it already, but damn, I'm on board because I love Tim Drake.
He's definitely a standout.
He's legit great in this.
Yeah. Everybody was.
They
good.
had
They actually.
Obviously, they streamlined a bunch of stuff.
Yes, it was. They go fast,
but they really gave the origin of Bane its time.
Yeah, dude,
right?
That was such a cool.
The opening Azrael scene is fucking.
Yeah.
It's more violent than the comic. Was
the way
that?
he's moving is how I want my Batman moving, or like my Batman adjacent character
The
with all the
first
acrobatics.
shot of Batman looking down at Azrael, like with the freaking his huge ass horns in the freaking side. Yeah, Batman looked great.
So
I want that in the movie. Give me that in the movie.
It's more violent than the comic. I mean, there's people getting chopped up in this, so it is not for kids. It is a streamlined version of Knightfall, the beginning of Knightfall. There is a brilliant scene of Batman just taking out because something happens, and Batman has to take out a series of his rogues gallery of
you don't want to
villains.
you don't want to spoil the fucking 30-year-old comic book, Gary.
Most people haven't read it, Ryan.
I like the change.
That's a
they did.
fact.
I think having him do it in one night is a lot more believable. Just how rundown he was, as opposed to the comics, where it's like like a week or whatever.
But he takes
3
that,
months or something of shit for Batman. Yeah.
Yeah. So he takes out his rogues gallery of villain, a part of it. Joker's not in it. Riddler's in it. Mad Hatter's in it. Firefly's in it.
Yep.
Bane's in it, obviously.
Mr. Freeze.
Mr. Freeze,
Freeze,
just a
who
quick
was
Mr. Freeze that looks like Kelly Jones. Mr.
Yeah,
Freeze, by
that
the way,
was
Hail
cool.
Kelly Jones, who was a consultant on this, by the way. And the art is great. Like Batman looks
Oh,
like
it's great.
fucking Batman. It's like the costumes look great. Everything
Fight
about
scenes look great. Yeah.
who is Gordon? It is Bruce Boxleitner, right?
Yeah.
Tron.
Which
Yeah.
is a fantastic pick.
Oh
like,
wow, I didn't know that.
such a good pick.
Sheridan,
It's a great pick.
Tron too, but Sheridan from Babylon 5. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
So-
highly recommended. It was really good. After the last one that I really like watched from the animated universe movies that they had been putting out was The Killing Joke, and I watched it at the movie theater.
Oh, I did too.
It's god awful.
Yeah,
it's god awful
bad.
animated. The animation quality itself terrible. The story is like all convoluted and kind of like squished.
Wasn't
And
it
then
like
it opens with Batman and Batgirl having sex on top of a roof, and I'm like,
Yeah.
what?
What
Yeah.
the fuck
it
was
felt
that?
like two different
I put
movies?
that stuff away for a good long time, but this one was like,
No, this
freaking
one, I mean,
good.
so Bane, you might recognize the story a little bit because there was a piece of it used in this movie called Dark Knight Rises, which tried to put two really long Batman runs into one movie, which was just insane. But you get the origin of Bane, and his only tether to the real world or connection is like a magazine or a book about Thomas Wayne, right? Dude, that's like,
and he's just like doing push-ups with it right there in front
Well,
of him.
yeah,
Just watching
Man,
it.
listen, I don't know how. Look, he must have eaten a lot of those rats. to,
I was like, where's the
build that
protein?
much
That's where he got his protein
to
from.
build that
That's where he
body,
got
I'm
his
just
protein
saying.
from. Rats are great in protein. His mom dies. He's locked up, and there's a pedo in there, and dispenses some justice on the pedo. It's great, and it moves forward into the okay. So what I was talking about earlier is Arkham Asylum. Everybody gets released from Arkham Asylum by Bane, and Batman's got like not. He's burning himself out. He's working too
This
hard.
is also really soon after the death of Jason Todd, right?
Yes.
So like Tim is a newer Robin. It's after the death of Jason. That's obviously still weighing heavily on his mind. And yeah, he's pushed himself to the limit.
I voted to kill Jason Todd, Ryan.
I think that
Wow.
I
look,
did.
we've heard a lot about rigged elections over
It was
the last
rigged.
5 fucking years.
Totally
That
rigged.
was a rigged election, Gary. There ain't no way they were counting all those freaking
They
numbers.
weren't
were
counting
doing
any
whatever
of the
they wanted.
votes. They took my 50 cents because it was 50 cents and they didn't count my vote. I don't care. It turned out the way I wanted it to. I'm a little bitter about that. Okay.
I think it turned out for the
I
best,
believe in
though.
fair elections.
Turned out for the best.
Yeah, the Red Hood identity and all of the resentment and prodigal son stuff they can do
And
with this way
it
way
added
better.
a very
Well,
interesting aspect to Bruce Wayne.
Some
Batman
of us
that he
said
didn't
at the
have before.
time, he ain't dead. He ain't dead. He's going to
It's
come
comics.
back someday. Come on. This is comic books.
Yeah.
And he did.
But it adds that a really cool aspect to Batman of the loss, dealing with that. Then when he gets a new Robin, then he's dealing with trying to keep control of Robin and not letting him go out and do things that he would have before because he's
But
afraid. And like,
the
it's great. It's a
story
great dynamic.
structure and the dialogue is better than Lanterns, and it's a cartoon.
Oh
my
my
gosh,
god,
it's
it's
not
a
even
million
close.
times better. A million times better.
I
That's
do
one thing I
just
like
love
about-
the idea of like so many people reading comic books back then that just are furiously dialing these numbers to try to kill a child. You know, like that's what Gary was doing back.
It was
in
a
the day.
different time.
Which I respect the hate. I respect it.
It was the best
they
of
just
times.
get rid of
It
him.
was the worst of times.
It's just
You know
crazy
what?
they can
As
succeed.
a fan of Dick Grayson,
That pause there was very.
Big fan of Dick.
pause.
Jason Todd was annoying. Okay, he was an annoying character, and I was glad to see him go. I was.
It's
Tim
amazing
Very
how right they
unrealistic
get
for him
animation.
to, be trying to take the tires and all that shit and not be Puerto Rican. That's what I thought.
Right? Why'd you go right to Puerto Rican for some reason?
I don't know.
That's very
Tire
specific to a
shop,
region.
mechanic,
Yeah,
Gotta go,
Hispanic.
go to Puerto Rico. You'll find out real fast.
I've been there. I didn't drive there though, so
Puerto
why you
fine.
didn't.
I was told to stay in the gated community I was staying in. So I was
Really?
like, they're like, don't go. Oh yeah, they're like, don't go. out at
Egypt
night.
is worse, dude. Cairo is so much worse.
Well, yeah, I
I guess that's not a good barometer though.
I was gonna say they're
So-
adjacent to a lot of bad places too. So
Yeah.
But
So
it is
Va-
funny that like Batman is very specific. Here we need the next Robin. I need a fucking exact lookalike so no one notices he's changed. You know, I need another fucking kid who's same build, same hair, same hair color. Everything.
Well, he wasn't going to, right? Tim discovered the identity
Yeah.
on his own, right?
Yeah.
And kind of forced his way in there, which is a great.
and it just
that they
matched the
finally
branding.
showed.
It was great. It was great.
It's insane how they can get that so right and like Under the Red Hood, Flashpoint, basically all from Justice League, War to Apocalypse. Pretty damn good adaptations, and yet live action just impossible.
They just can't.
And they
I
all
don't
adaptations.
understand.
Like they all do change shit. You know what I mean? They do
Killing
change
Joke.
things in these movies and sometimes unnecessarily.
But the
so.
heart of it, right?
But
is
yes,
like for
exactly.
Flashpoint, and in some cases it might work a little better in the animation than it does in the comics.
It's just like we said earlier. It's storyboarded for you. It's written
right
for
there.
you. It's already confirmed to be a successful story that fans like.
So
Just do that in film form.
the cope, and this is I've heard this from people. The cope is when you have an Alex Kurtzman saying we don't want a Star Trek fan, or Kevin Feige eventually saying we don't want comic book people because he fired all the comic book people. He got rid of them.
Yep.
Is it makes them work. That's simply it. They're trying to because of time constraints and budgets, and because some people are just fucking lazy. They don't want to do the work. They want to play in a sandbox, but they don't want to work, do the diligent work you need to do to be in that sandbox and succeed. So a creator, a director is not going to sit down and read a run of comic books. They don't have the patience for it. They're not going to do it. Harv Bennett with Star Trek wasn't a Star Trek fan. You know, he was behind Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, famously sat down and watched a bunch of fucking Star Trek and learned it. And then we got Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, arguably, the second greatest sequel ever created. Well, maybe third. Godfather Part 2, Empire Strikes Back, Wrath of Khan. Those you can mix and match whatever you want, chat. Go ahead. But because he went out and learned, most of them, particularly if they're from fucking bad reboot, don't want to do the work. They'll throw on a Green Lantern t-shirt and go to con and say, I'm a huge fan because I wore a shirt, but they don't know shit. And they're not willing to do the work, which, same with Star Wars. They didn't want to do the work with Star Wars. They could have done the work and all of this could have worked, but mostly they're lazy. They're there to have their name attached to it, so it's good on their resume, so they can go do other things they're more interested in. Yep. And it's obvious every fucking time. And then once in a while, we get somebody who actually loves this shit, who comes in, and you can tell when Terry Matalas came into Picard season 3, you can tell this guy loves Star Trek.
Yeah,
look, they're acting like themselves again.
Yeah.
It's
not even like you say work. It's not
it
really
is to
that
them.
much of a work. Like you
No,
just read
it's
a
not
book.
to us. It is to them because they're not
like
interested
this-
in it. The problem
Well, if
is
they're not interested in
they
why
think
the
it's
fuck are they
stupid.
doing it?
They say they bullshit people, and they bullshit the.
Well, Gary
the
said
suit
it.
too.
Yeah, they want the access.
Yep.
We see this all.
Yeah.
I mean, you see it with actors all the time. We've said this before. These actors get these jobs, and they expect that they're going to have a new boost to their image and their fans and their managers and publicists are like, this is going to be great for you. This is going to make you a star. And they walk in and act like entitled fucking assholes to everybody and don't know why they have to read the comics and why they need to know what these characters are like and act like and pretend to be like you. I mean, you already saw it with Sydney Sweeney in a dog shit film like Madam Web. She's like, yeah, I started like looking into this stuff, and I was like, what? She dresses like this. Why can't I dress like this? And she does like a thing for she suspend herself from the ceiling. Can I do that? And they're like, no, you can't do any of that shit. Stop reading the fucking comics and just fucking get out there and stop trying to show your tits to everybody. And then she was like, I kind of want to do that though. And they're like, fine, I guess. And then people are like, well, at least she worked.
What's her name? Aman Vellani. She's the one who talks the most shit about Marvel, like to her credit. She's the one who called Kevin Feige out for calling the MCU the 616. She's all, it's not the 616. And it's like, my God, I hate your character, but I like you. Okay.
People got really upset that she watched this show. Yeah.
It's about it's about ego, because these people think they're artists, and artists want to create things for themselves, not for products for customers. And so the only time you get things that are good is when essentially it's a low enough value property that they don't go and hire a big name who thinks he's an artist. They get somebody else who's there for the love of the game. And so for things like animation or Picard season 3, the only reason you got Picard season 3 is because the big guy stepped away because he no longer cared about it. And so animation tends to be cared about by more people because they're doing it not for the prestige.
And then when you look at somebody, and I'm going to mention him because I know people are like freaking out about it, but like you get a guy like Zack Snyder who goes, I just use the actual graphic novel as the storyboard. And they're like, what? And he's like, yeah, I just took what was on the page and I put it to screen. And they're like, you could do that? And he's like, yeah, you can. And then adapted Watchmen, which was supposedly unfilmable, and he filmed it. Did a pretty fucking good job of it too.
Yep.
You know? And
but
he got a pretty big runway.
That's an interesting point.
It's his best movie by far.
But what and the worst thing, what happened with Zack Snyder? Why did he go off the rails? Because they kept giving him more creative freedom. And he is not a good. He is not good with creative freedom. You cannot give that man a chance to write anything. You just keep him on the rails and say, hey, stick with the adaptations. You will make gold. That man will print you money. Because
that's where they screwed. That's where they screwed Raimi. Well, so some people are good hired guns, and some people are best when they're let to create a little bit. And that's where Sony screwed Raimi and Marvel did with Doctor Strange. Sorry, go ahead, Disparate.
Like, only an artist or someone who saw themselves an artist would go on eBay to buy a broken lens that blurred the entire screen in a specific way that he really liked. Whereas if you're just adapting a comic book, it's just another product for the audience. And there's a lot of people that are on about content like it's a bad thing. It's like, no, I want people that make products for the audience and not artist people that make things for themselves that nobody else likes. You know, an artist is only good when they are aligned with the audience.
You're too into cameras when you're like, I found this like really specifically broken lens that shoots at a depth of field at a certain. It's like, bro, if we want to see a zombie movie, we want to see the zombies. I think when you want to see a movie, you want to see the movie.
I watched a Markiplier video about camera lenses earlier, and he has radioactive camera lenses that has to be kept in a special cupboard. I'm like, they're just glass. What are you doing to these things?
Well, there is. Without getting super technical, there are things about these lenses and stuff that are unique, and some of them, when they were made, the people that made them don't exist. They're not around anymore.
Okay,
they don't know how the fuck they made some of these things.
I agree with that. What is it? Lawrence of Arabia. They can never match how that thing was shot. It's one of the most beautifully shot, or no, it is the most beautifully shot film ever, and they can't repeat it. But the thing is, I think people who get a little obsessed with equipment. Just be good. Be fucking good. You know, somebody really fucking good could break out a 16 millimeter and fucking be good. You know, just be good. Don't worry about it's like when you're starting on YouTube, right? And everybody like goes out and buys like the best camera and the best mic at first. Like, don't just get a decent mic.
The best thing you can do as a director is to find the people that are obsessed with this shit and let them cook under your banner, because you're the one keeping them moving. When a director starts to get hung up on that shit, you get Christopher Nolan making 8 people carry around one fucking camera because he's obsessed with this IMAX bullshit. Or you take 25 years to get a sequel to fucking Avatar because you're trying to invent some new camera that can shoot underwater that nobody's asking for. And the thing is, it's fine to do that kind of shit and invent that kind of technology if that's what you're obsessed with, but then that should be your job instead of making everybody have to, you're also, when you're a director, you're making everybody have to work around this one thing that you're fucking obsessed
Well, we can't
with.
do establishing shots.
It's a tool, you know, like it's a tool. Use that tool sparingly where it's needed, not in like with Snyder in that
so I'm
zombie
worried
movie.
about-
He used that one tool for the entire movie and it was over. Like you could do it for some shots and some specific moments, but
No, he needs to
the
be
whole time,
controlled.
no.
He does.
And others don't. You know, if they
Yes.
would have, if Kevin Feige would have let Sam Raimi, I don't know, write and direct Doctor Strange
He would've
without
cooked.
any, it would have been fucking great.
Or
But,
Scott Derrickson, like if he had just let him do his original idea with Nightmare, and all
that would have been
shit.
great,
Yeah.
and he would have
Would've
been
been
great, Mike, to do Ghost Rider. That would be my pick.
Oh yeah,
Scott Derrickson would be
he
my
would've
pick to do
killed
Ghost
it.
Rider, not
Yeah.
Sean Levy, which is going to make it
No.
all fun and silly.
Yeah, it's
Light.
gonna be a
Yeah.
goofball.
So, the biggest movie that come out in September, guys, is going to be Avengers Endgame redo or whatever the fuck it's called.
Which has now been
Encore.
described as
Should we just
required
talk
viewing.
real quick about the reports that are just like spewing out today about James Gunn being extended?
Isn't
Real
that
quick
just
to
Jeff
wrap up
Snyder
that-
saying that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Jeff Snyder.
We talked about it a little bit, but
Yeah, I know, but just like because that is now gospel according to all like the rag AI written comic.coms of the world and stuff like that.
let's address it.
It's being reported by all the DC hype and DCU forever and whatever other accounts are out there basically just saying I'm a massive queer, right? So Jeff Snyder on his podcast with John Roca. So there's actually
Oh my god, everything
like
DCU.
do
This
you have
guy
the actual
loves me.
video
Ryan.
attached to that? I put a link.
I
in.
do. Yeah. I was just
Yeah,
showing
yeah,
like an example of these
Yeah,
queers.
so all the articles that are coming out are based
So you
on
think
this
it's a-
conversation right here,
Oh.
and basically just Jeff Snyder being like, "I think he'll be around." He recently extended. That's it. We'll let it play.
Let's move on to anything more to say. So you think he'll stick around? Do you think that's truth or bullshit? The James Gunn Peter
Yes.
Safran thing.
Yes,
You think he'll stick around?
around.
All
I
right.
think
Well, he'll want him to stick around. Who knows if James will stick around for sure.
he will. He just
All right.
he just extended, so he will. So,
All right, let's do this.
No
That-
follow-up question, Rocha? Come on.
That little
Roach is a
aside,
fucking tool.
What a
that
great
little
journalist.
aside is what's like blowing up all over from DCU forever, DCU hype man, DCU James Gunn cock gobbling cum guzzling bitch. So we'll see. You would think that if that had recently happened, there'd be some big announcement, maybe associated with like after Man of Tomorrow, a big announcement from the studio saying they
Because he did
extended and all this
extend
stuff. Can you even with everything going on with Paramount right now? I think that's a big question. Could they even sign him right now if they wanted to that? I don't know.
How
But
do you
that's
not-
where all those reports are coming from. That one clip.
And how do you not follow up with, wait, he extended? How long?
Yeah.
And this
Well,
is all based
I
on
think in context, he's talking about the last time he extended.
Maybe.
Like,
Which
not
is
a
to
brand
spring
new
of
That's what it sounds like.
2027.
maybe, but anyway, that's what's doing it. Now, this is
Yeah.
all based off the Wrap came out with an article about 2 days ago or so where they said that they think that James Gunn will be sticking around after Man of Tomorrow.
Well, it was a coy language because the whole thing was it's like, yeah, they're planning to keep him once the merger goes through.
Correct.
But they could also just wait for his contract to end in spring of 2027 and not so yes, they are planning to keep him.
It was
until his
basically,
contract
hey,
runs
they're
out.
not going to fire him when they take over because his
they
contract
don't need
is
to.
up.
They don't
Right.
need to.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, the thing
Yeah.
is, I mean, I don't care either way. And we talked about this months ago, Ryan, where we said like, okay, imagine if you're Ellison, you can't just, as soon as you take over, you can't fire everybody. And what do you do with DC? You have to assess the situation. You have to sit down and, you know, do I restart the DCU again? Or do I keep the cast and get rid of James Gunn? Or do I sit him down and set him straight? Like we need to focus on Batman and Wonder Woman. We need this shit. What was that fucking shill's name? He was talking about Gorilla Grodd, and he's like, I don't want to see Batman. I'm tired of Batman.
The fuck
Everybody's
outta
seen
here.
Batman.
Come
I want to
on.
see a Jimmy
Outta
Olsen
here.
show. It's like,
Whatever.
oh my God, get the
I'd
dick out
rather
of your
see
mouth.
Flash before Gorilla
Yes.
Grodd, one of the main villains. Yes.
I would rather see a properly done Blue Beetle and Booster Gold you know,
Yeah.
but that won't happen.
And I don't think Gunn would want to stay and have them. He like Sheridan didn't want to be told what to do and have them fud over his budget. So I don't think Gunn, which the whole point, right, was he was in charge.
But
so I don't think he's going to want to take marching
orders. If he stays, great. You're going to get more of the same. You're going to get more movies losing $200 million every year. So bring it. I mean, like, but the thing is, you realistically, what do you do with DC? Because if you fire Gunn, you will have to. Are you going to try another cinematic universes? Cinematic universes are done. They're fucking done. You should not try them. And listen, when Marvel started, we were all excited. I was really excited about interconnectivity.
It was novel. It was an interesting idea. It never happened before, really.
It worked for a little while, and it doesn't fucking work. It doesn't work when you have people who don't really care. And James Gunn doesn't care about DC. He cares about a specific area of DC at a specific time, and pretty much a specific writer. Badger, he likes Morrison.
Well,
which
he loves Morrison.
Will never be alive again.
He's good, but he's not the full picture of what DC should be.
Nor does he care.
He's an awesome aspect, but he's not the full picture. And you can't base your entire universe off of just Grant Morrison.
If he likes it, it's the right choice.
But after that,
Damian Guy Gardner.
After signing Wheel of Time guy, I could totally see him keep him now. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like there is no one worse than Rafe they really could have got. Like he's as bad as anyone, like as woke as anyone. Any idea he comes up with will be like 2016 peak woke kind of content. So
that would be like bringing Jennifer Salke in to run Warner Brothers.
She's probably next.
I didn't see Wheel of Time. Has he done anything else other than that?
No, not really. He went from Survivor. He used Wheel of Time to set up his own studio. Basically, paid him to set it up abroad and everything else.
He was in Survivor.
That was his big break.
Yeah, he was a contestant.
Like the show,
like the show, the CBS show. Yeah,
in season 38 of Survivor or something.
So
they're on season 51 or something.
They are. Yeah.
He had done anything before Wheel of Time?
So he worked on He worked on Chuck. He wrote 11 episodes. He did story editing and executive story editing.
Chuck is awesome, dude.
First season.
I don't know. It doesn't say. And then he also worked on Agents of
S.H.I.E.L.D. Yeah,
he wrote 5 episodes for that. Yep. And then he did a short film. That he did Wheel of Time, which is a massive jump.
Okay, a few episodes on Chuck and Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is. I don't think that's necessarily. Well, nowadays that's probably enough to get you to be a showrunner. To be honest with you,
that's more than enough.
They
give you a
now that I
job
think
with
about
even
it.
less now.
He also wrote Uncharted.
And Wheel of
but
Time had to be
The movie.
Oh no!
Damn.
Wheel of Time had to be cancelled because of how bad it was, and like so few people were watching. And so, what are they thinking to hire this guy? And he's a full-on activist, by the way. Here's another tweet.
That's why he got hired.
Yep,
I'm
right
a
here.
feminist, and it's very important to me that the show is feminist in today's context. So a lot of those things will be changing.
Oh, good lord.
2018.
2018.
All very open that he got the job specifically because he pitched a feminist version of Wheel of Time. That is what Jennifer Salke wanted.
Yep.
She creamed in
And
her
that's
pants
what she-
said you're hired.
That's how she radically changed Rings of Power too. So Rings of Power wasn't going to be called Rings of Power. It wasn't going to have Halbrand. There wasn't going to be shipping. There wasn't going to be Harfoots. There wasn't going to be Gandalf. It was supposed to be pretty much the War of the Last Alliance, and possibly some other stuff with time jumps. It was much later after a couple people left. I did a video on it. So the people who got the rights to The Boys, Invincible, Grand Tour, and Lord of the Rings, and eventually Conan, which Jennifer Salke nixed, were actually like nerds, like real nerds. And one of them was so fucking pissed about like how the Rings of Power turned out that they contacted me just out of the blue, just dropped me an email. My wife tells me about it. And I'm like, what? Is that person really who they say they are? Yes. And that person, who will go nameless, it's like, I'll give you a phone call. have your notebook out. We'll do this once. And just rattled the whole fucking story to me. And I'm like, oh my fuck. And I'm like, I don't know, shorthand and fucking like writing like crazy. It's fucked up what happened. And the guy who founded Amazon Prime, he's trying to make a comeback now.
Roy Price?
Roy Price was at a party, like these exclusive parties for Jeff Bezos, and he made a dick joke. And I'm not like, this isn't being hyperbolic. He made a dick joke, like anything we would do randomly in real life or on this show.
Like somebody's name was Dick, right? Wasn't it something like that?
Yeah,
like
it was like a really just nothing dick joke. And
Jeff Bezos thought he was making fun of the shape of his head, and he fired him, basically.
Or his ship, his
Oh my
spaceship,
God.
maybe. Maybe, yeah. Blue Origin. Maybe that's what he names his penis, Ryan. I don't know.
Definitely calls it that.
No, Blue Origin.
So
yeah, he was fired. He was fired and immediately. There was also a gaggle of women who complained about it, right? And that's when Jennifer Salke came in and did her thing. And that's why all those shows radically changed. Even Man in the High Castle like changed towards it. God, the end of that show was so bad. And it was such a good show in the beginning.
It was a mystery box show.
It was, but mystery box can be done well. But well, you know what? It wasn't done well because it ended badly.
Yeah.
Like, you know,
It's got to have a good ending.
what's a good mystery box show that ended well? Not a mystery box show.
Well, that's the thing. The ones that end well don't tend to be mystery boxes because they answer it as they go along.
So
and
they're a
expand
mystery
it.
in of itself.
Like Fringe,
Yeah, so
right? But that had mini mysteries in it. But
Fringe,
it had an
mystery
overall
boxes.
thing.
Mystery boxes can't really end well because you generally haven't thought of the answer, and so you just get more and more complex. So by the time you get to the end, it's impossible to answer everything.
Yeah.
So-
Mystery
It's never
box
really
should
your
not be
intention.
used as a writing technique. It should be used as an inspiration technique.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
good for
Okay.
I don't have an idea. What can we come up with? And let's see where we go from there. And then you have to lock the fuck in and answer the questions. Like
Well-
you can't do this without that. Like
Fringe
There has to be something
ended
in the box.
I'll say that's the one
No,
show that
the last
like,
season of Fringe was awful.
I'm saying okay.
And it
I
had
thought
an
it was
overall
fine.
mystery, right?
No,
of
it kept showing you the season of television I wanted to watch. It's like it was like all this happened and they started sealing things in gel. It's like, yeah, that sounds amazing.
Amber.
Show that.
It was Amber.
To make a great mystery, right? They need to come up with the answer and then work backwards and know it from the beginning and then place all the clues in so when the payoff comes, it all makes sense. And one of the best examples is the Are You My Mummy episode in Doctor Who, right?
Doctor
I
Who,
remember watching that episode thinking, what the hell is going on? How the hell are they going to explain all this random weird stuff? And when the answer comes and it explains it perfectly, I was just like, that is awesome. That's friggin' brilliant, right?
But
and so when it works, it can work.
when it
great.
Ronan, I fucking that movie pissed me off. I know a lot of people like it. That one pissed
Really?
me
What
off.
upset you? It's one of my favorite. The Robert De Niro one, Ronan.
We don't know what's in the fucking case. They bet like you build it up so much and they don't tell you, and it's like the friends we met on the way. Because fuck off.
Did it matter? Nuke codes,
about the
whatever.
box, man.
It
It's not about
did.
the
It's like okay, so I mean,
Would
with Pulp
Doc-
Fiction, it doesn't matter. Like you know, we can theorize because they gave you some hints, but
Would Dark count as mystery box? Because that answers it as it goes along, but most of it's kind of at the end, and it's all wrapped up in.
I guess you could say so. But Dark's good.
I
That's what
think
I
I think
mean.
good
Just what
mysteries,
you're
like
asking for.
to go off of what Shad was saying, is like also a good mystery plants those clues and it gives the information to the viewer. Is it like if they put together all the pieces, they could come up with the right answer, and then when the right answer comes up, oh my god, yeah, that one thing I saw, and then that. But mystery box, they don't give you any answers. They just ask. They ask questions. They ask questions.
Well, how
and
did you
that's all
guys
get.
feel about the Lost ending?
Hated it.
Honestly, I don't even fucking remember
Garbage.
it.
And it retroactively makes the entire show shit.
They were
So
in purgatory
Lindelof
the whole
said the
time.
reason why he chose that ending is because the audience guessed it and kept asking questions right from the start. Are they all dead? And he said, if you ask a question about something, it means that's what you want. So I gave it to them.
Oh.
What a stupid.
I
What
think
a bad
that-
writer. A
All
bad
right,
writer.
So here's my. I didn't watch Lost when it aired. I watched it after, right?
Uh-huh.
I think that if you, I think that part of it, if you're sitting there and you're hyped up and you've been following along for years and years at this point, and then that's the ending, you're probably going to be really fucking pissed when it happens.
It's pretty.
I think if you watch the whole, I think if you binge watch the series, you know, I don't think most people that just binge watch it are going to be as upset with it. I think a lot of it just had to do with so much build up and a week in between every episode, talking and discussing and theorizing and all that shit. You know what I mean?
I
Yeah.
wonder,
It was
is,
as
just to ask a question, do you think that applies to Game of Thrones the same way? Like, if people
I
didn't watch it as it came out and then they watch it in binge, would it
I
affect them as much?
100% think that people wouldn't have been as as upset because you're reacting to each and every episode an hour at a time, and then you're bitching about it for a fucking week. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
There's just
So
going to be a different
and also,
visceral
like, the
reaction
build-up in your
reacting
head.
in the moment with everyone else at the same time than there would be if you watch it 3 years later. Kind of.
I binged Game of
I
Thrones
did,
after
though.
it was over, and I thought it was dog shit. I was like,
Yeah,
this is
okay.
I watched
It's just
it.
an interesting
I
thought experiment.
I binged the whole thing leading into the finale, and then I watched the finale all the way through. So like that was, and yeah, I'm with Mike. It was still just as bad.
Well, 'cause you can
At
see
the
when
same
it
time,
starts to
everyone was
happen.
talking about it. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't watch it while it was airing, and then I watched the whole thing up to the final season, and then watched the final season with everybody else.
See, I didn't watch it with
think-
everybody else. I watched it all by myself, and I could see when the writing started going off the rails, and you're like, this is
Yeah.
doesn't make any sense. That last season is just the last season is such a drop, even from the bad shit from that was happening. Like it's just such a but so I don't know that it's a great example because it was obvious these guys wanted to fuck out of here. You know, like maybe you could something like maybe Stranger Things. People won't be as mad about the ending of Stranger Things later. That may age better over time because people really like that show and can watch it all the way through or something. You know, but like
the thing is, and I don't think the ending was good. I didn't like the ending, but I think that. Look, if you have committed 7 years of your life to a storyline, you know what I mean? Versus 7 days or 10 days or whatever, it's a different feeling. It just is.
Oh, it's worse.
That was the
it's
issue.
Substantially worse.
The issue with Lost for me is that the two like essentially gods on the island just came out of nowhere. They just appeared in the final series and never been built up to. And I think that is the same problem with Game of Thrones, the Daenerys twist. People just felt like it came out of nowhere and wasn't built up to. And when you've gone on for that long and you've done this many mysteries, you have no excuse. But you're trying to wrap up desperately all these loose ends that never were intended in the first place.
Well, and this is the other part of it
especially,
too.
Especially nowadays when you have like TikTok and creators and things, and you see all of these other theories, which are just so much better than what you get in the show. I think that makes the show worse when it's dragged out over that.
Well, the other part of it too is like some of these people don't have like a plan for this. They're just going, how long can I keep this going for? And once you start writing like that, you're not actually going to ever answer questions. It's about how can I make another season of this show? How can I get people to come back for this? Versus if you start out going, I know what I want to do from the beginning. I kind of know how I want to end things, and I kind of always had an idea for it. You know, I mean, and I mention this probably every fucking week, but like a lot of things and the strength of like anime shows and stuff is a lot of them have a beginning and an end. That's it. You don't get sequels. They're fucking over. They're done.
Yeah.
And
Death
so
Note,
people,
like in done.
you know, Demon Slayer, things like that. They have a beginning and an end, and they're over, and that's it, and you move on. And I think we don't have a lot of that in like America. There's not a lot of writers that go, I knew exactly how many seasons of this I wanted to do. I knew where I wanted to go with it. And so when I started out and I got to the end, it was exactly what I wanted it to be.
I think it's the nature of
Vince Gilligan.
Back when that show came out,
Vince Gilligan's a great example.
It was pilot season, right? So they write a bunch of pilots for shows. They shit them all out. They shoot them, you know, they go, hey, are these going to work? The majority of them don't get picked up. So I can understand why a writer wouldn't immediately have the entire thing like bullet pointed out. They might go, okay, this is like how it's going to set up. This is the premise, set it up. And then if it gets picked up, then they start trying to fill it in. But they never did the like you would at least think they would go, okay, bullet point. That's what's possibly the end. But they didn't do that at all.
Dan and Dave had an ending. The beats they have with certain characters are where George at the time was going with his book, and they just didn't do the setup. Then you have J. Michael Straczynski, who had his Bible, and what he accounted for in his series is people leaving. So he had like a B plot. If somebody leaves early, I'm gonna bring this character. So everything was planned. That worked out pretty good. Everything with a like Alias ended fucking horribly. That was a terrible ending.
It's just laziness. It's what you said earlier. They're not doing the due diligence that it takes to put in the work. Like you got to put in the work and go, okay, now
ultimately all these guys
go.
want to stay on air for as long as possible. The vast majority of people, right? Ideally, they would love to just stay on air as long as they fucking possibly can. Right. So they don't want to like set up an ending because they want the show to keep going and they keep inventing bullshit. And then the time finally comes when the ratings get low enough and they're like, all right, this is going to be the final season. Even though we haven't set up for that final season, even though we haven't really done that. And then it turns out, no, this is the final season. We have to figure out an ending.
The interesting thing about Lost is it was the opposite. From season 1, Lindelof was begging them for an ending, and the studio is the ones like dragging it out more and more.
Yeah. And Jar Jar Abrams fucked off after season 1.
Sometimes they have a very...
He pissed off almost immediately. This is one of the reasons they kept spamming out mystery box stuff, is because they hadn't even written like the next episode.
Sounds like the writers were lost.
Well, there's really...
So what you did there.
And everything were just spur of the moment to drag things out.
Yeah. But there's something that makes the mystery box angle and also episodic TV worse, which is when each episode is unsatisfying in its unique viewing experience. And that's something that I don't know is looked at enough. I hate television for that reason. Like, I did not watch Game of Thrones because I refuse to be attached to something and have to keep thinking about it week to week to week to week and not being satisfied. Like, they're not answering enough questions. With mystery boxes, they keep asking questions and then they never give you anything. So with Lanterns, like, we're not getting anything. Okay, we got it. Well, okay, we'll get it. Now it's week 3. Now week 4. This goes till October with Lanterns, and it was like that with the Acolyte, where it's still nothing. And then when you get it, it's a slap in the face. So like to Ryan's point, like 7 years on Game of Thrones, like that's unforgivably bad. But if it was a movie, right? This is where I prefer something like. I prefer movies, or, there's the argument with the binge model versus episode model. Stop mystery boxing. You got to make satisfying experiences at one at a time. And like, you can't really solve that problem. But you look at like the Westies or Mobland, or you look at like the Gentleman. Each episode, you're like, I feel like I got a good episode.
That's why it could be. Sorry, Ryan. Give me a second.
Good.
Ryan, Westies, Gentlemen, Mobland, a lot of Taylor Sheridan stuff. Like Landman. It feels like a complete episode every time, because the premise is we're going to follow these characters and we're going to set up situations and they're going to go sideways. Boom. Every time. I mean, that's what it is. It's pretty simple formula. That means shit. That's what Game of Thrones was too. As you set up expectations, those expectations go sideways and you see how the characters react. So through that, you're getting to know these characters. Characterization is actually happening. So you feel like you're connected to them, and then you're just watching them react and problem solve. That's what TV is for. That's what it should be for. Mystery box maybe could work, or mysteries work in movies, right? And you have to have an ending. J.K. Rowling had an ending to Harry Potter. She had it locked in a vault, and that ending was not going to change. How she got there might change, but that ending was not going to change. It's really that simple.
A standalone movie, it's like you said, you're writing a story in totality for a movie, whereas some television, how many seasons you planning on going, you leave some loose ends. And even a movie, sometimes we see a little tease for a sequel or whatever. I think that, I think overall, when like premiere television is done really, really well, it's like an even more rewarding experience than just a movie, because you get so much time with these characters. You get to know them so well. Conversely, when it goes wrong, it feels way worse because you have so much time invested in them. And I think that I think it might be a little tough for me to think about Acolyte and Lanterns and stuff like this. The truth is, if we weren't talking about these things and reviewing them, a lot of this stuff, we'd watch 1 or 2 episodes of Lanterns and be like, all right, this show's not for me. And then we wouldn't dedicate all this time to it. So we wouldn't be talking about it until October. We would just say, fuck off, I'm done. Right. But we're obviously talking about it and leaving our thoughts and opinions and reviews on everything. But when you get good couple seasons of a premiere television show, something like Breaking Bad or whatever, fuck, that is a good, rewarding experience.
It is worth
Breaking Bad
sifting through
had good
the shit.
episodes each week, though. And
I don't disagree with you at all. No, I'm not.
I'm not
I'm just talking
arguing
about
either.
movies versus television. You know what I mean? And some of the payoffs you can.
The
get.
difference really, like Breaking Bad and Game of Thrones and all these things, that they are satisfying in and of themselves. Because I disagree with you there. I think Game of Thrones episodes by themselves, even though you don't get all the answers and all the things by themselves, they're fantastic because the writing, the dialogue, the characters you care about.
But that does start.
Lanterns,
to go down.
you don't care. Lanterns, the dialogue is garbage.
With Game of Thrones, it does start to go down where you do feel like you're
towards the
not getting your weight, your week's worth of waiting satisfied.
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
by
yeah,
and that
towards
starts
the
happening
later
season
end.
5.
You're just
Right.
describing
Season 5,
bad
and then it starts
television,
turning into what we
not
have now for every
television.
show.
Yeah,
So
well, the
a
thing
television
is, like,
episode should have a beginning, a middle, and end, and it is
Yes.
essentially a movie in itself. Each episode should be satisfying. It's like Stargate. We go to a planet, we find something out, we solve it, we come back, and we reset it for next week.
Well,
And then sometimes you can have overarching plots that carry on for longer things. But an episode of television should be a mini movie. That's
you
what
you have an expectation on when you're watching something that's episodic versus serialized too. If you know it's serialized, you know they're telling a bigger story over time that you're going to want to know how it ends, and by the end of the season that's what you're expecting, versus like episodic television where you know there'll probably be a big ending in the season finale, but it doesn't necessarily have to do with anything else. It's just kind of a standalone thing. So like a perfect example, like Next Generation, very episodic. And then when you had an episode that ended and you knew like, oh shit, something happened and this is going to carry over to another episode, it was a big fucking deal. Or
It was rare.
Or ended on the season cliffhanger and you go, fucking cliffhanger at the end of the season. Like that actually made you kind of mad because you knew you had to wait a whole fucking year to get the answer to what was going to happen, you know, but you have different expectations for different things like that. And so, yeah, you expect that when you're doing serialized television that you go, this is an overarching story. You have a fucking plan in place to tell this story from beginning to end. And, you know, Game of Thrones, it was pretty obvious, the writing was on the wall that they weren't trying, you know, and that happens with a lot of other shows too. They hit syndication, a lot of these guys just stop fucking caring about it. That's what happened with Arrow. Arrow
Dan
season
and
1 and
Dave
2 fucking
trying to
cooked,
take off.
man.
Remember,
and then
they had their Star Wars deal.
Yep.
You same with like the Flash, they cooked
they had
the
fallen
season
out
1
with
and
George.
2 and
Yeah.
but
I think
like,
it's Gary. It's what you said. You have to have an ending, but you have to be flexible how you get there, because the reverse can happen. You can have an ending set from the beginning, but then so many things change, and by the time you get to that ending, it is not as satisfying as it was when you wrote it all those years ago. So you have to be like,
but you're still going towards. I get what you're
Right.
saying. Yeah.
Yeah,
So as
you're
long as you're
building towards
focused
the
in
thing.
building towards something.
yeah,
I'm rewatching The Gentleman right now. God damn, it's a good show.
it's
So
a
that first
perfect show.
episode is a movie in of itself. You know, you're following you know, he's working for the UN, then he goes to his estate, his dad dies, and then he's, you know, Freddie skipped over and he gets the inheritance, finds out there's a bunch of pot being grown under his estate. He's all, maybe I'll sell it because Freddie's in debt. And it ends with Freddie dressing like a fucking chicken, having to record a video for an apology, and he just ends up killing the guy. Like the deal was done. All he had to do was dance like a fucking chicken and get videoed, and it would have been fine. He would have been forgiven his $8 million debt, and he couldn't take it anymore. And he shoots the guy in the fucking face, and that's where it ends.
Yeah.
And it sets the tone for the entire series, and it just goes downhill from there to where you end up running across a guy who collected Hitler's testicle, and it's the fucking funniest.
Such a
And a
good
bunch
show.
of gypsies. Yeah, it's such a funny show, dude.
it's so good though.
Yeah, I can't wait for season 2. But like, yeah, that's why we sift through a lot of shit, so we could, because when we find a Knight of the Seven Kingdoms or Mobland, it's so much better. It's like, oh my god, this is it.
Yep.
Or a Landman, you know, and I think prestige series, they offer, like, my whole channel was supposed to be reviewing. That's how I started. I was going to review prestige series, not even movies. I was just going to like do television reactions,
like Arrow.
But yeah,
Arrow had good episodes.
Ash versus Evil Dead.
The
you know?
first couple
Two.
seasons of
First
Arrow, I
couple
really
seasons.
liked.
Season
good.
2 of
Same with
Arrow
Flash.
fucking
Yeah.
cooked. But yeah, season
Yeah.
3 was like okay, and then after that, yeah, Mark Guggenheim didn't give a fuck. So
Yeah.
And he got
Really
really
weren't
into shipping.
embarrassed.
Like a lot of people don't know how bad it was because he was arguing with people.
If
in
only you knew
forums
how
and-
bad it really was.
Well, he was arguing with people in forums about fucking shipping with like
Shippers.
Felicity, and then somebody found out that his account, that this fake account was arguing with everybody, was fucking Mark Guggenheim, and he was like, I don't know, you know, blah blah. Like the dude was like fucking obsessed with Felicity and like this shipping bullshit, and like it was just like, oh, you know, they're living in a house together, like baking cookies and shit. And you're like, when are you gonna get the superhero stuff? He goes, nobody gives a fuck about any of that. And then he left the fucking show because of it. He was so upset about all of that.
I remember
There
that.
was like crazy
So weird.
shipping stuff that happened on Flash as well.
Yes.
Because so many people wanted what's her fucking name? Danielle Panabaker's character to be with Barry.
Yes.
Like they were called
Caitlin
Snow
Snow.
Bears or something.
Snow Bears, yeah. And
Yeah.
they were, like almost
Killer
trying to
Frost.
Kill
Killer
they had to kill
Frost,
that
yeah.
shit.
Killer
It was
Frost, yeah.
so bad, dude. Yeah.
Yeah.
But a
The
lot
first
of
two
that was
seasons are good though. They're
First two
fucking
seasons are
damn
off
good.
after that.
Totally
Cool.
different show than what ended.
Reverse Flash and time travel in your first. What got me so excited? Like, oh my god, they're not shying away from the comics, and they're yeah, we don't get that.
I
anymore.
stopped.
Well,
I
well,
stopped watching.
Flashpoint. All right,
We are the
Flashpoint.
Flash.
We
Yeah,
are the
exactly.
Flash, Barry.
that ruined it.
Flashpoint was one of the biggest fucking disappointments ever.
Oh,
like
Crisis, dude.
Yeah.
because
Oh.
well, Flashpoint was before like they did all the Crisis stuff because
Yeah.
Flashpoint obviously huge comic book and we've got the animated adaptation that still cuts out a ton of shit right from the entire Flashpoint story arc. The fact that they did Flashpoint in like that one episode or whatever at the beginning of that season was unforgivable. That could have been a half season arc of Flashpoint.
Yep.
Whatever.
Yep. Okay, speaking of superheroes, back to Doomsday. Sorry, Endgame, which is coming out. It's going to be the biggest movie in September, and they're adding 4 minutes of footage, 4 whole minutes. Does anybody like? I mean, okay, does anybody care of this 4 minutes? And is it just going to be footage of Doomsday? Is it just going to be a preview of Doomsday?
No, hold on. So they're talking about extra unseen content from Endgame.
Okay.
I believe that's some of the stuff that they're talking about showing, like actual parts of Endgame that are added, like deleted scenes or something that people haven't seen. I don't really care all that much. I just think it's more interesting that the way this entire thing is being pitched is, hey guys, this is a sequel to Endgame. Remember all the stuff we came out with in the last 6-7 years? Fuck that shit.
Forget
this
about
is a sequel to Endgame.
You don't need none of
them.
Yeah.
I thought they said this was scenes from Doomsday that were specifically pulled out and put into Encore.
No, it's just like an extended like director's cut.
Yeah, my guess is we'll probably see some of Tony in the Soul Stone.
that might
well,
do
and
it.
they
You
are
might do a little
showing
bit of-
sneak peeks at Doomsday.
Yeah.
In it.
Yeah. So
My question
rewatching
is this just another essentially
Captain Marvel?
Yes, where they're trying to
Yes.
make you watch it all over again for absolutely no reason. Because from the leaks, the only tenuous tie is the end with Captain America.
Yep.
Like nothing else seems to tie into the movie at all.
That's pretty important to Doomsday. Like
I feel like there's got to be something with Tony and why Doomsday looks like Tony. I feel like there's got to be something
I don't
tied
think
in
they're
there.
gonna answer
wait
that.
for that.
You'd
one.
be
They'll
giving
wait
them
for
too much
Doomsday.
credit if you think you're going to get
Yeah,
that.
you're
There's
giving
no
them
way
a
they're gonna
lot
do
of
that.
credit.
At least that's what
they're
they're
gonna
going to try and string along with
I
this.
think we'll,
then.
So
we'll
wait.
likely get that one scene where because they cut a scene with Tony and his daughter in like the Soul Stone at one point apparently, and we'll probably get that scene restored and stuff. But I don't think they're going to answer Doom. I don't think they're going to. They don't. Yeah.
Rewatching Avengers Endgame is required to understand Avengers Doomsday. Joe Russo says Doomsday. The Doomsday director, maybe that's what it'll be. Doomsday.
I like that.
Doomsday. The Doomsday directors make a case for going to see Avengers Endgame in theaters. It's going to connect the story of the two movies.
That's amazing. They're like, fuck that Shang-Chi guy. Like, who gives a fuck? Like, go watch our movie again.
I fucking
Find
love
that
it.
quote. Where's the quote? You know, this preamble garbage.
Yeah.
I think you're down past it now.
That was it.
Oh wow, that was it. That was a short quote.
I'm amazed you could scroll that fast when it's 72 point
Massive.
font.
Hey, he's looking out for me. Okay.
Yeah. I'm
You're
thinking
gonna
of the
get
people that are watching on their TV.
I can't wait. till
Yeah,
you get
there's also
really
the
old,
audience
Ryan.
as well.
What? You can't wait till I get old?
Yeah, I
Look at
can't
that
wait till you get
quote.
old.
I'm not gonna let that happen, Gary.
Yeah, you are. Angry people live to like 150. Okay.
No. Too angry to die.
Hey, I'm Darth Maul, motherfucker.
Sounds a good title for a book.
Cut me in half.
Russo
Or a metal
told
band.
Fandango that the upcoming Avengers Endgame Encore, a re-release of the 2019 blockbuster featuring additional footage, is going to connect the story of the two movies. There's a natural progression from Endgame into Doomsday. In other words, fuck phase 4 and 5, which is also inclusive of all the other stories that have been playing out. But I think it's important to see Endgame again because we need to pay for Doomsday. Oh, I'm sorry. He didn't say that. Again, theaters for two reasons. One, you're going to have a lot of fun. And two, I think it's required viewing. That's a little different from what they said before. I think it's required viewing for following the story in Doomsday. You could watch it at home. I'm sure a lot of people own Doomsday. I own Doomsday.
This is the line that gets me.
Yeah, no fucking shit, because you didn't have this planned. His brother and directing partner, Anthony Russo, added, if you saw Endgame when it was originally released, you couldn't see this coming.
No shit.
No shit.
7 years ago.
So are they
Doom
fixing
was
the
not even a
color?
part of the plan.
Are they fixing the color, or is that bullshit?
I think they recolor graded it.
There was a
Add a little contrast.
That looked real.
It did. Okay, it did. But when it comes to X, I just assume everything is bullshit until that's my default setting. With its 185-minute runtime, Endgame Encore has roughly 4 whole minutes of extra footage and includes a sneak peek at Doomsday. The film will be released on September 25th. The only time, remember Spider-Man 2.1?
Yeah.
Anybody remember Spider-Man 2.1? It makes it a better movie. And it just has a couple of minutes. You notice them, but it certainly helps. I don't know if we're going to notice. And if they're just putting in deleted scenes, oh fuck.
I don't think you can fix Endgame in
Like
4
if
minutes.
it's somehow
No,
if it's
you
somehow
can't.
only scenes that were like you could get on the Blu-ray, like those kinds of deleted scenes, that would be hilarious.
I don't think it's that. But
So it's the shill
could be.
accounts with the color grading that are saying it's real.
Disney is that cheap and that desperate. They would do something like that. I could see them doing it.
I think there was one article where it said this won't be your normal, just a couple deleted scenes or something, but I'm pretty unclear on what. So of the 4 minutes, which will include a sneak peek at Doomsday, right? How much additional footage is in the movie itself that's not tacked onto the end? That's a sneak peek. I don't know. It's probably just going to be like 30 seconds or 1 minute of Captain America. Like, because that really is the key to this entire thing is Captain America going back, returning the stones, his decision to stay there, and maybe the ramifications that has, like that could have all led into everything that we're seeing.
I wouldn't be shocked if it was Loki knocking on his door or something like that. Some form of connective.
Yeah.
But
Or Steve turning on the TV and it's the Fantastic Four on,
which apparently we've already seen in from behind. So yeah.
It'll be something silly and not. It'll be inconsequential, more likely than not.
This was the
It'll
question.
be like, why?
We didn't know, and they shot an entire fucking scene with Doctor Doom at the end, and they cut it, and they're just like, "Yeah, we've been planning this."
Is this true?
Yeah,
This
is that
is
true?
AI.
That'll be interesting. I know this is AI and somebody speculating, but it'll be interesting to see if they do that. They replace her.
That'd be terrible to the actress who was in
She did a
Endgame.
good job in that scene.
She was good.
Yeah.
They shouldn't have replaced her.
No,
They were cowards. For
that was actually
replacing her.
like one of the really good
Cowards.
scenes in Endgame. All right, so we're gonna speed run through some of this stuff.
You know what? I think where we should go.
Where?
R.I.P.
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 Yeah.
Man, we lost some really great
We lost-
legends this week.
What a week, huh?
Sucked.
Yeah.
It was the week of 2016. Now, a couple of them were pretty old, but
Yeah, and that's
All three of
ki-
them.
kind of what I've said for a lot of these things. It's never fun when someone passes away that either like maybe they played a role in something that was a huge part of your life when you were growing up, or a movie that you loved, and like all these things. But 80, 85 years. I mean, Peter Cullen, what, 85, I think?
Yeah, he's 85.
Yeah, 85.
and
Tim
Curry,
Dolly
80.
was 80. And
yeah,
Tim
like
was 80.
that's that is a long life impacting a lot of people in the world. You know what I mean? We could all hope to have like that type of impact and live that long. I know I'm certainly not going to live that long. So, it always
But
sucks
Tim Curry,
though when some are like, especially for like people in our community, like Peter Cullen, I think, voice of Optimus. I feel like a lot of people like that are viewers that had a huge impact when they were growing up and stuff.
Yeah.
Tim Curry.
Yeah,
played
I think
character
like
actors. Yeah.
Yeah, even older, like Gen X or older than that, they had their connection to Optimus Prime, and then we had the same connection with Cullen to Optimus Prime again in the 2000s. So yeah, it's rough to see that. And then Tim, just a vast amount of
Dude,
Hexus, great performances.
Back in the day, Hexus, the voice of Smog. Speaking of Smog, smoke monsters, right? Back from Fern Gully, the movie that Avatar tried to copy.
Part of that
right?
movie.
I mean, he just.
Well, this is Tim Curry, Muppet Treasure Island.
Muppet Treasure Island, dude.
Legend.
Home
He was
Alone
fucking
2.
amazing in that.
Yeah.
Home Alone,
Conquer.
Home Alone 2 there. Congo.
Yeah. Sesame Cake.
Clue is probably his best. I mean,
Clue.
gosh,
Yeah, I think that's my favorite. It's one of my favorites.
Rocky
He's
Horror
just
is his
so good in
best.
that.
Rocky Horror being
most iconic.
being
Most
in the
iconic. Yes.
Most iconic.
ultimate cult film
Yeah.
that is running to this very day. That has not been out of a theater for. Sorry, choking.
Wild
Gary's
Thornberry.
Gary's getting a little emotional.
that's right.
A little
Really
emotional.
likes
No,
that show.
for decades.
You went on your first date there, right?
Yeah.
Just
with,
up, right?
with
There
the
you
wife. We went to it and we liked it so much that somehow a bunch of drugged out idiots got together enough to propose bringing it back to the La Paloma Theater in Encinitas, where we managed to show up on time and rehearse and get it done and get the show done. And we did it Friday and Saturday night for a long time.
Nice.
And I don't know if it's still running there, but it was running years after we were gone. Nobody knows that we were the ones who brought it back, which is, I don't care. But I mean, it was fucking fun. It was so much fun. But that's the impact Tim Curry had on my life. But it's like, this is a Gen X thing too. Like we're looking at mortality right now because Dolly Parton, our parents were always, 9 to 5 and like, my mom played that song every day for a fucking year.
Yeah.
Jolene's my favorite.
Jolene's the
one.
best.
Yeah, that is the
Jolene's
best one.
She's great.
But even for the youngers, even kids today. I mean,
youngers.
the youngers. Sorry,
Youngins.
At least
With a hard
Here-
R. Yeah.
here in let me get these youngers out of here.
These youngers. Yeah.
Damn it. But even here in Tennessee, I mean, because all kids up until like age 5 get a free book every month because of the Imagination Library that she started because she wanted kids to have books. She wanted kids to have their own library by the time that they were 4 or 5 years old. And so both my kids, they know her because she was always like on the end of the little books that they got every single month. And we're still getting them for my daughter. So it's just, that's where it got us. It's like, because you have obviously so many people who grew up with her music, and she's had just so many different really cool phases, and also even just that one, right, with the younger kids today, at least in the state of Tennessee.
She wrote 3,000 songs.
God, man.
Wow.
Crazy talent.
3 fucking thousand. Apparently, Jolene and I Will Always Love You were written on the same day.
Damn.
Damn. That's
She was dropping
that's amazing.
bangers.
She was storing the talent somewhere. I don't know where it was.
Huge tracts of
I did a
land.
lot of
One of the
research.
very
I
few
yeah.
universally loved. I mean, like at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, singing Jolene with like Rob Halford, like shit like that's cool, and one of the last universally loved celebrities, and really fucking rich. Made herself really rich with off her talent and her business acumen that she learned from her illiterate father, right? So it's and that connection of like where she was from in Tennessee and just growing up dirt fucking poor, like American dream shit.
Yeah.
With Rocky Horror and Tim Curry, what will get twisted now and completely misunderstood is it's a freaky movie. It is
so
a
fucking
weird, degenerate, freaky movie. But if you watch the movie, you see where the degeneracy leads, right? And you could take a lot away from it, but it's supposed to be about embracing your weird. And it's not just the domain of the alphabet community. Rocky Horror was for all the outsiders, and like there were jock, socialists, metalhead, punks, Christians, like the broad spectrum would go to that show at night and just have fun and throw fucking hot dogs and toast, and we'd make up our
shit.
well. The whole thing
It
is
is
making up the
those-
lines too.
Tokyo.
The live performances are fucking wild, and they had one in like a really small town near me, and I was like, oh, and my friend was like, I'm going to it and stuff. They packed out like an entire theater room with people. Like, people still love this thing, like, to this day. I mean, I don't know that there's many things that are that small that have had that big of a cultural impact.
It's
like long-term across generations like that. So
the only modern equivalent is The Room, but it's not nearly as long of a shelf life at this point. Yeah.
No, it's when counterculture was counter, right?
Yeah.
And not the mainstream. And it
Actual
was
punk rock.
it was it was a good time. And again, met my wife through that, and she played Columbia. I was Dr. Scott and the announcer. So I'd basically be a retard wrangler, which was
hey, it's still your job, Gary.
Yeah, got some experience there.
So nothing much has changed.
Yeah. Thank you, Tim Curry, for scarring me my entire childhood
with the song Sweet
the cover of It. The cover of It.
Yep.
One, I never watched the movie when I was a kid. Just the cover, and then Legend.
Legend
is amazing.
Yeah. Legend. I can't believe that's not in 4K.
So freaking that needs to be in 4K. That movie's so gorgeous. It's such
and there's two different sound because it's fucking Ridley Scott. So there's a Jerry Goldsmith soundtrack, and then there's a Tangerine Dream. Tangerine Dream's the superior soundtrack by far.
Wow.
The Tim Curry role that stands out in my mind most is Cardinal Richelieu from Three Musketeers.
That's
a good
in
one.
that, dude. He was
A guilty
so good.
pleasure. Yeah,
That's
I
a
actually
great
like that movie more than I probably should.
I love that movie.
That movie's great. Yeah.
Charlie
Also,
Sheen
he
and
did a
Fat
lot
Kiefer
of
Sutherland.
narrations, like in the 2010s era. He did a lot of narrated books. So if you can go find those,
And he was
did a
almost-
series of unfortunate events. Like that was
He
really
was almost
good.
Joker before.
Yeah, he was almost
cast
Joker
as
in Batman
Joker,
animated series.
Yep.
Yeah, did one episode.
Originally.
I
He
was
was
telling
also
somebody the other
Gabriel
day
Knight,
about
the
that.
Gabriel
Like,
Knight game.
he's like, you have like once in a lifetime like talent stuff. He's so like iconic, and there's not really a replacement. There's nobody that's going to be like the next Tim Curry, because Tim Curry kind of was his own thing, and like we talked about, like the range of what he's done from Rocky Horror to Muppet Treasure Island to Clue, and everything in between. Like, I mean, he's just iconic in everything that he does. I don't know that there's anybody that we've ever had that's like that, or matches that kind of energy. So
Just a unique spark.
And he almost could have been a doctor, the doctor in Doctor Who, and or the Master.
wow.
He was in consideration.
really? He would have been so good.
Yep.
Holy shit. Who dropped the ball on that one?
Oh, BBC. They were too busy diddling kids or whatever the fuck they do.
Yeah.
And then-
Ultimately, all three,
Yeah.
of the in consecutive days that passed away, and ultimately all of them had very long lives. You know what I mean?
Yep.
As opposed to some tragic young Hollywood celebrity and stuff like that. Obviously, a lot of people impacted by it, but
The Hayden
Death is,
Panettiere one kind of came out of nowhere.
but death
And that's
is
not too far removed
a
from
part
this
of
either,
life.
so,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
Yeah.
it's good.
And we're
they
near
had
the
such long ones.
40th anniversary of Transformers the movie, which
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
I
'cause, like,
watched it.
I was explaining to my wife, I was like, Kevin Conroy is like Batman, like definitively, but like Peter Cullen is Optimus Prime. There is no
There's no
like
replacement.
that guy. That is his role. Like that is, yeah.
It's like
I don't
James
know,
Earl
man.
Jones
It's-
was Darth Vader.
Yeah.
Yep.
100%,
And when people
man.
do
Yeah.
it, they will try to sound like him. Just like
Yeah.
Troy Baker when he
Forever.
does Joker, he just does the Mark Hamill version because
Yeah, there's no
just
take
what
on
it
it
is.
that's different.
Yeah.
It's like anybody trying to do anything Mel Blanc, with Looney Tunes too.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Did anybody see Coyote versus Acme?
I have not seen
Yeah,
it.
I
I
did.
really
Yeah.
want to go see it.
Hearing good things,
It
though.
was very good. It's actually I think it's the best like family movie of the year so far. It's in that caliber. I think it's actually too smart for kids. I think today's kids will not be able to appreciate this. It's honorable to the source material through and through.
That's
I
good
hope
though.
more people
I
go
like
see
that.
it.
It
Yeah.
it gives kids a thing to try and understanding. Like You got to push kids, man. You got to scare
Oh
them.
yeah, absolutely.
My kids
It has
do
a
not understand
Pixar
Looney
message in
Tunes
the end that you're
sometimes,
like,
but-
this is a Looney Tunes movie. Why is there a classic Pixar ending for a Looney Tunes movie? It's really well done. I can't believe they were going to shelf this, but I believe they were going to shelf it because Zaslav or whoever decided on that knew the kids are not going to understand this, and this was supposed to be
shelf-
for little kids.
They'll
Well,
shelve
I
that,
think-
but make Peacemaker season 2.
Ultimately,
Exactly.
it cost 70 million, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that was the
70
budget for the
million?
movie.
Yeah,
It was
like a
closer
70
to 100.
Yeah, so $100 million budget, and what's it looking to do? And it's like, what did it do in its opening weekend? Like,
I think it's going to clear like 40. It's not. It's. This will need to get picked up by a streamer for it to break even. It's
yeah,
not gonna break even in
exactly. So
theaters.
it's like tough to be like it was a because you're talking about a dude who's like trying to tighten the purse strings. And so it's
Right.
probably going to end
Well,
up kind of as a like wash for
the
them anyway,
word
selling
is-
it off for 50 million instead of taking the write down. So
The word is, it wasn't nixed because it was bad.
right, it was
It
money.
was nixed because like it was money and like where's the audience for this movie? I mean, like
That's the problem.
honestly, yeah.
Yeah, $15 million opening domestic or somewhere around there, right? So
Yeah.
Yeah.
which
whatever
is
that
even
costs.
so much
We need a
higher
Looney
than the
Tunes
initial.
resurgence.
It's been amazing to watch the tracking for it because the tracking initially was so low, right? Because no one was really talking about it. It was kind of this kind of out of nowhere thing. And now, as more people have been talking about it, now people are starting to see it and say, "Hey, it's actually good for families." Now you're starting to see those numbers tick up a little bit. So, I mean, also remember, like it's $50 million that they spent to get the distribution rights for the film. So that's really the number you have to kind of look at as far as what their break even would be. And I think they probably will by the end of it, especially with the VOD sales.
I'm gonna watch it.
Yeah, I want to.
It's a good watch.
Good.
It's a good movie.
Good. Roger Rabbit's one of the greatest movies ever fucking made.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
So
if it's
good.
even
Oh, yeah.
somewhat like that.
The last
real
Looney
quick-
Tunes thing I was invested in was Space Jam.
Yes,
Space Jam.
The first
only
one, not the
Space
bullshit
Jam.
LeBron
Yeah,
one.
only
The
one
first
Space Jam.
one.
Only
There's
one.
only one Space
Only
Jam,
one.
Ryan.
That's right.
Make-
Well, even
There's only
three
one.
one Space Jam.
Okay.
You know what's so great about that movie? The opening where they set up Michael Jordan's origin, where he's playing basketball, with his dad
so
comes
good.
out. Like it's such a great like.
My
It's a
son
Looney
loves that
Tunes
movie.
that should be like
and it makes
silly
me
and
so
stupid, but
happy.
it.
Well,
that heart.
I
So-
introduced my kids like old Looney Tunes and like watching like a guy just shoot another guy in the face for no
Great.
reason and stuff.
Smoking
They were
cigarettes and
like,
shooting
straight up,
guys.
my kids were like, "What? Like, what is this?" Like, yeah, I was like, "Yeah, people used to
this
do
is-
shit like this." Yeah,
Yeah,
This
you
is
it
why
wasn't,
we-
made,
it wasn't made for kids.
School shootings, kids.
It wasn't made for kids. It was made
People
for
forget
audiences.
this. Looney Tunes was made for adult audiences. It was meant to be
Yeah.
the stuff you watch before your movies, before all the trailers and the commercials we got now. That was what was there for the adults.
And-
But
and
But kids were also there. So
Well,
then they
and
attached
this is
to
why
them
like
and-
Disney cartoons always look just gay compared to
Yeah.
Looney Tunes. Like the Looney
Fair.
Tunes cartoons were
Dude,
great. And go watch the propaganda ones. Those are my
Oh, yeah.
favorite.
Oh my gosh, yeah. You're like, yo,
Ryan would
you
love
did
'em.
this.
Ryan would love. Okay,
Propaganda ones are great.
real quick on creative bankruptcy segment. It was referred to earlier. They're going to do a fucking Flintstones movie. Why?
Yes.
I don't know. They're doing another Scooby Doo. Why? Ridley Scott. Because
Yeah.
you know what? He's like going to spend his last few years working. And I respect that. I respect like, I am not going to go out quietly, Ridley Scott reveals he is writing the Alien Romulus sequel and that it will feature David. I suddenly went back and got involved. The one that just came out, Alien Romulus, was okay. I think it needs some help. So I've gone back in. I'm picking up where I left off in Covenant with Michael Fassbender, who now thinks he's Ozymandias.
Wow.
Can you do original stuff, Ridley? Can you just go do original stuff and
Ridley,
not
could you-
fuck with Alien anymore? Just stop.
I think Ridley Scott should
Yeesh.
just spend time with his grandkids. That's what I think he
Yeah.
should do. He should like go eat some prune juice,
he
drink
saw
some
how
prune
his-
juice.
I think he
Hang on
saw
with
how
you.
his brother went out, right? And that affected him deeply. Tony Scott was a great director, by the way, and
Yeah.
just went out the way he wanted to go out because he was dying of cancer. And it affected him. But then on top of that, we have RoboCop news. Dan Stevens is playing RoboCop in a RoboCop series on Amazon Prime.
I like him. I just don't trust
Potential.
Amazon.
Exactly.
Yes.
I like
No,
the casting.
it's-
I don't like that they're making a RoboCop. Remake,
Just stop.
You know,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah,
Just-
you got to stop at some point. man.
I'm with Justine
Ridley
Bateman
Scott
on this.
does have a
Make new
film
shit.
out, by the way. His new movie, The Dog Stars, came out.
That's
this
right.
weekend.
Yes,
yeah,
that's
this
right.
is the thing.
You're on about him doing new stuff. Well, that got 39% on Rotten Tomatoes by the critics,
But at least
and
it's
apparently
new.
made $850,000 on its opening.
So now we'll get a 39% on Rotten Tomatoes Alien movie again. And it's like, oh, just stop.
Yeah, he needs to retire.
I do like
big
Dan
time.
Stevens though. Like he should be in movies.
He was good in Legion.
Dan Stevens is great.
Yeah.
There's an awesome
have we ever
gothic
needed
horror
this much
movie that he's in?
RoboCop stuff though that they've tried to do
No.
over the years? Like I
No.
just think that's one thing they've desperately tried to turn into something that never was. You know what I mean? Like,
The game was good because you got Peter Weller to come back.
Same with Terminator. Okay. Terminator is an Arnold Schwarzenegger franchise with James Cameron. So there's 2 movies.
I like
All
how
the
you
other ones
pronounced
are
that, Gary. That was like very
Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, like the
Yeah,
Schwarzenegger.
Schwarzenegger.
He's got this foot. Schwarzenegger.
And RoboCop is it's one movie. RoboCop 2, I will watch. I own. Frank Miller wrote it. It's shit, but I will watch it. There's one RoboCop movie. Okay.
RoboCop 2 is
Predator. There's 2 Predator movies, Predator
Yeah.
1 and Predator 2. I will accept Predator 2, but that's it. They keep trying to make these things something they're not, franchises. You know, they
Predators
were just
wasn't like awful. But
Yeah, I like Predator.
But I could
Predator-
throw it in the
That
trash
one's good.
if I needed to.
It was okay.
Well, okay, so it's like average. It's like
Yeah.
Terminator Salvation. Like that's the one
Yes.
Terminator movie I can watch.
Yep.
You
Yeah.
know,
I
It's the
respect that.
only Terminator movie
After
that
that.
goes
Also,
forward in the timeline.
You're telling me
It's just
the
Yeah.
Predator, where they use autism to
Autism
fight
is a
predators, is
next gen.
that's not a Predator movie to you?
I'm gonna be honest. It was dog shit, but I thought it was hilarious. I was like, yo,
Because it was a Shane
autism
Black
is
movie.
super-
It was
it's
a
a
Shane Black
superpower.
movie. It was not a Predators movie. It was a Shane
Mahler's
Black
video.
movie.
That's one of Mahler's
Oh,
best
yeah,
videos.
so good.
Also, Alien versus Predator is dog shit, but it's an enjoyable dog shit.
I
Like,
like that movie.
I love it so much. I was like, this is
AVP2.
the worst,
AVP.
and
Well,
it's
that's what
amazing.
sucks is
The
because
second
the
one's
comic
awful.
books were so fucking good.
I know.
They-
I was gonna say,
like,
I
those
haven't read
are
the comic book. That
Top
sucks so
tier
much.
comic books.
Yeah.
It's missing
but
the
that's
alien
amazing.
Marines that we want. The colonial Marines need to be one
Just
of the
the
groups
3
fighting.
elements: the
Yeah. But
aliens,
the
the predators,
canon-
and the colonial marines.
Yeah.
AVP
The
2 is
Alien
terrible because of the
and
Rastafarian.
Predator canon keeps getting broken by every time they make something new, they make the canon worse, and nothing makes any sense at all. Like there's the Prometheus is real, the Covenant, that's all canon, but also the AVP movies are canon. So at the same time that we have David creating the aliens, we have 90210 actors fighting Alien versus Predator on Earth in America.
Yeah, that shit's cool,
How does
man.
this make any sense?
Well, the second one was bad because of the Rastafarian at the very end. There's like,
silly.
what if we just start? Yeah, what if we just start shoving this shit together and making new stuff? And they're like,
The AVP2
it worked for
game.
Jurassic Park, and then they just
It's the best setup for a movie they could ever get. It's Wayland Yutani experimenting on the alien hive, and then the predators show up to do their blood hunts, and they find humans fucking around with their creatures that they use.
Did
and
you
it's
watch-
the 3 of them fighting?
Badger,
It's real
did you- I can't forgive me. Did you watch Alien Earth?
Yeah.
That's,
Really
you know
tried
what?
to give that one the benefit
Okay.
of the doubt. Yeah. Horrible.
Like Lanterns. First episode comes out, people are like, "This is peak. This is the best thing. Aliens back, baby." By the end of the season, fucking crickets. You couldn't hear like
Also, the kids in the adult bodies were just fucking weird, no matter how they
well,
tried to
everything
do
about
it.
that was weird.
Dude.
It was just weird, dude. Yeah.
And the
And
editing
this
was
is Noah
horrible.
Hawley, who like can make good TV. He's capable of making good TV. Fargo, first 2 seasons of Legion, it's possible. But so honestly, we're gonna get a good run of TV shows, hopefully, if they stand up again in the next 2 months. We're gonna get Gentlemen, Mobland,
Terminalist
Landman,
season 2 comes out in
Terminalist
October.
season 2.
Finally.
Dark Wolf
Vision
was good.
Quest.
Dark Wolf was I like Dark Wolf.
Dark Wolf
Yeah,
was better than I
Wolf.
expected it to be.
I would say Wolf.
Right.
Yeah. Reacher. I know some people are.
I've liked it.
It's just stupid.
It's not even
action.
great. It's
Yeah.
exactly what we've kind of come to expect. You know what I mean?
Maybe that's what the problem is. I feel like I'm starting to see the pattern of Reacher, and it's kind of, I don't know, this season's just not grabbing me the way I want it to.
You're
It's
starting to see the
phrasing.
pattern that is every book as the same
Yes.
basic setup, and so they're adapting the books, and that's
and the
what
way
these
he
television
responds.
shows are
Yeah,
meant
so
to
I guess
be.
it's,
Yeah.
if you like the formula of Reacher, you will like this, but it's starting to wear a little bit.
It's fantasy. So
Yeah.
it like what he can get away with is absolute fantasy. But if you're fine with watching Alan Richardson beat the fuck out of people, It's fine. Yeah, it's fine, but it's nowhere near as good as season one
was really tight
like,
and
really
really
tight.
Yeah.
And it's like since then, I don't know. This season's better than what was the season we didn't like? It was 2.
Season 2 was, and
Yeah.
to be fair, that's one of the books that actually does break the mold for most of his books, which is bring a bunch of people together that he used to know and the big team up thing with a lot of shared history. Whereas almost every other book is he's just kind of cruising along, finds himself in the middle of something crazy, gets involved in it, decides to help, with a bunch of people that you don't know.
And this is the Tom Cruise movie you guys are talking about here? Or?
No.
Where he's like 4 foot tall?
Jack Reacher.
I still like those movies.
I like
they're fine for what they are. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The first one, I enjoyed the
Wait, there's
first.
a second movie?
There is a second movie, but so the Tom Cruise, they're like fine random action movie, whatever.
Yeah.
It is not Jack Reacher. Like, I think the reason this has worked so well is because this is Jack Reacher, warts and all, in terms of the character and maybe how a little bit dry he is and some of the like kind of unbelievable shit that happens. It is a Reacher show.
And the race swapped cop, at least they've written her like she's supportive of one of the characters. She's not like a stupid girl boss bitch in it, right? Maybe she's fighting a couple of people that she probably has no business beating. But other than that, she's very supportive of one character who's had a lot of bad things happen to him. Now, the other part with the 2 women who are just fucking slicing their way through a bunch of dudes. Yeah, come on, give me a break. That's the one where I'm like,
well, I like that they're showing them as actually like, this isn't some misunderstood sympathetic.
Dudes. Yeah.
This isn't some misunderstood sympathetic villain. These are fucking
they're
evil
bad
bitches.
No, I'm just talking
At
about
least
the
Reacher got to
5
fuck
grown
one.
men that they killed with knives. It's like, what are we doing? Come on. Okay, let's go to Rings of Power. Rings of Power. Fucking Rings of Power. Speaking of stupid and shit that needs to stop, is the Rings of Power, who made apparently Screen Rant. Disbrew, you made a video discussing this. Screen Rant really wanted an exclusive. They did a lot of work
getting this. Literally months.
And they were promised an exclusive from Amazon. And this is what they were given.
Still makes me laugh.
Gosh.
Holy shit.
The one in the back gets me every time I look at that hair.
It's very
I
humid
know.
over there.
It's very Afro.
Damn.
What the
What
fuck?
All I see is Amidala's headpiece from
What
How
the
did
fuck?
those 2 people make those 2 kids? It
I
doesn't
haven't
make
seen
sense.
what I'm hoping those are nose prosthetics. I'm guessing they are. Sure, maybe not. So dwarf kids, for one,
Damn.
correct me if I'm wrong, chat, because I haven't read every fucking Tolkien letter. As far as dwarf women are concerned, there's not many of them. They're rare. And dwarves, now we'll get into dwarven marriage in a moment, right? But a lot of dwarves, they live a long time. They do procreate, but sometimes dwarven dudes are just not into women. They're more into their jewels and digging and doing their thing. And the women really aren't that into men. They're into, or they get attached to one man and then he doesn't like her. So, they just don't try again. Right. But there's
hold on. If I tried and this is what came out, I wouldn't fucking stick my dick in there again either.
maybe they're cementing that point, Ryan. I do not know. I do
But
not
the
know.
craftsmen,
But they're supposed
really
to have
focused.
beards
Yeah,
and not like little, like
No.
Deese's beard, which is just, like puberty hair. They're supposed to have beards.
Like straight up
that's the thing I
beards.
don't
Yeah,
get
why
about
does this
the,
kid not have a beard?
that's what I don't understand about the boy. Like, I can
Yeah.
understand the sentiment to not want to give the women beards. Like, they should, but I could understand them doing that. I can't understand them not having the young boy there have a beard because they're supposed to come out of the fucking womb with beards.
Yeah.
I would not be surprised if they turn this into some story of like an outcast child kind of thing. Like Rag said that she will be the competent one that solves everything.
100%.
He'll be like the figure of fun, and no doubt he'll get bullied for not having a beard or something. This is the kind of storyline.
To be honest, if my kid
he even looks derpy in the picture.
Rags,
I thought he was singing for LMFAO.
Rags is 100% right. She will be competent, amazing. He will be a dipshit. And they're broken up.
like
so
that?
Disa and Durin are broken up.
What?
Yeah, they're broken up. The marriage is broken. So I mean,
you're trying to get that Middle Earth EBT, you know?
That's right.
It's tested, right? Their marriage is tested.
And they are going to be, like the kids are going to be a problem, and it's going to be a bit of a soap opera, right? So,
in place of the Harfoots.
Right.
In place of the Harfoots, they are going to take their place. Not that they needed anybody to take their place. But I'm waiting for the Tolkien letter 230, where he talks about dwarven divorce and three ways.
Damn.
Yeah.
I want it revealed that the kids are actually Elrons.
Give me
the
meat. They are a product of our
That's why they look like that, because they're
We have to keep them.
But like genuinely, only
I think it's
one
weird
of
enough that like dwarves are obsessed with gold and money and shit like that. But to give the kid on the left like the Hasidic Jew like hair tail things there, I think that might have gone a step too far.
Maybe.
But
and digging tunnels, yeah.
They've got the sports. There's only
What's up,
one
Rumble?
character here that looks like a dwarf. I mean, and it's Durin.
Durin, yeah.
Yeah, he looks fine. He
looks fine.
Okay,
But
that was the compliment I gave the show, Shad. And I know you did too. Is like some of the dwarves look like dwarves. It's like, wow, you did good there.
You
He's
did the
one of the
bare
best
minimum.
things
Good
about
job.
it.
Yeah.
He's one of the better actors.
Yeah. If he had good material, like he would actually make a great Durin, great dwarf. But it's a terrible show. But the other characters here just shows how disconnected these people are making this show. They do not understand the source material to make it feel authentic, and that's been the problem since day one with this show. The show has been a constant failure, and there's just the more material, this new shot of what's coming in the new season. It's like they haven't learned a thing.
It's what we were talking about before. They went into the meeting saying there were these big Tolkien fans, and they might be. One of them can speak one form of Elvish. I'm not sure if it was Quenya or not, but so they convinced Amazon that there were these big Lord of the Rings fans, but they weren't. J.D. Payne and Patrick McKay were not supposed to be showrunners. They were just writers who were brought in who had a pitch. They were made showrunners because they would do whatever the bosses say, right? So they keep making up new material. There are stories to be told, even from the appendices. You can tell really fucking good stories. They just decided not to, and ultimately, despite what the kids look like, or Disa, and having elves of color, Harfoots of color, Numenorians of color. The fact of the matter is, the reason, I don't know, I pointed this stuff out is it's a red flag for how they're going to treat the source material. And a lot of us were right, because ultimately this is just a bad story. It's a bad story. You don't see any cultural footprint other than mockery. I'm sure it has its fans. I'm sure there's forums out there and it has its fucking fans, but they're not enough. But do you see anybody ever talking about the Rings of Power like they do House of the Dragon?
And that's why this picture's important, because like Screen Rant spent months trying to get this. Amazon released this, which means they think this is important. This is a reboot designed to get new people in specifically because they've lost the entire audience. And they think that this picture is what's going to do it. Like, they haven't really marketed it much outside of SDCC. And they're like, no, we're going to introduce brand new characters. They're going to bring in a new, younger audience. And this is what the Zoomers want to look at.
Oh my god!
Fucking lost the plot.
They insinuate. I mean, they basically admitted failure. They're like, you could jump in. Now, I know it might have been. I said it in my video. It might be considered an innocuous statement, but nobody would be happy with a producer of a show going out going, "You don't need to watch the first 2 seasons." Like,
Well,
what?
I think from a television perspective, it's not a bad idea. I think you should always have your every season should be a jumping on point because if you've got a good show, people will always be watching your new stuff. But yeah, when you've lost, what was it, 63% of your audience twice
on a $1 billion show? I mean, this isn't some dumb broadcast show. This is $1 billion show. It's a giant vanity project that would have been canceled if it wasn't a vanity project. We don't know if it will follow the pattern of Wheel of Time, which it has in so many ways, and get canceled after the season. I think there was a rumor. There's 5 back-to-back.
Oh no!
You also have the point that they may have gotten rid of the Harfoots, but these characters look like the Harfoots. They've just taken these dirty people with weird hairstyles and just added them in as dwarves now.
So I think that rumor is true, by the way, Disbrew. I think what they're going to do is film the final season back to back and split it, and it might be fewer episodes, right?
Yeah,
and just get out of this as fast as they can.
Kind of thing.
That's what Strange New Worlds did. Strange New Worlds is currently season 4 is coming out right now, and then season 5, which will be 6 episodes. So it's half of what it was before, and that's how they pull that. That's what they're doing with Witcher too, which got delayed. By the way,
damn.
I know. Well, could you imagine like all the shit we got to watch at the end of the year and Witcher gets added into that? Come on.
Might as well
Did you see one of the people with The Witcher is getting a award from Russell T Davies?
Yeah. Yes.
The co-producer, Ray Benjamin, to receive Stars Take the Lead award at a Humanitas event. Russell T Davies, presumably.
And that person's getting the award because...
Well, Humanitas, I imagine it's just an inclusion thing, but
because they're black and female.
Yeah. Even this, it says, will be presented by the award by Russell T Davies, Doctor Who, Queer as Folk, and years and years. Like everything that Russell T Davies is known for. Upcoming Star series Tiptoe.
Witcher will be the greatest example of how they hated the source material.
So the recipient is chosen among mid-career writers who exemplify the promise to amplify narratives by, about, and for women and underrepresented audiences.
Well, I mean, I guess the Witcher audience is underrepresented because there's not enough people in it. You know? And what a great example of incompetence. But like, so is the Rings of Power. The Rings of Power should be studied. On why it exists at all. It's never made a single penny for Amazon under any metric. It's cost them hundreds of millions of dollars.
It's a vanity project.
And they won't cancel it because it will make them look bad. They won't fire the showrunners because it'll make them look bad. And this was something that was not done in Hollywood even 10 years ago. When somebody made you look bad or didn't get enough ratings, you were fucking fired and the show was canceled. Now you can't do that because you played the game of identity politics. The thing is, though, you got a couple of white dudes, Mormons, who are, Shad, I'm blaming you.
Mormons.
Hey, Battlestar Galactica, come on, give us
Battlestar's awesome.
That one.
That's
what
awesome.
have you done for us lately?
Yeah.
I'm working on it.
But JD Payne and Patrick McKay, I don't know if they're practicing. You know, I would guess
close enough.
Or they've mastered it.
Yeah, they mastered Mormonism.
Yeah, I bet they're drinking coffee and shit or whatever you guys aren't supposed to do.
So, they're releasing to.
We need to check their undergarments. Okay, we need to know.
So, Garrett is happy because they're really, and you guys are going to suffer like mofos because they're releasing 4 episodes. That's 4 hours of the Rings of Power you got to watch. And then they're doing the next 2 weeks they're releasing 2 episodes. You might as well release it all at once at this point.
They're releasing 2 episodes a week.
I completely believe
so much faith in that show.
They just don't want to be anywhere near the Harry Potter show.
Yeah.
Because they got their asses whooped by House of the Dragon in season 1, and I don't think they want a repeat of that.
Why not just start releasing your show earlier then? That's what.
It's not ready.
Or it just not be ready. Oh,
just don't release it. That's
How about you shelve that shit? Yeah.
That would be the smart thing. Yeah.
Or delay it, release it afterwards.
Nah, just delete the fucking files. Be like, I don't know what it's
January is
called.
considered a dead zone. That's why they're releasing Starfleet Academy in January. Dude, we got some months. Again, we have Godzilla -0.
Oh,
Rings
Starfleet
of
Academy.
Power.
Did you see they released a comic book of 5 episodes? It's just finished. Never even heard about it till it finished.
I'm not surprised. They've done a bunch of comics on shitty Star Trek. It's from IDW, right? So, what's it about?
I have no
Black
idea.
Klingon.
I just thought it was, I wasn't even sure how
Bunch of
common it
dudes
was
in
to just have
skirts
a
crying about their
5-episode
fucking
run of a
feelings.
comic book seemed like particularly low amount of effort.
It's about how that
They
black
do it all the
Klingon has
time.
sex with women in relationships or sex, with men.
Sure.
It's fun.
Yeah.
It's just-
Yeah.
I'm sure 5s of 10s of people have bought it as well.
Oh,
I would love to see the numbers on that. But yeah, we have in November there is Rings of Power, Godzilla -0, and then we have Doomsday, and then we have Harry Potter, and then we have Starfleet Academy. And I know I'm missing one. There's Dune. There's also Dune. Godzilla
The
-0.
Savant is still supposed to be out this year at some point. That's not looking promising.
I'm really disappointed about that.
Mm.
Did you see that trailer for? I missed it. I guess everybody else saw it except for me. The Gal Gadot movie, The Runner.
Oh, The Runner looked
Is it on
amazing.
Prime or something like that? Or?
Yeah, it looks like The Cleaner meets Ice Cube's War of the World. It looks fucking bad. It looks really bad.
Like even the voiceover, they just have her like panting for about half the trailer, completely like she's just standing there, just heavy breathing.
That's probably better than Gal Gadot dialogue, to be fair. So,
Could you find that trailer, Garrett? It's I guess the trailer came out months ago, and Mahler and Drinker talked about it because I asked him, I'm like, have you seen this? This looks like the next like shitty streaming movie we need to cover. Like it looks really fucking bad.
Harry, we can only take so much pain. I'm in so much pain. I'm in so much pain. Help me, help me, help me.
Nipples.
Harry Potter could go either way. I don't know what to feel about that.
My gut
we'll
feeling is that the first season is going to be overall pretty good, fairly well received, and incredibly insane viewership numbers.
Yeah.
That's like my gut feeling on it.
It'll break records on its premiere episode.
Yeah, and
It'll
I think that probably what we'll see is there's going to be a couple editions that we're like, I don't know. I think most of it they're going to stick pretty much to the story, and we're going to be like, that looks good, that looks good. This is a good actor. The Snape shit is going to be really fucking distracting, but isn't going to have too much in terms of story that will be really delved into the problems with that casting in the first handful of seasons. Yeah, I don't think those things are going to rear their ugly head until a bit later on in the show.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
My kid the other day came in and she goes, so like I'm reading the Harry Potter books and like Snape, they say he's like really pale skinned. Why did they cast like the blackest dude I've ever seen in this? And I was like, we still haven't figured that out either, honey. And she's
No,
like,
you should have said, honey, why are you so racist?
Yeah.
It wouldn't
She's
matter
well
because-
represented in some way.
because she hears me screaming in this room, so she's like, you would have said
Yeah.
way worse things. Yeah.
So this is a masterpiece that's coming out in September, in about a week.
This looks bad.
Phone. He's
I
just
know,
talking
right?
on a Shure mic.
It may be a scene where you're like in the room with him. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And like,
yeah.
who knows?
In that trailer, it was just
It was
getting
god
worse and
awful.
worse. It was
Gal
bad.
Gadot
I love when
acting. Come on.
the guy runs and goes, "Oi!" when she takes off running. That's
Well, you better not make us fucking watch that. Jesus.
You know what? Now I'm gonna make you watch it. Just
It's going on the
because you said
calendar,
that.
buddy. Come on.
I think
You
I'm
say she had
busy
an
on
hour?
September something 5th, or whatever that was.
Is that the premise? She has an hour to get wherever she needs to go to kill that guy.
Yep. When they have her breathing heavy throughout the entire
That's what
trailer.
I'm saying. I'm like, it looked like the sun went down halfway through the trailer. Like,
Isn't that a Johnny Depp movie where he has to execute someone? They have his daughter hostage. It's 60 something minutes or whatever it is.
Oh yeah.
Right? It's an OG. It's an old one, but
Mhm.
everything old is new
Yeah.
again.
Yeah.
Just like I'm telling you right now, if you swap that out, if you swap Gal Gadot for Harrison Ford, a 90-year-old Harrison Ford who happens to be running, this immediately becomes a fucking classic.
Yeah,
I have to save my family. Like, come on.
Nick of time.
Wrong,
yeah,
dude.
nick of time.
Yeah. Give me back my phone. Yeah, I'd watch the shit out of that.
It would completely change my perspective on wanting to see the movie if it was a 90-year-old Harrison Ford.
That would be funny.
That horrible flood that happened in Nepal, which all the video was over Twitter. It's brutal.
crazy.
It is utterly insane, the footage that's coming. Now, some footage actually, I saw one clip that wasn't actually it, but that was being attributed. But the ones that do look like authentic, holy crap.
Have you seen the satellite footage of the area before and the area after? Wow.
So it's what happened was what Randall Carlson talks about a lot. There was an avalanche, and then it created a dam, like a natural dam with ice and rock, and then that built up a lake, and then it broke. It broke so hard that it triggered. People thought it was an earthquake. It was 4.4. That's how much, and that's from the glacier. And they didn't have a fucking chance. But there's some good news. The one little good news out of this is these people survived. So there's video later showing them that their house made it.
Holy.
Wow.
Because so many houses were just completely bulldozed by this. Because like the flood that you're seeing here, that is full of so much debris that it's not water.
Concrete.
It's concrete. It's wood.
Yes.
It's look at all this crap, and
Metal,
it wipes out nearly every building in its path. And so the fact that didn't get knocked down is amazing. But so many people have been killed in this. There's so many missing.
Yeah, I just couldn't imagine. Like, we think like of all the problems we got going on in our lives, and this like entire city, families just get wiped out and washed away. It's crazy. It doesn't mean I'm not going to go back to complaining when my Taco Bell order gets wrong, but it does it does put things in perspective.
It's a sobering moment while you're waiting for your food to get here. Yeah,
exactly.
There's videos of people filming the flood right from a distance, and you see like just heaps of people trying to run away, and
they're gone.
The scale of it is insane. Like there's one shot where you see there's like a 5-story building, and then the wave comes and it's taller than that building by like 3 or 4 stories. It's
you see on the scarring of the side of the hills in the valley, like how far it went. It went hundreds of feet up.
Yeah.
And it just makes you think a flood could wipe out a civilization, and you wouldn't see it. And this is just a small version of that.
Well, you think about like something like this on a small scale, and like say this just goes through like some random hunter-gatherer, little group of people, and like you don't think people would write stories about this?
Yeah.
Document the insanity that happened,
It wouldn't stand a chance either.
Well, imagine like the North American ice caps melting, how big that flood would be. Pretty fucking big.
Yeah.
So yes, the ancient Civ people are all over this, but yeah, these people made it. There's a video later of them, the woman on the roof, like had a red flag just showing that, hey, come and help us. And I'm glad they made it, but most
I did
people
see there was
didn't.
like a story about a golden retriever or something that survived 3 days, like kind of stuck in the mud and everything.
Oh.
But what you were saying before, Ryan, it's a sobering thing for you to pause and just be grateful that at the moment, you're living in peace, you're living in safety, because you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know.
No.
Yeah, I mean, look, we complain about shit all the time. That's what we do when we're talking about a lot of stuff that's going on in Hollywood and the entertainment industry and all that stuff. But I think it's an important thing to note when you step back and you look, we are living at like, despite all the problems that we do have in the world and will continue to have in the world, in almost every way, we're living in the best time possible as human beings ever, in terms of the things we have at our disposal, in terms of the amount of people that don't have to worry about running water and food, or like a fucking peasant in the street getting raped by any random person that comes by. Now, depending on the inner city you live in, you still might have to deal with that. But you know what I mean? Like in general, we are living at the best time in human civilization.
Absolutely.
Maybe not morally so, but in terms of our quality of life. Which is why, you know, when you live in this type of era, why other things like, look, we probably wouldn't be complaining about race swapping in a television show if we didn't know where our next meal was coming from, right?
Yeah.
And the same token, on the flip side, people wouldn't be complaining about, you know, misgendering some mentally ill fucking lunatics over some bullshit if they didn't have running water, right? It just is. It is where we are.
And when you say that it's the best, when you say it's the best time, it's not even close. You compare it to like even, you know, 100 years ago. It's insane the leap of luxury and privilege we have.
Even poor people are living like kings.
Yeah, well, poor people now live better than kings of the Middle Ages. So,
and that's not an understatement. That is true.
As I've said
in
many
most
times
areas, yes.
to Dan, like it doesn't matter how successful he is. I never want to live in Brazil.
Nerd Cookie says we have Doritos now. That's a great point.
That is,
that is
multiple flavors too. Not just like when Gary was growing up, you know.
Ranch.
That was a novelty when that happened.
Ranch Doritos. What next?
Dude,
and they're
there was
cool.
only one flavor of Pringles when I was growing up. You don't know how hard it was.
Pizza Pringles.
There was one. Now there's 5 million different
Pringles are so
Mountain Dew.
fucking dangerous, bro. Like,
the sleeve is gone. And
bro, I had one of
10
those like
minutes.
family size sleeves, one of the big ones. I found one of the regular, one of sour cream and onion, and I popped it open in the beginning of the day. Well, like lunchtime. And I was like, you know, had one here or there. Bro, 8 o'clock at night, that whole thing was fucking gone.
Kind of their
And
slogan.
I was like,
You wake up like,
how did I do? What have I done?
How many pounds did I gain? Mobland actor Tom Hardy has officially dropped his debut rap album.
It's so funny.
What?
And yes, he does a Bane voice from The Dark Knight Rises.
Oh my
I need
God.
to hear this.
Oh,
Fucking amazing.
I love it. I love it. Good on you.
I need it.
That's pretty great. I kind of dig UK rap. It's kind of.
There's some cool,
I
there's
do
some
too.
cool shit.
Yeah.
For real. I don't know if this qualifies necessarily, but
No,
are we gonna show it or we just?
I'm
wanna
not
go
gonna.
look
I'm
at
not
it?
I don't
gonna
know
tell
if
him that.
we can play it.
I'm just.
I don't want to tell him that. It'll hurt me.
Hold on, I got some.
You got some?
Yeah.
Attaboy.
Some wild stuff, dude. Gets X-rated
That's
about
good.
Kathy Bates.
Oh no.
What?
William Defoe.
What?
Okay, wait a
Willem.
minute. No, I'm just stuck
Oh,
on the
Willem,
gets X-rated about Kathy
Yeah,
Bates.
Kathy Bates. What did you do?
Wow.
Tom, what did you do?
She's a
Tom,
handsome woman.
What did you
He
do,
raps about Willem
Tom?
Dafoe's Green Goblin and recites Shakespeare. I need this in my life.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Well, I've got the
download this.
Shakespeare right now.
Let's go.
She's an international treasure.
Now is the winter of our discontent. A glorious summer by the sun of York.
Dude, that is amazing.
Yes.
Now is the summer of our discontent.
He's the new William Shatner. Let's go.
And all the clouds that lowered upon our house in the deep bosom of the ocean valley. How are our brows?
Fuck yeah.
You
That
know what
sounds
the
like he's just having fun. It's like he's not even trying. He's just
Yeah, this
like,
is
you know,
hilarious.
goofing around.
You know what the funny thing is? Whenever I hear him doing the Bane voice, like I can't help but hear a little bit of his character from Peaky Blinders. Like,
Yeah, yeah.
that's what I always hear when I hear the Bane voice, which just makes it that much funnier. His Jewish character from Peaky Blinders.
Peaky Blinders is awesome, by the way.
The movie, not so much, but
Yeah, the movie, not so much.
The Immortal Man.
Also,
All right.
speaking of Shatner, as he was brought up, he did announce he's going to do a heavy metal album.
Yes, he did.
That is going to be.
Dolly did one, kind of. Yeah. Yeah, she did a duet with Rob Halford on it. And
Wow.
Dolly could have done a lot of
yes, and I'm going to buy Shatner's metal album. And it's called What the Fuck is Metal? because
Well,
yeah,
'cause
he
that was his
announced
first-
it at the Star Trek con. He was talking about it. So
He says they wanted me to do with the album, and the first words out my mouth was, "What the fuck is heavy metal?" So that's what we called it.
Oh, it's fucking amazing. Hell yeah. I hope it's got like the sickest riffs, dude. And then he's just spoken word on top of it.
Just Christopher Lee's
run
I mean,
to the hills.
Run or you're alive.
Christopher Lee.
There's something
Charlemagne.
on the wing.
That's right. Christopher Lee did one too.
Christopher
Didn't
Lee
he also
was
say that the
legit
reason he
metalhead.
did Rocket Man at first is because he wanted a free cruise, and the only way they let him off for free is if he did Rocket Man on the cruise. So he's like, "Ah, screw it."
Yeah, why not?
Sure.
Why not? Real quick before we get to Supes, GTA 6 dropped a big thing on Netflix,
And it doesn't mean
and it's been controversial for what we suspect the game will be, considering the people making it now. And then the leaks happened. All the leaks happened, but I'm guessing those leaks were from an older build of the game because I mean,
look, Gary's got
We
it
still don't know
spotted. Listen to Gary. He's like, I looked at that. I took my Coke bottle glasses. I looked, and the fidelity was just not up to what we saw in what was captured on
about the
PlayStation
FPS?
5 and the
This is a lot
extended
closer to
Expert
Phantom.
gamer.
I'm glad you
Gary.
brought up
Clearly was
fidelity
older
because
build.
that's what I'm not. Yeah, no, it looked. I mean, it looks all right. The game looks good. I
But
think it's going to
being-
be the biggest selling, as you said, Ryan, the biggest entertainment thing ever.
Oh, yeah.
As far as it will dwarf any release of anything close to that could be under the umbrella of entertainment. Music,
that-
movies, TV, anything.
And that ultimately is no matter how much of the like loud backlash and criticism, and there has been criticism, and some of it is very, very valid in terms of people being worried about Rockstar and where we're at in modern gaming, in terms of people being very frustrated with one, how long it's taken for us to get to this point, the fact that it's not releasing on PC day one, the fact that there's no physical disc, all these things. I'm not taking away the validity of any of these criticisms, but at the same time, it is also going to be fucking huge. And the leak situation, I talked about it when we were in the middle of it. I think that the leaks didn't do anything to hurt Rockstar. And I, in fact, think that the leaks made people more excited to see the real game and get their hands on the real game. And as I stated, I think Monday's G&G Daily, whenever that was, I was like, look, anytime these dudes are saying, we're fighting for you guys, these greedy gaming, blah, blah, blah. By the way, if you want us to keep leaking things, make sure you buy our fucking shit crypto coin, everybody. We need you to buy our shit crypto coin. I have like questions about the motivations behind everything. Ultimately, it went out. We saw the leaks beforehand. The Netflix first look. There's going to be more stuff that comes out, I think, as we lead into it. There's backlash and there's criticism. Ultimately, the normie audience is going to dominate. So many people are going to fucking buy this, regardless of any of their worries about the game. For me, when I saw it, it looks like a higher fidelity and more potential shit that you can do in the world of Grand Theft Auto. And I think that's what most people want is more Grand Theft Auto, just better quality in terms of the gameplay after this long. I am worried that the edge will be taken away off some of the jokes and things like that in game. Ultimately, it looked like more Grand Theft Auto. And I think that's what most people want.
Yeah.
That's what I mainly like. It just doesn't look like it has that edge. There's an edge to those original Grand Theft Auto games that it had a style, it had a take, it had an edge to the commentary that it was giving. And it's like, it's interesting to see what they will do with the current state of our culture and what they commentate on and how they go about commentating on that stuff. Will they be as irreverent as they were before? We'll see.
Well, I mentioned this in before we went live that like Grand Theft Auto 2 literally had like achievements or missions where you mowed down pedestrians. It was super edgy, irreverent. That was the whole purpose of it, really. And it seems like they're going to neuter all of that out of
Yeah.
it in this one.
Well, like that game and Postal,
gonna be
those
risk-averse.
are the games that people were kind of like going after back in the 90s.
Manhunt,
And I want to say, and someone correct me if I'm wrong here, the original people that created the last several aren't at the studio anymore. So obviously it is going to lose its edge.
Dan
as a
Hauser
result of
left.
that.
Dan Hauser's not there anymore. He's the
You
writer.
can see the downgrade in the online writing. I know it's online, so maybe people were expecting less, but like the DLCs that would keep coming out, the characters they would introduce, holy shit, it's a steep decline until like the last couple of ones where,
But I think over the last like 10 years, because there hasn't been a story come out that's not online, most people just think of like GTA as the online experience. I'm running around a city with my friends. Who cares about the story? So like I think it'll probably satisfy that audience pretty well. I think that's the majority of the audience.
I think it's the
Look,
only audience that
Grand
gives a
Theft
shit
Auto
about.
5 is, I believe, the second best-selling game of all time
Yes.
behind
Yeah.
Minecraft or something, right? And it persisted across multiple console generations. I bought it on multiple consoles and on PC. I think that this launch is going to dwarf anything, even though it's console only. It's going to be fucking huge. Is it going to be received the same way and be played the same amount over a period of, a decade like GTA 5 was? That's a big question. I think for anyone thinking that this isn't going to be the biggest launch in the world or that these leaks are going to somehow hurt Rockstar or whatever, I think that that's not reality, like not based in reality. Long term, certainly, if this game doesn't live up to people's expectations, it's not going to have the same, it's not going to have that same arc for sales and for success that, the last one did. But
this game, it's going to be very hard to get honest reporting on how people actually feel about this game for a long period of time. The entire access media, the entire games journalism sphere, all of the mega corporations want this game to, everybody involved wants this game to win to the highest extent. It actually is too big to fail because there is so much money invested into producing this thing. It's over $2 billion. Like that's where the estimates have been. It's over $2 billion to produce this game. And every corporation is watching. Like they cleared out the runway. There are hardly any games even dropping it around the time of this, so that it is just everybody buy this. Everybody buy this. There are so many corporate aspects in play. So for gamers out there, it's going to be really hard to get an honest reporting on what people really think about this because everybody needs this thing to win.
As someone who's like an outside viewer of all of this, because I'm not much of a gamer, I also look at like the price of games because I guess the success would be based off of how much money it brings in, but I am an inflation bro, and I'm forever inflation bro. So I'm kind of almost wondering, will the success be more about the money versus the number of copies being sold? I'm not saying that's not going to, it's obviously going to sell a lot of copies, but will it be as many as some of the other games that have come out?
It doesn't matter. They need even things like that aren't as big as there is the big shift away from physical media. And that is a big talking point here. This is a Trojan horse video game because regardless, like it's going to be the biggest number of units sold of all time. It's also going to make an ungodly amount of money. So regardless this is going to legitimize taking discs away from people. You are no longer buying discs, you are buying licenses. And how can we do that? Because all of you people, you millions and millions of people bought the digital $100 edition of Grand Theft Auto 6.
Yeah.
This has been in the pipeline for a long time.
There's something else I don't think it's just a one-way street though, Wizard, because I mean, you did obviously not a very scientific survey necessarily, but when you were talking to people, right, and the amount of people who would be more than willing to buy it on digital because it was this game, blah, blah, blah.
I've been doing that for years too.
Exactly.
Scary.
And I think ultimately the reason the industry is like, starting with this one, but obviously will be everything after that. The reason they're willing to is because they think that it's financially viable to do so, right? Because so many people are willing to buy digital. And I get the people that care about physical media really care about it. And there's a lot of reasons to care about it. And I think they're morally righteous. However, I also think they're in the vast, vast minority of people that just want the ease of access of downloading. So like, I think the industry feels like they can do this because it will be profitable for them. And when you don't have to worry about making physical discs, when you don't have to worry about, Walmart getting a cut of your fucking sale because it's a disc on the shelf there, when you don't have to worry about this, that's a bigger slice of the pie for you. And I just think
the thing that's
because
interesting-
people have
It's a
shown their
big-time
willingness to buy
margins pull.
digital, that's why this is happening.
The
But
test case
we
for this has been around for many years already on PC with Steam. Like
Half-Life
digital
2.
download is
Yeah.
now a standard for PC.
But
players,
Steam
and-
has a very customer focused, like
Mhm.
the entire platform is so you can find out if you want this game. The other users review it. It's very transparent that way. Like it's a different thing than just saying, here, buy it on PlayStation Network, and where they could take it away at any point.
Online
It's
is a
not-
huge part of this.
it's not
just real
just-
quick. Online is a huge part of this. The reason people bought it so many times is they wanted to keep playing online and keep the fidelity of their characters. And like I know a lot of people I play with, they haven't even played the single player of 5. They just went
Right, that's what I
straight
was
to
saying,
online,
yeah.
shark cards. So
Yeah.
it, depending on how their online looks, especially if they have ways in, if you've been playing like online for a bunch of years, like that is a huge part of how long people will be talking about it.
What does
coming back to us.
subscription mean? They mentioned a subscription.
GTA Plus is already a thing.
service.
It's already a
What does
thing.
that mean? They have already said that there's content in the game that you don't have access to if you get the base level of the game. So you have to pay more to get some interiors for certain buildings or stores for cosmetics or whatever. So like there's a price ceiling if you want to get the full game.
Yeah, this is another
So,
example
no,
of
it-
gamification.
aspect to it.
The subscription on this one is the GTA Plus subscription that already exists. So if you were to pre-order it, you get like a month of that, which is going to carry over into this game. So, but that it does set the runway for a subscription model inside of this game, which will eventually arrive.
You've already seen this play. You've already seen this play out with Half-Life 2 before. Half-Life 2 is what launched Steam, and it was the first game ever to have online activation in a game, which was the start of licenses for a game in the first place. Now, the thing with digital versus physical. No one really cares that much about physical. What it is you don't trust the companies which own your licenses. Everyone trusts Steam because Steam has never done them. They do massive sales. You can get like 95% off, and all that factors in. So nobody needs to sell their keys because if you wait long enough, you get 95% off. Nobody trusts but Microsoft. Nobody trusts Sony.
Yeah,
and that's why it's like if you have complete control over both the pricing and the licensing, it's the worst thing ever. For me, I'd actually think it'd be a benefit that if it does get rid of it and people realize they hate these companies, then you move on to a more open platform like PC. I think everyone wins in that regard. It's just unfortunate this is happening at the same time as RAM and GPU prices. And so moving is so ridiculously expensive at the moment.
Yeah, another good platform is GOG, and you actually own the games.
Yes.
They need to do better marketing over at GOG. But the other part of this is, okay, look at the secondhand market, the secondary market. If you go to GameStop right now, you get that terrible Spider-Man 2 game for maybe $27. But right now it is the full $70 on the PlayStation Store. And it doesn't discount very often. It more than 10%. It will not discount more than 10% on the digital store. So once the secondhand market is gone too, you're going to be paying more for games that are covert with the messaging. So they're going to be advertising, everything now is advertising away from anything that is controversial. Just like with GTA, we don't know what's actually going to be in this game, but we have a feeling like there's going to be things that have changed, but it won't matter because you already spent $100 to get the thing.
Yeah.
Well, within gaming and stuff too, they test things with games that are too big to fail. Like Call of Duty, they'd be like, "Oh, we're gonna do this new thing with the Call of Duty game," and then people would be like, "We're not buying this," and then they'd fucking go out and buy it anyways, make a shit ton of money and stuff. Yep, and this game is going.
People complain the most about like every single year: FIFA, Madden, fucking Call of Duty. That's where like so many of the big stories are centered from. They're also the ones that are just selling.
They just sell like
for the
fucking
most part.
And that's why EA bought it. EA bought it.
Has
Saudi
generated $10 billion. Like they're not losing money. Like this is not they're gonna make money hand over fist. And I think it's gonna make more money than GTA 5 did, because of the online community and how rabid they are and how, like people, they're gonna throw everything they can at their audience and people will just take it and you'll just see other studios follow suit with it. And some of these studios will get kicked in the ass really hard and back off of that stuff. Some of them won't, it's just kind of how it goes. You just have to make a market for it for somebody else, and then that market will make room for other things. Like if you want physical media, go out and buy physical media where you can get it and show that there's a market for it, and they will figure out a way to get your money from you. That's all that matters to them. So
I mean, Sony just shut down. They're shutting down the Crunchyroll store, and like so now you have all these animes that are going to be unavailable anywhere physically. You have manga books that will not be available anywhere. We are moving closer and closer to digital only for everything.
So you'll get somebody that has that stuff already somewhere, that's ripped it somewhere, and then they sell it physically, and then people will buy it from them, and these companies will freak the fuck out, and then go, you got to stop doing this, and then they will.
But that is the thing. So Spotify essentially killed music piracy because they gave something for a good price. It was a better service, and so people couldn't be bothered. They just pay the small amount of money. Steam has also massively cut into video game piracy for the same thing. That people know if they're getting 95% sales, I might as well buy it anyway, even if they pirated it earlier. And so if you go to a digital only thing and the prices are high, you're now increasing piracy because you're essentially pricing people out of the market in the first place. So just because you keep increasing prices does not mean that your income scales at the same amount. You can definitely price people out in that way. So I don't know. All this could backfire on them if they just get too greedy, which seems to be the way they're going.
Well, they're pushing it on everything, right? I was just reading. I know everybody wanted me to weigh in on this as the gamer god. So,
which was the best GTA?
It would be GTA.
Vice.
Just say it, Gary. You know it. San Andreas. And
Andreas, the one with the fault. There you go. That's it. That's the best one. I'm gonna play GTA really 5. I'm gonna stream it. I'm gonna play it. I have experience in crime, so I figure I can probably.
You talk about how realistic it is.
I can't wait to see like the first interaction that you have with Franklin. You know what I'm talking about, guys. When he's walking into his house.
You think it's fun watching him play one character? Wait till you watch him try to balance 3 of them. That's gonna be good.
He's not gonna get out of the first.
Trevor.
Like, Gary's not gonna be able to survive the first scene.
Yeah.
Especially with the gunplay in that game. I just don't think it's going to work.
By the way, that's the other concern. Like, the gunplay looks the same. That same tank, like, non-responsive game. It looks like they took a little bit from Red Dead. You might have a bit more, and they gave the Jason character Deadeye, but not a huge, like, switch up as far as gunplay, which was never exactly one of the strengths. But we'll see how it plays.
The gunplay is fine. It just needed to have its edges rounded off, and I'm sure with fucking $2 billion at some point they play tested it and rounded those edges off.
It basically looks like kind of what you expect from GTA with some added stuff in terms of cover and things like that. You know what I mean? Yeah. One of the biggest ironic things I've heard is this just looks like a better graphical version of GTA 5. This just looks like more of the same, and it's like. You realize like the biggest concern that people have is it actually won't be more of the same. The biggest concern that people have for this game is it will not feel like more of the same. I think that if it feels like more of the same, but way better quality and graphics and NPC interactions and all that stuff, I think that's the thing that's going to make the most amount of people happy. If it is actually more of the same, just higher technical quality.
Yeah, well, they also like revamped their wanted system, and it's pretty advanced for a wanted system. So that looks pretty interesting.
I wonder how much of that's going to survive to the final product of. Like,
yeah, true.
They see you on camera. You can change your clothes. You can change the, and
they have flock cameras.
Yeah.
Anybody that plays that, you better make sure you're fucking working out. Not for you, but like not for Jason, but for Lucia. Okay, you don't.
We're all going to give them better lives than we have.
You don't want to let them slide. Okay.
Yeah.
Don't let them slide.
I'm just gonna
30 frames per second.
That is kind of whack, though. It's like
10 times the detail.
I don't think it's crazy for.
Times the size.
I don't think it's crazy for current gen hardware.
Yeah.
With the size of this and scope of the game.
Yeah, they have. They're scaling it for the people that can play this game, not for.
Now, for you PC bros, I think that'll be a different story.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see.
PC number 1.
I totally agree with Ryan.
What do you think of ray tracing, Gary?
Yep.
What?
Real time or baked? Real time baked. Real time baked. Which one?
Ray tracing the rays.
Ray Palpatine.
What?
Yeah.
Ray Liotta? What?
I don't know what you're talking
Ray
about.
Liotta.
Ray Pitler?
Ray Pitler. That's it.
How many polygons, Gary?
Yeah.
What? I hate that website. Fuck Polygon.
Yeah. DLSS, DLA, right?
Yeah. I think ultimately it's gonna feel like Grand Theft Auto. I think it's gonna feel a little bit less edgy, a little bit more safe when it comes to some of the side missions and random things like that are always like standouts from Grand Theft Auto. When you come across some really wild shit, I think some of that's gonna be a little bit softened. That's my guess about the game based on what we've seen.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Mm-hmm. There's gonna be a lot of dudes in that strip club. I know that.
Are there boobies?
Oh yeah.
There's gonna be a lot of boobies.
Boobs, dick,
There was boobs in
pussy,
Oh.
everything you want, Gary.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't want dick.
There's gonna be doors. Yeah. Wait a minute.
Fucking talking about.
Wait a minute.
James Gunn thinks you do.
Better be.
James Gunn wants dick.
Yeah.
For his
They'll be
wife.
cucking. Yeah.
For his
they'll be
wife.
cucking.
wife.
Not for him. He likes to watch it.
Well, that means he likes to watch dick.
Yeah.
He just hasn't
Grayson.
gotten around to being gay yet. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all. All right, let's get to the people, shall we?
Supes. I just want to see Nightwing
What?
in Nightfall Part 2.
I've taken over for good reason. I promise. I promise. Sorry,
oh
Garrett.
yeah.
Sorry, Garrett. I have something to announce. Something
Yes.
very exciting.
Yes.
We are Forbidden Frontier and Wandering Wolf have a trip next year. We are going to Greece.
Let's
Oh my god.
I like the sunglasses on the sun. That's pretty great.
Yes.
actually.
So we are going April 26th to May 2nd to Greece. We fly into Athens. We're going to go to places within Athens and Delphi. And it's actually a pretty amazing trip. It's already, 13 spots sold out. And I believe there are 40 in total. So
Yeah, so this is a smaller trip than Japan.
yes.
This is one of the bucket lists for me. We were initially not going to do this, and then I changed my mind.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to go to Greece. Because I wanted to go on my own odyssey. All right.
Absolutely. So things to highlight, of course, there's 6 nights, 7 days, daily breakfast and dinner. We'll have a guide with us, and we'll fly into Athens. We're going to go to Delphi and then come back. Trying to think what else. Oh, you get a custom shirt and a coin pouch, where you can put your money in, not that other coin pouch. And something we're doing different this year or this trip is there's going to be a photo package that you get at the end of the trip for free that's built into the package. Yeah. So if you are interested in a single room, I believe there's only 10 left right now. So
Otherwise, you're just going to have a buddy.
yes.
Make
So
a friend.
there is a deposit $775, so you're not paying the full price, and then there's like a payment schedule if you want, or you can pay it all at once if you can. And then yeah, very, very exciting. I know Gary's going, of course. Michael Wandering Wolf. I believe I'm going, and I've heard interest from people, quite a few people. So I think this is going to sell out really, really, really fast if you are interested.
Yeah, this is going to be amazing if you can go.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But anyways, I'm going to bring Garrett back.
Bring Garrett back. We also have Americon Sunday. Ryan's. I'm going to have a house full of people. It's going to be like the fucking Brady Bunch in my house starting tomorrow, I think. But yeah, August 30th, this Sunday, 6:30 p.m. at the Thirsty Horse Saloon here in San Antonio. And this is to benefit the Texas Veterans Coalition. And Brandon Herrera is going to be there. He's running for Congress, Texas 23. We want him to win. Donut's going to be there. Eli's going to be there. Ryan's going to be there. Garrett's going to be there. I'm going to be there. Dean Kane's going to be there.
No, he's not, actually.
Oh,
that
Dean.
sucks.
Dean.
If you're
Dean.
following the American San Antonio Instagram account, a day or two ago, they announced that he had to pull out because he had something else that came up. So Dean Cain will not be there.
He will not be there. But
I'm
I'll
here
be
to
there.
prevent the fake news, Gary.
That's good. I appreciate that. He probably had to go be Superman somewhere. That's what I'm guessing.
Yeah,
probably.
Also, if anybody has any questions, because we're doing the Greece trip earlier in the year, that doesn't mean we're not doing.
No, we're still doing the UK.
The UK trip.
UK
So
is 100%
that's still on.
Yeah,
That's still on.
Yeah,
that is still on. That is still happening. And yeah,
That's in September. Later on.
lots of fun. So like the UK one's going to be more of a nerd oriented trip, and the Greek one is full on ancient Civ. The stuff we did in in Peru and Egypt.
Yeah.
So going to look at a bunch of old rocks and ruins, and it's gonna be awesome.
Rocks. Yeah. Rocks are cool.
You're gonna see where Plato's Academy may have been. That type of thing. Nice.
Yeah.
Plato.
Plato.
Plato. All right.
Socrates.
Let's get
Socrates.
Socrates.
Yeah.
Socrates.
My favorite part of the year teaching is when I do intro to philosophy and I make references, and all the kids are like over their head.
Yeah. It's Bill and Tip. No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Before we get into super chats, Gary, I got to get going. So I'm gonna bounce, and I have an early flight tomorrow, and I'll see you in San Antonio tomorrow to get ready for Americon.
Hey.
So, everybody knows where you can find me, Ryan Kinnell. I'll talk to you guys later. Bye, everybody.
Later, bro.
Bye.
Bye, Ryan. All right. The original Aber Zombie for $49.99. It's Happy Friday to one and all. I hesitate to ask, but what beloved franchises do you think is next on the chopping block? If you hate Hollywood, you don't hate it enough. Man, they're going through them, but they're video games and anime and
Judge
manga.
Dredd. Judge
Yeah.
Dredd.
Oh.
Taika Waititi.
Oh no.
Is still in the
Crunch-
talking.
Well,
Who
also
knows if it'll actually come out?
Crunchyroll has invited James Gunn to talk about anime at a
Oh.
convention. Like, what on earth are you doing? Do not get him involved.
They
in
are
anything
they
to
are
that.
desperate to break into that industry, man. They yeah.
So they chose James Gunn,
Mhm.
the franchise destroyer. I mean, that is not the guy.
Known for his anime expertise.
I'm hoping that anime is going to be kind of a harder barrier to get through to
It-
be able to
it won't
adapt.
be over
Like we've
here
seen
because-
multiple times they've tried to do it in America at Death Note. It's just like they just can't do it. They just don't have
What they're
the-
gonna do is they're gonna co-opt it by making stuff here that they call anime. They'll try to merge the
That's what they're
two so
doing.
they can get access to Japan. Japan really does not like what the shit that we do over here at all, and they're pretty resistant to it. But we've seen in some of the newer anime like writers and things like that they have been kind of influenced and trying to insert more representation and more diversity into their stuff and trying to so
yeah.
This is the thing that the West thinks that anime is people like it because of the style. It's like nobody
Yes.
likes anime because it's a cartoon. They like it because it's Japanese and has Japanese values in it, which is still about traditional heroism and being the best and overcoming things and friendship and all that kind of stuff. So they go to anime because the West has lost all of that. The moment you start doing westernized versions, defeats the object.
Yeah. People aren't going to watch anymore.
Yep.
Well, they also don't understand, because they don't do that over here in the West. Like, it's about how can we make this appeal to as many people as possible, not understanding that, anime is broken up into genres based on demographics, and some of the demographics are just more popular than others. But, sometimes it doesn't, sometimes a thing will pop that isn't in a specific demographic. It just happened to be a thing that people really all like, and when they watch it, that is not how they're going to do it over here. They're going to make something that they try to make appeal to as many people as possible. And so they're going to run into a really big problem there, because shonen works because young boys don't have a lot over here to watch. That's why they go over and watch it over there, because they actually have traditional heroism and values like that. Yeah. And James Gunn and these people in Hollywood, you got to understand, they still have a name for a lot of people. So if James Gunn comes to you and you're just a guy writing one manga and he goes, hey, I want to read your shit, or I want to adapt your shit, this is really cool. You go, oh my God, James Gunn wants to do that? All he has to do is lie. Oh yeah, I love anime. Anime is awesome. I really, really like it. Blah, 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 blah. They did the same fucking thing with comic books. I'm a huge comic book fan, and James Gunn doesn't know what fucking Clark Kent's middle name is.
It's James.
And this is the guy running DC fucking studios. You should be arguably one of the most knowledgeable people in your studio working on this stuff, so that you are the arbiter of what does pass or doesn't pass, or you hire somebody that can. And he doesn't give a shit. So
James has that Dave Filoni ability to convince like corporates and shit that he actually knows what he's talking about, and that it's not his fault. It's not working. It's the racist, bigoted argument that whatever our audience. Yeah. So wouldn't surprise me.
One of the biggest turns in Hollywood is when, it's never been the place where the best talent goes. That has been a myth for a long time, but
absolutely.
it had more talent. Now, if you are more gifted at the art of bullshit, you will last longer in that town. Alex Kurtzman is a great example of that. He's never had the talent. He's never deserved to be put in charge of Star Trek. I think the most successful thing he has done is Hawaii Five-0, which is another fucking remake. But that's the case now. There isn't enough talent, and unfortunately, if you could just bullshit a bunch of suits who have never worked in Hollywood and are in charge now and don't know how movies or shows are even made, you're going to have a long career.
It's what Quentin Tarantino said when he was talking about like the person that wins in those rooms isn't who's actually right, but it's who says it the loudest and most confident. And James totally think that's when we were talking about like what's his metric. It's not what builds a healthy DCU. It's, well, if he likes it, it's the right choice. If he likes the character, that's the character. And they listen to him.
You can understand that lasting short term, like to convince someone in a room, but the moment that fails, well, now you've got data and numbers and big red numbers on a spreadsheet. That's when the executive should realize we need to fire this guy. But instead, it's just like, no, they just get promoted or they get moved to someone else who accepts them after they've failed so many times. That's still the most confusing part to me, how there is no consequences.
They're the only people that know the language too, and they don't want, they're risk averse, so you have to know the language. Like I said before, like this is when I was learning screenwriting and stuff. Yeah, the Save the Cat book. They're like, you need to read this book. You have to read this book because if you do not know the lingo of Save the Cat when you pitch a product, if you do not know this lingo, they will not look at your script. It doesn't matter if you wrote the best script anybody's ever fucking seen. If you don't know the Dark Night of the Soul, you don't know the Save the Cat terminology for it, no producer will listen to you because they've all read this one fucking book and think that they understand storytelling now. And so that's how the industry works, is they gatekeep people by making a standard that says this is how we do things. And this is the only way to do things correctly. And if you don't know how to do this, then nobody will ever listen to you about anything that you have to say.
It's funny because in the book, he actually gives Nolan a lot of shit.
Yeah.
But I honestly think it's a good starter book. Like if you know nothing about screenwriting, it's actually a pretty decent book to read to get a starting point. But obviously you have to grow your talent from there.
Yeah, well, and it's important to know storytelling and understand it, but it's also important to understand that like just following a standard or just following a formula does not work.
No,
you have to understand why the formula works in order
exactly
to do it, and that's where you actually get that's how you can subvert expectations. And you go, I know a traditional storytelling technique, and I tried something different with it, and this actually worked, and that's really surprising.
Well, in order to break the rules, you need to understand them first.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Like I don't think Gunn understands traditional heroism.
No.
I don't even fucking understand punk rock. This stupid asshole running around Superman's punk rock because he's nice to people. Shut the fuck up, you dumb asshole. Like that's not how that works.
That's a good point, though. Badger, that's a good point. They don't understand heroes. Actually, they do. They hate it. They're repulsed by it.
Right.
That's the problem. We want to give them the benefit of the doubt, like, oh, maybe they don't understand. It's like, no, they do. Like, look at that interview with Lindelof and Tom King a couple days ago. Good God, they know exactly what they're doing.
Oh well, them for sure. But Gunn is the one it might be ambiguous whether he really does understand what he's doing or not. But Lindelof knows exactly what he's fucking doing.
Yeah,
he's not a dummy, but he's certainly compromised. He certainly sees things his way.
I legitimately think that Damon Lindelof has brain damage, so I'm concerned for him. Yeah. That's wild. I don't like any of that.
He's got the beard though.
But it's got a beard. It's still
more lore accurate.
That's lore accurate.
At least he's got a beard. Oh shit. Good Lord. The other difference is you know, 10, 15 years ago, even 10, 15 years ago, Hollywood was still corporatized, but you still had investors and producers. And if you lost their fucking money, there would be repercussions. Now you're just, it's the big, you know, just the big bank of the studio, right? So you're not feeling the pain as much. Even the executives aren't feeling the pain as much. Yeah, James Gunn just lost him $200 million. I mean, you should be rethinking everything after that. But they're like, nope, we're going full steam ahead the way we were going before. It's fine. Just a bump in the road. It's part of doing business, what Peter Safran said.
This is why your CEO shouldn't be the creative, because now he's not objective about the work. He's invested in it. And so he won't think, well, my work can't be awful. Whereas if you separate the CEO from the creative, he can look, that was crap. It failed. Get out of here. I don't want anything to do with you. Having someone do both roles is such a terrible idea. I'm amazed that even like passed the board.
As soon as he didn't reboot everything and he kept only his characters, that's when everyone should have known. I mean, we did, but like that's when everyone should have known that, like, okay, he's not being objective.
I didn't know how to write Superman until I watched my dog shit on the carpet, and I was
and
like,
then you made him just pathetic.
And then I understood.
Then I got it. I understood watching my
Puts
dog.
his boots on one leg at a time, just like us, and he gets mad at his girlfriend.
Guy.
Yeah, but that's not what I want. I don't want to see a regular guy when I see Superman. But yeah.
Master Austin has gifted 10 Nerdrotic memberships for $50. Hail, brother. We get to do another Lanterns watch party, but the good news is we're going to do a gentleman watch party too.
Hey,
can't wait.
It's going to be so fucking good.
5 days, I think. 5 days.
Yeah.
When is the Gentleman season 2 coming up? I thought it was the 3rd, but I could be wrong. Gentleman season 2 release.
It is the 3rd. Yep.
Good.
Hell,
so good.
yeah, I can't fucking wait.
Yeah.
And yeah, I was just gonna watch 1 episode last night. I ended up watching 4.
That first season restored my faith that we can actually have good television.
Yep.
Yeah. You know, it's like a real drought of like, what are we doing?
Letting Guy Ritchie cook, like that dude can cook. Yeah.
Yeah.
I watched it, like I just randomly put it on one night and I was like, I'll just check it out. I was hooked, dude. I got through 4 episodes the first night. I was like, dude, I love this show. This is
want to see what's going to happen next. Yeah.
Yep.
And it's the most Guy Ritchie thing he's put out. I mean, like even his movies, he was kind of a hired gun, and they were like, they're not that great. But this thing is like Guy Ritchie.
Guy Ritchie's got 2 modes. He's got hired gun or Guy Ritchie. You know, like lock stock. Like that's his other mode. And
you
this
want
is
Guy
totally
Ritchie.
Lock stock. Yeah.
Smooth the DJ has gifted 10 Nerdrotic memberships for 50. Thank you, Smooth. Modrotic Smooth. Go check out his channel, Smooth the DJ. Hopefully we'll see you in the UK, sir. Jeffinator the Colossal for 50 Australian dollars. G'day, everyone. Disbrew, it seemed you were very invested in the Gollum segment on the EFAP anniversary. By the way, happy anniversary, EFAP. 400 episodes. We love you guys. I think you should play and stream it. Also, Ryan, what would it take for you to play and stream Gollum as well? Probably money, I would guess.
Pokemon cards.
Pokemon cards.
Oh, yeah.
Pokemon
I was
cards.
dying laughing
Pokemon
at
cards,
the
Taco Bell.
The Gollum segment. I'd seen as player, but mainly him just falling off a wall repeatedly.
That's right.
I was dying laughing at that, but I'd never seen the segment on EFAP. That was gold.
I'd love to see Gary play the like Shadows of Mordor and those ones, but
Shadow of Mordor is actually
the lore.
fun.
The lore is horrible.
Yeah, the lore is horrible. But the
No, the first one's fun though. The
game
first
is
one's
awesome.
lore is fun. The second one, not so much.
Yeah.
I just want the PS2 games to be remastered or just put on Steam.
Wait, they are though. It's a deal with, I forgot the name of the company, but apparently they cut a deal with Warner Brothers. They shadow dropped War in the North last week on Steam.
Okay,
they remastered
but
it.
I want the movie games. So they're doing that. Oh shit!
That was the deal.
Good.
Yeah.
So it's the 25th anniversary of Fellowship of the Ring this year.
Dude.
So yes, we're doing streams. Yes, I'm doing a video. Like we're going all in on that one.
Awesome.
I might even do like I'm gonna try to rent out a theater.
Oh hell yeah!
Oh, that would be so.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, I'll see if that's possible. But I'm going over my Steam. All these games I haven't played. So Jeremy's always got to play Arkham Asylum. I have it on Steam. It's right there.
You've never played it.
Game.
I've got Arkham Asylum.
You've never
Arkham
played
City.
Arkham?
Amazing.
Arkham Knight.
They're two of the best games. Yeah, Arkham City is one of the best games ever made. So.
Comic Book Store Simulator, Conan Exiles, Diablo 2, DC Universe Online, Ghostbusters, the video game. I've actually played that a lot. Grand Theft Auto, I just got that. Then they had the Indiana Jones Bundle. Yeah, which
Gold.
is brilliant, by the way. It's got a shit ton of games. It's Emperor's Tomb, Fate of Atlantis, The Great Circle, Infernal Machine, Last Crusade. Then I have Gollum, I have Mad Max, I have Witcher 3,
Max is a good one.
and Shadow of Mordor. There it is right there.
There you go.
Yeah, Shadow of Mordor is good.
Fun.
It's a good it's a fun interpretation for Celebrimbor.
Yeah.
And then you compare that to the grandma from Rings of Power and you're like, nah, the game had it so much better.
Who's returning? He's going to haunt Sauron.
Did he die?
No, he's gonna haunt
I didn't know
Sauron.
that.
They're bringing him back.
That's great.
Oh, this is gonna be gold. This is gonna be so bad. A fucking love triangle between Celeborn, Sauron, and Galadriel. Like,
I just hope the Balrog joins.
you cannot be this
Simon
fucking
Pegg,
stupid.
Balrog.
And these guys are paid millions of dollars. Well, probably hundreds of thousands. Let's be real.
They're
They're
the
paid
most
hundreds of
enthusiastic
thousands.
about it, though.
Yeah.
They were like, "Oh yeah, no, I definitely said love triangle." Like they loved it.
The game I've played the most, like not on streaming, is Wolf Among Us. It's a Telltale game.
That's a
So
good
they're
game.
It's good.
remastering that right now.
They remastered and they're coming out with a second one too. So,
Come out with the second one.
but
I really wanna
if
play
you
it, so.
never played Arkham, like the Arkham trilogy, bro, you got to get in on them.
Dude,
It's so
seriously.
good. You
They're-
could do it. I think you
they're
can do it.
very good, and Arkham City is fucking.
Arkham
phenomenal.
City,
It's
straight up one of the best games of
Arkham-
all time.
Yeah.
Arkham City is actually one of my favorite Batman stories, like ever.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
it's really good.
Like
It's
it's
really
a good
good.
one. Yeah.
James Bursey for 50 says, "Oi, Shad.
Oi.
Got a new sister. You could say she's dark and edgy. We all know the twisted things you get up to when you polish your sword. But what are some practical means of sword maintenance?"
WD-40 is just a perfect go-to to both clean and keep it oiled. Sharpening, that's a little trickier. You need a good sharpening stone. Though, I have those kitchen knife sharpening things that have different like channels?
Yeah.
I've had some success with just cheap ones like that. So, yeah, just to get you started. There's some direction.
Nice.
I got Dark Sister.
It's nice.
Brilliant.
Oh, yeah.
My sister's dark too, darker than me.
BT97 for $99.99. Hail, Gary. What comics would you recommend people read for characters like Moon Knight, She-Hulk, Fantastic Four, Hulk, Ghost? I mean, okay, this is going to go another hour. Ghost Rider, Hawkeye, Black Widow, and Black Panther. Also, what did you think of Batman Imposter? The writer of the comic is co-writing the Batman Part 2 with Reeves. I quit reading new comics. What was it now, Garrett? 4 years ago?
Dude,
5
yeah,
years ago?
5, I think.
When did that
Yeah,
come
I quit
out?
it in 2018.
Yeah, that was during my quit time. I'm like, I don't know what that is. So, okay. Quick. Sienkiewicz Moon Knight. Fucking great. All time. Some of the greatest all time comics ever. She-Hulk, John Byrne, She-Hulk, Fantastic Four. Start with John Byrne, but definitely go back to Lee and Kirby. Hulk. There's a great run of the Hulk in the late 70s. And it's Sal Buscema who's doing most of it. That was really good shit. But then if you get later on, Peter David's Hulk is great. Planet Hulk is the best Hulk story ever written. And World War Hulk is pretty fucking good too, but Planet Hulk is the best. But Peter David's Hulk and Ghost Rider. Oh, see, the thing is, I love Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider is one of the coolest characters ever created, but his best stories are Danny Ketch.
I was going to say, yeah, the Danny Ketch stuff of the early 90s is pretty good.
Yeah, better rogue gallery of villains, and it's really fucking good. So I would go with that. Also, Daniel Way wrote a pretty good run in the mid 2000s. If you go to issue 7 and you look in the back in the letters page, my Ghost Rider tattoo is in that comic book. And Black Panther, I've liked Black Panther when he's in the Avengers. So I would say Christopher Priest's Black Panther is pretty fucking good.
Also, Hulk Future Imperfect is actually pretty good. It's
Yes,
the
Peter
one that
David.
introduces a maestro.
Yep. Or Hulk the End. That's Peter David as well. But good shit. Rashawn Murain for $199.99. $199. Hey, I love you guys. Gary, I'm in San Antonio for Americon 250. Hail! Can't wait to see you. I'm in the Navy and just want to thank the videos I downloaded before going out to sea for keeping me sane. Oh, you're welcome. If I'm keeping you sane, you're in trouble. I just want to say that. If any of us are keeping you sane, you're in trouble. Just, seek help. Hope to see y'all soon. Fuck lanterns and soy Jon Stewart. I hate that they're making me hate Jon Stewart. I like Jon Stewart a lot in the comics.
You don't need to make him extra special. He was already beloved. For a lot of people, the Justice League cartoons are their only lantern. And you just didn't need to do any of this.
He's an honorable dude, so he would earn it if you. And this is just such pandering.
And not because his daddy shot apples off his head to make him a sociopath who doesn't feel fear. He was just a good,
honorable man. Should we show that clip
soldier.
Real quick? We'll have to cut it out. But you got it. Like, I don't think we described like how dumb this clip is. There's a clip of next week.
The issue is showing it going on a live stream, if that's what you mean. The Apple head.
Oh, I think he meant the new one, right? With
the new one. Yeah. The new one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, James Gunn put it out.
Worse. Yeah.
Which James Gunn has nothing to do with the series other than green lighting it.
Damon and Tom and Chris Mundy.
Ironically enough, take
like birds.
That's why you like birds. That'd be like somebody walking up to Indiana Jones as you fell into a train car, and that's why you hate snakes so much. It's like,
and that's where you find your whip.
Yeah. What do you think,
dude.
Badger?
Okay.
I asked Badger. I got to set this up. I don't think people know. Okay. You're kind of a Green Lantern fan. I'm a fan of them,
yes.
Of a Green Lantern fan.
Yeah.
Like, look at his background. That's not green screen. That's a respectable background that
more on this side, all that lantern stuff. Yeah.
Would you call me a moron? No.
I said retire.
No. Look at all those fucking toys. Look at that. You have to dust those mother. You know my pain. You know my pain.
So this is the last time you'll see this setup. I get to take everything down and move it and then reassemble it. Yeah, it's going to be fun.
Why?
Yeah.
Oh, because you're moving?
Because I'm moving. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah.
You just didn't feel like doing it?
No. Dear God, it's going to be a pain. It's disheartening. I will say, not to defend him, apparently it was called Lanterns when they got the show.
Yes.
Which the whole thing about it's green is stupid and all that. But no, it's of all the shows to pick and do a grounded, gritty, realistic, and then change the lore when the characters are already beloved. You just didn't need to do it. So I'm now expecting like, what's the worst thing I could do, and trying to plan for that.
Yeah,
because painful.
No, when they originally announced it, not pitched it, it was announced as Green Lantern Corps, which it should have been called, because this is the lead up to the Green Lantern Corps. That's what they're leading up to. But action figures look great in the background. You're gonna fucking hate putting those back up in a new place. Yeah. Take it from me. I'm never doing it again. This is the last time. It took 2 years for me to finish this. Yeah. So do you dust feather duster or blow duster?
I do compressed air, and then a little Swiffer, a little on top of the.
How often?
And every once in a while, you got to do a full. Well, maybe not you because it's all over the walls, but. Do you take them all down?
No.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
No.
A lot of compressed air.
It took us forever. It took us like a whole weekend just to do a corner when we were putting them back up.
Yeah. I mean, to be real, it wasn't. it wasn't really finished until 6 months ago when I finally like hung my last thing from the ceiling and covered up the one blank spot.
You take a lot of pictures. Just remember the layout.
Well, the whole point was like I was supposed to rotate, right? The original idea was to rotate around the office so you would see a different background. I'm like, that's not possible.
Yeah.
So, never mind. Never mind. And I'm already thinking about changing the background now.
It'd be easier to put like a desk on wheels and just turn.
I think you should
if I
do
get
it
a
from the corner.
rotating desk.
Yeah, I was thinking like you can get like a rotating like turntable.
Well, I'm going to put
run
more
the cables
comics
through the bottom.
So I'm going to focus more on comics. I'm going to put so we're because I have a bunch of extra shit in storage in San Francisco and in comics division's room behind me, the attic. So we're opening up. It gives my son something to do. My son is going to be running our eBay store, so we're going to do an online store of some of the stuff, so we can just rotate the collection a little bit. I gotta make room for a life-size Batman.
Yeah.
There he is, right there. Hang on.
He's taking up my.
There he is.
Space.
Oh shit, he was hiding. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the one I had in my shop. Those are hard to find. It's a muckle, so it's a mannequin company that made them, and I thought it was the best looking because all the life size Batman are movie shit, and I wanted comic book stuff. So
That's the pedestal.
Wow. So that's how I met Chris Gore. We traded him that base right there for his house that he still has. And this was back in my comic shop days.
Awesome.
And in return, he would wear a Comic Outpost shirt on Attack of the Show, which he did.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's fucking rad, actually. Yeah.
It was it's how Gary met Frank. That's pretty much what it was. Oh no, apples, man, for $100. Hello, humans. I have declared war on your precious Beardo. He insulted my name, but fear not, FNT is safe. The apple people shall spare you in the great fruit war. Shad, have your swords ready because the banana men are coming. Toodles.
They're ready.
Did
I
you
got more?
Gary, did you see the "Oh no, it's Apple Man" gaff? He read it, "Oh Nolt, Apple Man," and
that's not even a word.
He thought the capital I was an L, and so he read it, "Oh Nolt, Apple Man." And yeah,
as much as I'd like to roast Beardo, I am in no position whatsoever to do so in this aspect. I do know he was late to the show today. He was very late to the show today. Mo Zamboni had to co-host. Oh, because I watch their stuff. See, I watch everybody's stuff.
Yeah.
I watch comics on Thursday night or Monday night. I watch everybody's stuff. I watch Badger. I watch Versus. I watch every episode of Versus.
Yeah.
Right. And yeah. Nerd Wars. I watch pre-FNT. I do. On Nerd Wars.
Well, Nerd Wars will be happy. Probably just made his night.
Watching.
There you go. The only shit I don't watch is Ryan opening fucking Pokemon cards.
Ripping.
I don't blame you.
Yep.
Opening cards.
Big T 97 for $49.99. What comics? Didn't we read this? Oh, wait. No, it's a new one. Oh, boy. This is DC. So this is my weak spot. Somebody else is going to have to come in here. What comics would you recommend people read for characters like Green Lanterns, Aquaman, Green Arrow, Martian Manhunter, Wonder Woman, The Flash, and Supergirl? Okay, for one, Wonder Woman, I'm going to make a controversial statement. The most overblown fucking character in the history of comic books. She's seminal. She's the first female comic. She's had some good runs with George Perez and John Byrne, but she's never been this overall bestseller like you think she was. Her comics sold the most back in the fucking 50s and when she was or the 40s when she was spanking people.
Yeah.
Because she was spanking people. But Wonder Woman, I think people like the idea of Wonder Woman, but she's never been a huge comic book seller. Okay, Badger, Green Lantern comics.
Yeah, I have the 3 compendiums of Jeff Johns runs basically, and then the 2 omnibuses for Green Lantern Corps with Tomasi. I think is that's a solid starting out point. And then of course,
Tomasi's a good writer.
You can go back to Final Crisis stuff and the earlier Hal Jordan stuff, but for the modern lore, the Jeff Johns stuff is basically what they
Jeff
go
Johns
off of.
is his JSA was fucking awesome, man. I love JSA.
I'm convinced that it was the fucking studio that fucked him over. Like Jeff Johns is a really good writer. Like, how did he not do
I
well?
just don't think he works in Hollywood. I think he's too nice. And because by all accounts, he's a nice guy, right? And he just got steamrolled in Hollywood. Nice guys get steamrolled in Hollywood. Nice guys get steamrolled in comics, but he's a great writer. Green Arrow, Longbow Hunters, of course. And then believe it or not, Kevin Smith wrote a good Green Arrow book.
Yeah,
he did. Martian Manhunter as part of the JLA, pretty much.
The Grant Morrison stuff is really the only heavy Martian Manhunter things I've read.
The Flash, Mark Waid did a good job on the Flash. He did.
Rebirth Flash was actually pretty good too.
And Supergirl, Peter David Supergirl, which wasn't really Supergirl, but no, whatever. Speaking of what happened to Millie Alcock, she's just vanished after her movie came out.
Wonder why.
Yep. You can't put that all on her. I mean, she made some stupid statements, but James Gunn was heavily involved with the creation of that movie while saying he was going to let directors be autonomous and do their own thing, which is not the case. He also said that they wouldn't make a movie unless the script was finished, which was not the case with Man of Tomorrow. Big Bob for JC. What the hell? S5er? Sir? For $100. The people in charge of media despise white men and the values the West was built on. This is true.
Yep.
They despise the properties they're in charge of and will do all they can to subvert it. This is also true. Wizard is right. This is also true. The only way to beat this is to create new stories ourselves. We must hail. Always. I don't know if you want to add to that, Wizard, but
we need to start empowering people to make new stuff because they're not going to stop. Like, regardless of whoever. Okay, the Ellisons get Paramount. Okay, they're still going to. He is not going to be able to intervene, even if he's coming into this with good faith. He is not going to be able to intervene to stop them from making demoralized media. Yeah. So it's coming down to us. We have to start making our own stuff. And I know a lot of people are, and a lot of people are out there trying, and it's not an easy thing to do. It's also not the answer most people want to hear. But that's where, if you want to save your culture, then you will have to create new pieces of that culture. Because they're not going to do it. They're not doing it anymore. I mean, that Damon Lindelof Lanterns interview was a peek behind the curtain. That's how they really feel. Lindelof's just arrogant enough to admit it.
Yeah,
that's what we're looking at. So, yeah, man, you start writing. Pick up a pencil. We are at war, and they're trying to erase you.
Hey,
that is a
I'm
great
doing my
point.
part.
Yeah, you are, and that's a great point. And this is something we've heard for years on this channel at this point now, for going back to Last Jedi days, right? And the fact of the matter is, people are doing it, and more people are going to start doing it, and and that part of the reason the industry doesn't like the AI boogeyman, and so many people are out there for the AI slop, is because it takes away a gate. It removes a gate, and it's going to be easier for people to make stories. Now, most of them are going to suck. That's just a fact. But you know what? That's indie comics. Indie comics, and I'm going not just fucking crowdfunded shit. I'm going back to indie comics, alternative press days, many years ago. Most of them sucked, but that's your proving ground. That's your minor leagues. That's where you get better. You get good. Nobody's going to come out swinging, and this is going to take a generation to happen, right? It's not like this will not be answered immediately. They will not take over the industry immediately. It will take years and years and years and years for this to happen. But it will, because entertainment's becoming fragmented already. So you can survive making a comic that is, I don't know, enjoyed by 10,000 people. You could easily survive off that, right? Because you will have direct access to them now, or a book, or and particularly with people who have day jobs and can do it, who have the discipline enough to do it on the side. Oh, knock down Wolverine's claws. But the thing is, they are still in control of the industry for now, but the centralized Hollywood is falling apart, right? And
well, there's an interesting thing that I'm going through at the moment, because I've got big plans for my next book. The first draft is done. It's with my editor. And I've decided, let's see what the mainstream is currently thinking, because the whole thing about this new book is targeted to young men, and it's traditional heroism in a new package, all the stuff that we love. And I have sent it out to some literary agents just to see what the mainstream is feeling about this. And a big player literary agent has already responded, right? He really likes the book. But now the question is, does the mainstream have the confidence in marketing something that is targeted for men specifically? And so we will see. But the thing is, though, about the gatekeepers, Gary, if they don't want to commit, and they will need to commit for me to even entertain the idea of going through a publisher, right? But if they don't want to commit to the book and have confidence in it, I don't need them. I can self-publish it and reach an audience.
That's the trap. That's the trap, though. Obsession. The cultural phenomenon of the year. No, it's not the Odyssey. No, it's not Spider-Man. It's Obsession. It's this little movie that stayed number one, that gained in the box office in its second week.
2 weeks in a row.
Yeah, 2 weeks in a row.
So hard above its pay grade.
Yeah.
And the director goes out and hooks up with Hollywood and hooks up with the franchise. Like, this is where, if you do something independent and it becomes popular, but then you go to a corporate publisher and you sign away any fucking rights, you lose.
Well, exactly. But also, if we decide to throw this to some publishers and they come at me with a sensitivity reader, it's just like no. And that's the great thing is that we don't need them. But look, if they have there is some merit in terms of boosting it to a even larger audience. But at the end of the day, you have the means to do it yourself. And so I can just walk and say, no, if you want to change this thing and warp it to something that I don't want, I don't need you. And
exactly. I mean, okay. So sorry, you were going to say something, Disparu? Then I'll say something.
Yeah. The reason why they don't have faith in pitching something to men is because they got rid of all the male authors. And so now they just publish Clitlit. So the entire sales catalog is just everything for women. And now they say, well, men don't read books. Well, the reason men don't read books is because you don't release books for men. So you're causing the problem, then using the problem you're causing is proof.
And men do read books. They do.
Yes. They absolutely do. Like RPG is taking off. They read heaps of manga, and so I mean, literally,
they're buying manga hand over fist.
Oh yeah. Yes. The pitch of this book is that there is an audience, an underserved audience, right, of male readers that they're not reading just because they're not getting what they want. Here is a book that is targeted for them that they're going to love, and it's got merit. Like I said, a big play literary agent loves it. He's interested in it. But do they have the confidence in actually giving men what they want? And I'm going to get an inside kind of insight to this, depending on how things go with the negotiations on this. And if they don't, we don't need them because we can get it to them directly anyway. And it's just so funny because I have a proven track record with the success of Shadow the Conqueror that I have an audience. It will make money. Do you want a piece of the pie or not? Or is this going to be proof that you actually do not want to give men what they want? We'll find out.
They don't. I mean, it's an industry completely controlled by women now.
At the moment,
And George R. Martin let a lot of them in the door. He did. Trying to uplift the marginalized white woman. Because they are so marginalized. But when it comes to the independent sphere, you could have there's Brian Polito out there who just does his Lady Death comics and survives off them on his own. And he could probably go to a publisher. Maybe he has. But the thing is, do you want to give up control for the prospect, the it's not even guaranteed, but the possibility of making more money when you're making enough on your own anyway, and you have total control. And I mean, it's the aspect everybody sells out at some point, right? Look at Jelly Roll. It's not publishing, but look at, Jelly Roll going on Kimmel and doing that humiliation thing. It's so he can be accepted in Hollywood now, so he can go full Hollywood. And now he has the potential to be really rich, not just rich, really rich. And what's your price? But then there are people out there who are like,
Sanderson. So Sanderson withheld his rights until he had control and writing ability on his own shows. And so this is why he's writing his own movie. He's writing his own TV
but he's
series.
changing. A lot of people are saying he's changing.
Look,
Well, yeah,
I've
but he
talked
did-
about that
he
on my
does-
channel. There's one book people have concerns about. Let's see the track record and see how he goes, because he's still doing good stuff and is a good.
But either way, he has control. He's writing a script.
Yes,
so if it is crap,
exactly.
it's only him to blame.
It's only him
which is
to
a hell
blame.
of a lot better
Yeah.
than Hollywood destroying it for you.
And then you have like, real small companies nobody's heard of, like Ripaverse, who's, they almost went under every year that they've been alive. That they, barely make any
I heard
money.
they failed.
Well,
They failed. They failed year
Admit
one.
now.
It's year 4 now, but they failed in year 1. Yeah, they went completely bankrupt, made no money. You got Drunk 3PO out here actually like legitimately writing like banger pirate comic. I'm like not kidding, dude. Daughter's Revenge was like one of my favorite pirate stories I've read in years. Like, yeah, I mean, we got people out here doing it, but it takes a little bit, like, yeah.
Well, but there's also another angle to it though, because everything we've talked about is the business angle, which is usually where that ends up. But Professor Tolkien was just telling stories to his kids.
Yeah.
And that's something that's lost, because every time I say, or anytime any of us say, like, start telling stories or start writing stories, everybody immediately goes, there's a business to be found here. And if I don't make a ton of money, then I'm a failure. And that's what I hear from just my own comment section. But it's like telling stories to your own kids.
You have to, you need to tell stories that you want to hear and that you want to read, not stories that you think an audience wants to read.
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't, like, I mean, even writing like a script, I don't write scripts that I think, everybody's going to love this. I go, this is a really cool idea. I think I would like to watch this or make this like come to life.
Yeah.
And sometimes like you also have to understand scaling, which is another problem with the indie sphere, is some people don't understand scaling very well. And so people will write a script that's like fucking Dune for indie stuff, and you're never going to have a budget to make that happen.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to make it.
So you also have to understand how to write stuff that you can do in the scope that you have available to you, and then grow from there, so that because then you also can grow in front of your audience, which is something that you don't see in Hollywood, because you don't see all of the notes that they get from producers and the rewrites that they have, or bringing in other people to help coach them through scripts and all of these things that happen that a lot of people don't realize happen. And they have publishers, or they have agents, and they have all of these people that are also telling them, don't do this, don't do that, you got to do it this way, and make sure that kind of stuff doesn't happen when you're an indie person. So
No, and I believe, this is just my humble opinion, and you can equate this into getting into YouTube or writing, started as a hobby. Like if you are, I've seen a lot of people in the industry where their main motivation was money. It wasn't for the love of the game. It wasn't for the love of comics, the love of storytelling. I feel really passionate about this story or thing. I want to go in and make money. That approach fails 99.9% of the time. It just does. And that passion behind storytelling, instead of like, I'm going to write this 500-page fantasy novel as my first thing, write a short story.
Yep.
I think Saints and Sinners.
Start small.
Yeah.
Write a lot of them.
My first one was like 500 pages.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking at you, Shad.
Well, I mean, the other thing too, it's like if you really want to learn how to storytell, I mean, it's a way to get into it is maybe get into a tabletop group, learn how to start telling stories to groups of people, and try and translate that into something else. I mean, that's a good way. I mean, because you get instant feedback when you have players, whether your story sucks or not.
Oh yeah, but Gary is absolutely right about you need to love what you're doing, otherwise you're going to be crushed by the grind. Like when I decided to be a writer, I actually had to make a choice where I realized if I spent the rest of my life just writing the stuff I loved and never getting published, never finding success, versus just giving up on my passion and getting a job that paid a lot, I would have lived a happier, more fulfilling life doing what I love and failing at it than succeeding and getting lots of money in something that was not I didn't enjoy or as love. And so yeah, you're right. You have a lot of failures before you get the success. And so I wrote several books that were just not good enough before you do it. And same with YouTube. I started YouTube because I enjoy it, and that's why I'm still doing it.
Yeah.
It's also it's not just about you get crushed by the grind. If you're not having fun, you make crap content. It's just that simple. You make boring, dull, annoying, angry content that no one likes because nobody wants to feel those emotions. People like a mix of happiness and enjoyment or something that's really interesting. And the more you're invested in something, the more they get invested in it.
And they're going to feel that. And, you know, and sometimes it might not work out. Sometimes it will. But the fact of the matter is, while you're working your day job, you've got this creative hobby that's really good for the soul. Right?
Yeah. Creation is really good for the soul.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And another thing you can do too is like most major cities have like a, you know, film community that you can get involved with. You know, start small. I mean, obviously phones these days have great cameras. I mean, go out and, you know, there's like sometimes they do like 24-hour challenges, and those are a lot of fun, very taxing, but there's lots of options out there. If you can, all you have to do is go and look for it.
Yeah.
And the whole thing right now with AI is like a lot of people will just put on the shoulders of an AI to do all the work for them. That is not what that is for.
Yeah.
It is a tool of expediency, because some of the things that would have taken you weeks to do by yourself or with another person waiting on them, now you can do in like hours, sometimes minutes.
Yeah.
That's what it's supposed to be for, is a tool of expediency, not a tool of ease, because most people were going to use it as a tool of ease. Well, I had an AI write this for me. Cool.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
AI
and
has its
ultimately it's a tool, and that's the thing that I think most people forget, and it should not replace creativity.
Well, when it comes to writing, unless you are able to write at a professional level, a decent level, you cannot tell what the AI gives you if it's professional, good, or slop or crap.
Yeah.
And so you actually need the ability to do it. And when you reach the ability, like you don't need AI. I don't use I'm one of the more prominent, defenders of the appropriate use of AI, and I do not use it in my writing because I enjoy writing myself. Okay.
Absolutely.
And I don't need it. But there are, like with AI art and other things like that, I find that a great tool, because I'm not a great artist. I'm just moderate at best, but it's a great way to concept and make things. And
I think, to bring it back to, I think it's a great question. That's why I wanted to talk about this, because I know Wizard talks about it a lot. And a lot of things are said to me personally, like, you need to promote this or that. And it's like, well, I have, right? But it's also, it's up to the creator to get out there and do it themselves, right? Absolutely. And I'm happy to help when I like it. I gotta genuinely like something, like Saints and Sinners. I just brought up. I liked it, but I'm not gonna review it because a bunch of my friends wrote it. Yeah. So like I'm compromised, and it's just independent work. Rippaverse, what it's been able to pull off, and I've seen a lot of companies in my years as a comic book fan and a retailer start out ambitiously and fucking fail within. Rippaverse has lasted a lot longer than most of those companies, and that is the sheer will of Eric, but also the stuff that he's put out. And to think it would be perfect the first time this guy, who's never published comics before, the fact that he got something as good as he did out of it in the first try, that never happens. That never fucking happens. And there is a passionate fan base for Rippaverse. And, here they are failing 4 years in a row on Defy.
Poor Eric.
Failing,
They just keep failing. What's going on?
Yeah.
There is studies on that, though. They had two groups of people. One made a pot and they spent a month on it. The other made 100 pots in a month. The people that made 100 pots came out with far better pots in the end. A lot of this is just practice, repetition. Just keep making stuff and you will naturally improve.
Yeah. I did a comic in the late 90s to the early 2000s that I did, just as a hobby, just to hang out with my friends and do a comic. That's it. I've had a guy email me asking to get a copy. I don't even know if they exist. The only copies that existed were under my comic shop when Brian took over, and I'm sure he just fucking just threw them away, which is fine. You know, it's not the most impressive thing in the world. This is the first time I'm ever going to show this, probably the last. So here are 2 pages from my comic.
Oh, hey, look at that.
That's actually pretty cool, man.
That's actually like the thing is, I've seen so much worse.
Yeah.
That is actually perfectly fine. And it looks good.
And you know, I'm not the greatest artist in the world, and I looked at, you know, poses and stuff, and fucking did all the, you know, I didn't trace, but I you know, would have people pose for a picture or use a fucking panel or something to learn.
That's how you do it. Yeah,
that's how you do it.
You know, I was just doing it for fun, but yeah, I like to commit to. I don't know how you wrote a book and did YouTube at the same time. There's no way I could ever fucking do that. Like,
it's a balance. It's added challenge. Like I've had to really make some sacrifices to keep that going. Yeah.
All right, we'll get back to the people. It's a long one. Thanks for. If anybody needs to go, let me know.
I also like you were like, oh, I don't know how you wrote a book and did YouTube when you have literally released a book.
I had your own book. Wait a minute.
And it did take away from a lot of YouTube. It did. So I haven't done that audiobook yet. The Aussie Juggalo for $50 Australian. Hey Gary, I heard you were recently that you would never put a short on YouTube. If true, then how do you explain Comics Division being in your panel?
Oh my god.
Hey.
I don't know if Perry's put some up on Daily. Did he?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't like shorts. I think they're fucking useless.
They're a blight on this platform.
They are. They are.
Stop talking about me, Garrett.
The shorts.
The shorts. Hear you.
No, I know, like YouTube loves them, and it is bringing in new people, and they do favor them right now. But unless you're just a shorts channel, it doesn't help any of your other stuff. As a matter of fact, it hurts. It hurts because it brings in false and empty subscribers.
I have 400,000 subscribers from shorts that are just nothing. They're just a weight on the channel that if I could cull them all in it like that, I would happily do that. And so shorts have been a battle.
Yep. Red Mage. What's up, Red Mage? $200. What's up, brother? It was great seeing you guys in Vegas earlier this month, and I want to say thanks for all the recent streams, which I got to listen to while doing con prep. And I saw you in Japan, too. Finished vending at 2 anime cons with a Japan restock trip in between. Nice. He gets to go back to Japan all the time, too.
Yeah, we were
Must
talking
be a rough life. Now I'm enjoying a nice long break, starting with today's FNT. Hail FNT. Hail to you, Red Mage.
Hail. Good guy.
And Alec Baldwin's finger has donated 50 Nerdrotic memberships for $250.
Holy shit.
Don't miss. Dang.
You don't miss.
Don't miss.
Dang.
You don't miss. Oh yeah, we're good. Raymond Ham for $20 says, R.I.P. Peter Cullen, Dolly Parton, and Tim Curry. You will be missed. Yes. A huge part of Gen X's childhood has passed. It's you know, but again, to live to 80 to 85 and to live 80. A life like Dolly Parton, that's a unique life that and Dollywood and all the stuff she's
Dollywood, baby.
Yep. Normal Man for 20 Canadian pesos says, how to fix DC. Step 1, fire James Gunn. Step 2, focus on animated projects like Knightfall and ditch live action. Yeah, Knightfall's the best thing they've put out in years, and it's Batman. So if you often wonder why I say, well, we've never seen Batman live action on screen, like ever. Yeah. Go watch Knightfall. That's Batman.
Yep.
I'd say don't ditch live action. Do what you're doing there in live action.
Treat it like the animation where let
Yeah,
each thing
yeah.
be its own and stop being afraid of your source material.
Well, I mean, we said this
Embrace.
for years. You know, they have the fucking formula, right? It's the anime series that they did in the 90s. It's like, you want a proper Batman? Take cues from Batman, the animated series. I mean, you have the
Animated
Superman
series.
show from the 90s as well in the early 2000s.
And then
I
they
mean,
both
all
converged
that-
into the Justice League and the
Justice
Justice League
League.
Unlimited, and that
Yep.
do that. It's right there.
All you got to fucking do, DC. But no.
I wonder how many people know this from Chocobo Joe for $20. Is it true that Dolly Parton is responsible for Buffy? Something about she didn't like the movie. Her production company built one of the best TV shows. If so, she really is a saint. R.I.P. Yes, Dolly Parton is an uncredited executive producer of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. That is true.
I did not know that, and that's
Isn't that
fucking
wild?
awesome.
Yep. Ginormous J for 20 says the creator of Rocky Horror wrote the audience jokes when the stage play wasn't doing well. It brought the show back to life. Richard O'Brien, Dark City, by the way, he's in Dark City. Endgame Encore includes 4 minutes of newly filmed extra footage, mostly involving Captain America, Agent Carter, their baby, and Loki that ties into Doomsday per Emergency Awesomes channel. I love
I feel
Charlie.
like Robert said that too, that it had stuff
Yes.
specifically from pulled out for it, but
I love Charlie, but he'll go out there and like new trailer for the DCU, and it's or something about Batman, and it was the mention of Gotham in Lanterns. He wrapped a whole video about somebody mentioning Gotham and made it look like the Batman is coming. You know, it's like, come on, bro. Come on, dude. Check your Elon DMs from me and play that video. It's funny as hell. Says Ironworks Gaming. I'll have to look.
You want me to keep reading Supes?
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. Sorry. Hi, surprise.
Hi.
Let's see here. Wild Man for 2. Hi, Ryan. Missed you so much this morning. Hi, Mike. Okay. Very interesting. VJ the Vigilant. Hail Fellowship. RIP the voice of my childhood. Peter Cullen. Till all are one. X-Ray for $2 says, thank you for making us all laugh. Tim Curry, RIP. DJ Jordan for 2 says, still late and gay. Never change FNT. Oh, this is good. Johnny B. Good for $4.99. Question, which is the better adaptation, Lanterns or Green Lantern 2011?
Oh, Green Lantern
2011.
2011.
Yeah,
Easy.
2011.
Not even
take
close.
that any
No,
day.
The first 2 acts of that movie are totally fine. Like the whole middle act is really
it's
good.
the Earth stuff and
It's
the villain
ending.
choices, right?
It's the
But
ending.
as far as the actual lore, it was fantastic. And Mark
Even
Strong
Ryan
is still
is
the
fine.
superior Sinestro. Yeah, he got a part of Hal Jordan correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
Director's cut. Check the director's cut.
M Spock for 5 says, new Australian show Lesbian Space Princess. Here to comment.
What?
Chad.
Is
It's
that
a
an
punishment
Australian?
stream.
Why are you attributing is that to Australians? Like, is that another shame on our country that I have to bear?
Yeah.
Sounds like it.
It was so bad that even like the Reddit and Tumblr community was like, this is dog shit. Get it
Wow.
out of here.
Oh, so this is actually a real thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It is a real thing. I did not know Australia
real.
Shad, the only defense you need
Disparu
is,
hasn't covered it yet.
Hey, we gave y'all Bluey. Don't forget
Yes,
we gave y'all
thank
Bluey.
you,
That's
thank
the
you.
only
Yeah.
defense
We
you
gave
need.
the world Bluey.
Mad
So any
Max
parents out
Bluey.
there, you could just be like, hey, we
Mad
gave
Max,
you Bluey.
good. That's another one.
Mad Max and
We
Bluey.
lost a war to birds.
The war is
I'll-
still
We'll
going.
bring that up.
All right, we're still fighting it. Mike.
That's ongoing.
False
I'll-
propaganda.
I'll show that video on the square up. It's thank you, but it's long and it's AI.
Oh, and I don't know if you saw my message in the private chat, Gary.
I did not.
Okay, check it out. While I read this, William J. Borat Blackshire for 10. Chad, Gary, other fantasy nerds, what is another older complete sword and a sorcery novel series you can recommend that isn't Conan? I'm currently collecting Bath Herd and something Grey Moser and Joriel of the Jory. Did I say that right? I'm
Sword
sorry.
of Truth. Has anyone ever read the Sword of Truth? Terry Gilliam or whatever it is. The sort of there was a video game, Legend of the Seeker.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Okay,
yeah. But Dragonlance, if you want classic fantasy that I think every like fantasy nerd should really dive into, Dragonlance, Dragons of Autumn, Twilight, started off. It's phenomenal.
If you're into the kind of like Sword and Sandals, the original Dark Sun novels are really good.
And if you want something dark, Night Angel trilogy, it's awesome.
You know what I like to do? I like to go to like, half price books or something like that, and then just go to the fantasy area and just look at the covers. And if the cover looks cool, pick it up and read it. Like the little shorter ones, like novellas or something. You might get a shit one, but it's kind of fun to figure that out.
I totally judge a book by its cover.
Yeah.
So.
Yes.
That's such a
literally
stupid
what
phrase.
they're for.
Such a stupid phrase.
Chronicles of Amber, Roger Zalansky, and Michael Moorcock, Elric. Elric's
Elric,
fucking
obviously,
awesome.
yeah, dude.
Terry Goodkind. Sorry, the chat was correcting me. Terry Goodkind for that. Yeah, no, that's a bunch of books, and they actually got a pretty good TV adaptation. Shot in New Zealand. Had the guy that's in everything, and he's in Mad Max is Zed, the uncle. Really good. Of course, he got canceled. But.
Buster Nut Smash for 50. Just signed up for Forbidden Frontiers trip 2027. See you weirdos in Greece. Hell yeah.
You there. Oh my
See
gosh.
you
I'm
there.
excited.
Zadok for 199. Gary, how's your 3/4 white man? He's doing okay. He's doing all right. Okay? So, do you have the email?
I don't know what email you were talking about. You just told me to remind you.
That's helpful. Hey, thanks for reminding me of an email that I haven't starred and I got to look for. Thank you. Thank you.
He's just following your instructions, Gary.
I know.
Don't forget to take your
What the hell is this all
It's
about?
my
I don't know.
fault.
You told me to do this.
I wish I had more context. Sorry.
I respect that.
Well,
Gary, don't forget to check your text messages today.
Oh, I think you've spoken about the email before, wasn't it? One about it was the impact that people had that watching a place like FNT and had on people's lives or something like that. I swear you've mentioned it on the Real BBC.
Yeah, so I could paraphrase it. A woman's husband, who was Night Rabbit, who was in the chat, he passed away, and he had cancer, and he spent his last couple of months reading the book and watching FNT, and she said it brought him a lot of relief and happiness, and put some smiles on his face during a really dark time. Yeah,
I found it. You want me to read it?
I mean, I just essentially what it said, what it was in the email, so we're good. But yeah, when we hear that actually quite a bit, meetups and stuff, and it's really humbling. And honestly, it's tough to find a proper response when you hear that a loved one has died. But I think everybody should keep that in mind for whatever content they're making. That should be part of your gratitude, because you are helping people, even if it's like getting through the mundane, like mowing the lawn or getting you through work. And if you put a smile on somebody's faces, and basically what we do is we A-log Hollywood. That's our fucking job, and to try to make it funny, because a lot of this, especially with it's a dark world. So mockery and taking the piss out of stuff is fun. I enjoy the hell out of it, particularly when it's a giant mega industry with billion-dollar corporations and all the resources in the world fucking up. It's okay to call that out. Red Letter Media, God bless them. They've made a living out of ripping B movies. These are filmmakers who didn't have the resources or anything, and they made some schlocky movies. And they should. It's funny as hell. But it's no different. It's no different than when people are ripping a political party or not. It's no different. We're just hanging out, having fun, trying to be funny. I'm not saying we always pull it off. Okay. Not saying we always pull it off.
By the way, the reverse is true. The chat, I've gone through some very hard times recently, and having this and the outlet and the fellowship, the chat, all of it goes both ways.
Yes, it's reciprocal. 100%.
You guys helped me last year It's been 1 year since my son was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, and you guys like came in. Adam Krigler was awesome enough, and he set up a GoFundMe for me, and you guys came out and supported. So yeah, same way back to you guys. You guys are awesome.
Yep.
Yeah, and you know, I don't think we can change. We're not going to change. Okay, like,
Too retarded to change.
I'm too retarded.
I also
to
think
change.
it's the most effective way. Like Hollywood, the reason they are this with the ideology and everything else, to them, it's serious. Like this is the best thing they can do, and they genuinely think they are changing the world for the better.
Yep.
And the best thing you can do to someone with an ego is take the piss out of
Piss
them
out of
and
them.
bring them
Uh-huh.
back where they belong.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Yeah,
Like, yeah.
Yeah.
But we say it a lot, and I think sometimes people think it's just us like faking it, but this is literally one of the best corners of the internet that I like. I mean, the internet's a big place, man, but yeah, not just the generosity, but like just the people and meeting people in real life. And like, you guys are always awesome. The events and stuff, like I was blown away how many people show up and how cool and how chill everybody is. And yeah, I've met some really awesome people. So yeah, I'm very, very, very thankful and very blessed, because it doesn't make any sense. I don't get it, but
You can always
No.
tell when somebody new that's not part of the sphere gets invited and comes to one of these public events that we go to, that we put on, and they're like, these people are awesome. This is like such a fun time. You have conversations with so many people. Yeah, it's such a great place.
yeah.
It's getting gay in here.
Get real gay.
Is it gay in here, or is it just Garrett?
Turn on a fan or something. It's
I'm uncomfortable with emotions.
yeah.
We go punch a rock.
It's a fun place. See, I everything that motivates me is, will this be a fun video to make? Will this be a fun event to have? And that's the very first thing I think of. And well, you know, hopefully I get a chuckle or somebody else gets a chuckle, but it's a good time. We try to be escapism from the escapism. That doesn't want to be escapism anymore. And you know, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but yeah, we're too retarded to change. I'm too old to change. and I like this gig quite a bit, and we are blessed. We are absolutely blessed because of you guys. So thank you. We'll do a couple more, then we gotta run. This one's been really long, so thanks for staying, everybody. I know you guys have never heard a girl say that, so it's all right. Normal man for 20 Canadian pesos says, rest in peace to the legend Peter Cullen, voice of the man behind one of the greatest heroes in media and so much more.
Yep.
Thank you, legend.
Yes.
I was going to fire up my Roboson Optimus because I was going to make a video and I wanted to hear Peter Cullen's voice, and my battery died. I was so sad. Hopefully it charges again. I got to find the right cord, but damn it, those things are expensive. But yeah, and then I watched Transformers the movie, and I know it's going to be in theaters, and I'm still going to go see it in theaters in September. Yeah, it's that stupid little cartoon that was made to sell toys was so influential on a generation,
such a huge
and
impact,
actually had some like really good writing in it.
Yep,
it's crazy.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to reliving my childhood trauma all over again with that movie.
Right? That's our old Yeller, like for sure. Gary or crew, not sure if Gambit will be in the new X-Men movie. Will he die in Secret War or Doomsday? He needs an origin story. Hollywood guy for $5. I always want to say Tatum.
Channing Tatum.
Channing Tatum.
Channing Tatum.
Tatum Tanning, whatever.
Channing Tatum.
Yeah. He's just going to be in these next two movies, and they're I don't know if they're going to run to Gambit. I thought they would go older X-Men at first, like original X-Men, but they're not. Gary Schwarzenegger from Rough Rudders. Thank you. R.I.P. Dolly, Queen of Rocky Top, first of her name, a consul of the Appalachian Empire, a saint of the Smoky Mountains, the mother of the South with no children, no names. She tried. All right, we'll get the rest on a square up.
I would have tried as well.
What, with Dolly?
Yeah.
Well, her husband, Carl, I'm sure he tried often. Like,
he would have, there would be something wrong with him if he didn't. Yeah.
Yeah.
They were married for 58 years.
Yeah.
And he died last year.
Fucking time.
not too long
Yeah.
ago. Yeah.
58 years.
58
I just hit
years.
15 yesterday.
She never really recovered after
That's a long
that.
time.
Yeah.
So
Well, and you're like 15. When did you get married? At 5?
I got married at 21.
Okay, pretty young.
Yeah, pretty young.
That's
Wife
an
and I
old
hit
timer for
10.
me, man. I was 19.
Wife and
You
I
were
hit 10.
19?
Wow. I was
Nice.
29.
Yeah.
I was like 21 as well. It's,
Yeah, I know. I got
Yeah.
married
Those are the
for
ages you're
love or
meant to get
something.
married.
It was,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is
It's
modernity that has perverted what's supposed to happen, not the other way around.
yeah, and we're like, let's wait to have kids, and then like 3 months later, we're like,
I was married to unite some houses after a bitter civil war, succession crisis.
yeah, that's it. Yeah, essentially, yeah, we have to unite the houses. We didn't have a choice. Yeah.
All right, let's go around the horn. We'll start with X-Ray Girl.
X-Ray Girl everywhere, and I believe this Sunday Forbidden Frontier is not going to happen as AmeriCon 250. If you're in San Antonio, you should check it out. And then typical stuff. Stargate, I'm getting back into it. Season 2. The last 4 episodes were amazing. So Monday and Thursdays. Monday at 4 and Thursdays at 12. And then of course check out The Trip. Ancient Greek Odyssey with Nerdrotic and Wandering Wolf, and it seems like more tickets are being sold. So if you don't want to miss out, I would highly recommend checking it out. Link is in the description.
So we try to keep these prices down. Normally, these tours, a tour like this would be, and I'm not bragging. This is just twice that much, right?
Yeah, I've seen some prices.
To the point where, and Michael could back me up, the pricing on his Peru tour, he got shit from other people going, why are you pricing it like that? It's like, because we can. So, this one came together quick, like still $4,000 is a lot of money. All right.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money, but we try to make it worth it. And the veterans of these tours, the Alec Baldwin fingers, and it's such a good group to hang with. Usually when you have a group that big, there's something, and we haven't had any problems, and it's been fun as hell.
It's been great.
It's been great. I know I just jinxed the fuck out of it now. Let's go to comics.
Stream every Monday and Thursday on my channel. And of course, you can find me here. And yes, finally, despite the fact that my last video was kind of, I'm not going to say an abomination. I just wasn't able to get out in time for it to be relevant. I'm working on something that will be relevant, which is talking about what is going on with the enshittification of entertainment and tech. It's cleverly disguised as a PC build, and why I'm actually buying or building a PC when everything is so fucking expensive.
Seriously.
So it's
wow.
It quickly spiraled out of control, and I'm going to go through the decision making of why I bought each individual thing, and why probably now is a good idea to do it, despite the fact that it's expensive, because it's going to get a lot fucking worse.
Yeah. Prices
Yes, it
suck
is.
on a lot of shit right now.
Yeah.
Again, I brought it up earlier. Streaming, every streaming network is raising their prices now.
Yeah.
Like across the board.
Yep.
And you're going to
Yeah.
get ads anyway.
I recently just did an axe of a bunch of them that I was signed up for. I was like, nah,
Get
I'm
yourself a
so good.
Plex.
There you go.
It's awesome.
Or
dude.
jellyfin.
Plex
Or jelly-
jellyfin,
yeah,
actually.
jellyfin.
Get jellyfin, not
Plex,
Plex.
yeah,
Plex.
Plex
Jellyfin.
just went up in its
Not
price.
right now, yeah.
Just
It used
went
to
up
be
in its
good
price.
to get, but
It went from 200 something to 700 something. So
What?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Jellyfin,
and that-
go get that.
that-
Check that out.
Jellyfin's
200,
free.
I believe, had already
Jellyfin's
doubled
free.
like a couple of years or a year before. That's
Yeah.
gone up insane.
So get one of those. Store your own digital stuff. You can get a burner, burn your DVDs into it, store it there, share it with your family. That's the way.
Yeah.
Well, the nice thing about it is, like, if you want to populate your Plex server, you can go out and buy all this great physical media, rip it, and then put it on your server.
Exactly.
But now we're not getting a Plex server. We're getting a
Jellyfin
called?
server.
Jellyfin.
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 Jellyfish.
Garrett
Yep.
should tell me how to get that.
I guess I don't. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Let me know if you need help. I can help you guys out
Sure.
with that.
Yeah.
Odin.
Gary, you should stream putting together your Jellyfin server, because I would pay money to see that.
They're really risky.
Garrett.
I wouldn't want to mess that up. Like, you just want to focus. Just focus on doing that thing.
Yeah.
So you can find it over at OMB Reviews on YouTube, over on X, Box Office Breakdown every Sunday. It goes live around 2, 3 p.m. And then geeksandgamers.com, right? Box office article every single week for them. Thank you as always.
Cheers. Fake Wizard.
We are streaming Lanterns on Sunday night after the show airs. So 10:30 p.m. Eastern over on Fake Wizards Live. Check that out there. We're streaming multiple times through the week now, which is pretty fun. So Saturday nights and Wednesday nights before it gets too late in the day. But yeah, Fake Wizards Live. See you over there.
Hell yeah. Shad.
So yeah, my weekly live stream on Night's Watch, the Culture Crusade, something that we cover a lot. I think people interest is the indie sphere, what's happening in fantasy and stuff. And at the moment, it's been me, LitDev, and John A. Douglas. We're all writers, and John in particular covers what's coming out in the indie sphere a lot. The great books, so you'll get good recommendations if you follow us here over there on the Culture Crusade. And so that's weekly live stream, and then of course Shadiversity, swords constantly, and I got some fun ones coming out. Do you guys see what this giant thing? Look at this, man.
Holy crap.
Damn.
And so this is
He's playing with his giant thing.
This is a flamberge.
Oh,
great sword.
flamberge.
Wow, it's
This sword is
it's getting me going a little bit.
amazing. And so that's coming out for reviews, not this week, but it's on its way. And this week in particular, though, a rapier, like a really devastating cutting rapier is this weekend. So lots of fun.
I like a good rapier.
When are you going to revisit the nunchucks?
Please stop rapering, sir.
Oh, don't
Yes.
tempt me, Mike. Don't tempt me.
I need another one of those. That actually was one of the first videos I ever saw from you. Like after I knew who you were, because I'd seen your videos, but I was like, oh yeah, and I was driven into a rage.
I offended so many people with the truth regarding that.
Well, John Wick proved you wrong, and obviously,
I'm so 100%
who am I going to
right
believe?
on
The
that.
guy testing these for real, or the guy that's using them as a weapon in a movie?
Yeah, yeah.
The funny thing is, like, Chad, your first video I actually ever saw was your boob armor video.
It's a good one.
It is a very good one.
That is a good video.
It's a culture. That was a cultural experience. We were inspecting it for information, just for the science.
It's important for science.
It is very important. It's very important.
My favorite one you've done is how everything is a stick, like the greatest weapon
Yeah,
ever.
it's
And you were just
kinda
like
true,
rocket
though.
launchers
Yeah.
fire sticks. Space rockets are actually giant sticks.
They are effectively all weapons are sticks. The stick
And we
is
just
the greatest
throw
weapon.
them.
But you know what isn't a stick, Mike? Nunchucks. Nunchucks is a broken, disabled stick.
They're two
That doesn't
sticks
know
with a
how to-
chain between them. That's pretty cool.
No.
what's
I
better
have
than
a
one
stick
stick?
here,
That's
and
cool,
a
but
stick
not
here.
very
Yeah,
You know what would make it even cooler?
Okay, Mike.
Connecting them with a chain.
We could call it a flaccid stick.
Cowabunga.
That might be a nunchucks
Yeah,
is a
there's a
retarded
stiff
stick or a
portion in your
flaccid stick.
hand,
Yeah,
and there's a stiff portion on the other end.
it needs help getting it up. It's
Okay.
I
That's
feel
what the
very
hand is
uncomfortable
for.
right now.
yeah. You
I do
use
too.
your hand.
Garrett.
Hey, I will see you at Americon this weekend on Sunday.
Oh, that's right. I'll be there too.
That's it. Let's go.
I go.
All right. That's it. And who else am I? Disparu.
Video on adaptations from Lindelof. I want to cover The Dog Stars as well with Jacob Elordi's Sensitive Survivalist. Because not only is it flopped with the critics, it's dead at the box office. Which I think it's interesting that that's happened at the same time. He's decided to go, I think I need to go back to the Alien franchise immediately as it bombs. And then, of course, The Runners, or The Runner, which is next week. Strangely, in 1 week, there's 2 movies coming out called The Runner.
There
Which
is?
a bit weird. Yeah.
That is weird.
There's one, well, it's almost the same week. One's on the 2nd, one's on the 11th.
Which one's Gal Gadot? Second?
The 2nd.
Okay. I should make everybody watch that. I should. Mike.
Yeah, tonight. I'm gonna be finishing this Amnesia: The Bunker. I know I said that every week.
You said
but
that last week.
Yeah, you know what, Disparu? I didn't finish it. Okay, I ran out of gas. It got really dark, and maybe I died a few times trying to get there. But I should be able to get out of this bunker now. I'm pretty sure I now have the last little bit. We'll see. But yeah, had to take a little bit of a week hiatus from streaming, so we're gonna be back to it. And that should be fun. But yeah, I got to get done with this, and then I got to finish Devil May Cry, and I got we're going back to Metal Gear Solid really soon here. I got the 4th game, Master Collection came out, and we're going back there and finishing that up too. So that's what I got.
Right on. And Badger, thanks for joining us. Please tell the fine folks where to find
Great
you.
time. About 2 hours, we'll be doing Inside the Badger Den, my Friday night panel show with people like the Doolies and Film Comics Explained, Nerd Wars. And then I stream with Chris, obviously, on Versus. And then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I do Badgercast. So just check out, follow me on Twitter.
Brilliant. Did I forget anybody? I can smell the food from downstairs, and I realize how hungry I am.
No joke. I can smell food right now too. I'm like,
oh my god.
So
So
burnt toast, so that's probably not a good thing.
probably not, but it wouldn't be my first stroke. So
or the last.
Just released the Rings of Power video. Going to work on some other stuff. That's not Green Lantern or lanterns. And and hopefully I'll see some of you at Americon on Sunday. But I'd like to thank everybody who participated in the chat, all the lurkers. Thank you to the Modrotics. Thanks to everyone who left a super chat and donation. Monday will be the square up on Nerdrotic Live. That information will also be in our description. That's where the square ups are all the time. We appreciate you guys. We'll see you next time with
Critical Drinker.
Oh,
Hey.
and we're gonna make this it's late, but it's kind of on brand. This is an anniversary episode. So it's a late anniversary because we forgot about the anniversary. So we're gonna make this the anniversary episode with the Critical Drinker, which is perfect because Critical Drinker started this iteration of Friday Night Tights. He was our first guest. So it's perfect. So we'll see you next week. Thank you, everybody.
See ya.
Bye.
God bless.
Here they come and the crowd cannot wait. Oh, hail Friday Night Tights. I apologize cause I'm probably late. Oh, hail Friday Night Tights. Radical lights and highly organized. It's Friday Night Tights, Friday Night Tights. If you're still not offended tonight, oh hail Friday Night Tights. Rest assured that the chances are high. Oh hail Friday Night Tights. Radical lights and highly organized. It's Friday Night Tights, Friday Night Time has come, they are finally here. Oh, hail Friday Night Tights. We're not affiliated, just so we're clear. Oh, hail Friday Night Tights. Radical lights, highly organized. It's Friday Night Tights. Sweet Mother Mary, turn on the oil you got real. It's Friday Night Tights, Friday Night Tights, Friday Night Tights, Friday Night Tights, Friday Night Tights.
All right, that was good. Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.